Well, all right, we're here. We're back again. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze with the fans of the Bitter Medicine podcast. I see we got Kevin Carray in the chat already. Saying greetings, family. Got New York Sports Archives saying always looking forward to Saturday night. NYC Beauty says black first, always. Want to say thank you guys for tuning in to Shoot the Breeze tonight. For those of you who are here and those of you who will be on your way, thank you in advance for coming through. Want to thank those of you who posted topics for us to discuss tonight. We should have a good time doing it. Shout out to everyone else who's on KWAZ radio. And with that said, let me give you guys a preview of what we're doing tonight. Tonight we will be discussing what is toxic masculinity. What does it really mean? We're going to define what is a woman. We're going to talk about white replacement theory. We're going to talk about decolonized education in simple terms. We're going to talk about undercover cops arresting undercover cops. Kind of funny story. We're going to talk about polygamy in Africa. We'll talk about Nigeria's treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. We're going to talk about, hey, newsflash, BLM actually has helped some black men. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about what the Ukraine and Peyton Gendron, that's the Buffalo shooter, I'm sure you guys heard about him. What do they have in common? What does Ukraine and Peyton have in common? And then last, we'll be talking about time as being the most valuable human resource. Time. I see we have Jonelle is in the room. Daily Affirmations by Paul is in the room as well. You guys make sure to check out her channel. Follow her on social media for upliftment every day, and support her by purchasing her first book. Make sure you guys check her out. So what we're going to do, we're going to start the show. And on the other side, we will put in Shoot the Breeze prompt number 1 tonight. I'll see you guys on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. In the chat, we have Kevin Carray saying, let's get the likes up. Jonelle is here saying, make sure you all like, share, and comment. And our brother D-Web from the Harsh Rally Podcast in the chat saying, good evening, fam. He'll say what's up to D-Web. We're looking forward to Web's return to the platform, putting out new content. Let me welcome in folks on the panel here tonight. Kevin Carre, you're here. How are you this week?
It was a hot day today, but hey, made my money.
Yeah. Gas him up is here. Gas him up. How are you tonight?
Man, I'm good. Everything's is lovely. Like Kevin said, I guess we're enjoying that New York weather. I hope it stays that way.
I hope so too. Yeah, today was beautiful outside, man. You guys
Mr.
check out.
Untouchable, you would have loved it. The women were out here in mass, man. Mr. Untouchable would have had a good time.
You guys make sure to check out Gas Them Up and Jay's YouTube channel. I was on their show last night. Pretty good discussion. We were there for a good while too. So some good content there, man. You guys should make sure to go subscribe to that channel. Check out the most recent episode. Myself and Azuliism was there. It was a good time. We got the learning curve in the chat. Gas Them Up, you able to say something?
No, I want to say something.
No, I was just gonna say thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. Much appreciated. Much appreciate the shout out.
Yes, sir. Kevin Carrier?
Yeah, Mr. Untouchable, I'm sending you a message in a private chat. I want you to look at it, all right? I will send it to you soon.
Yeah, you could just send a message. You ain't gotta say it over the air. The learning curve is in the chat. Pro Black Perspective is there. Peace to those two groups as well. Looking forward to the Pro Black Perspective show tomorrow. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm good. How you all good brothers doing?
I'm good. I'm here.
It was nice and hot in Nassau too as well. They had carnival down here, so the ladies was out anyways.
Yeah, man. Good to see you guys this week. My allergies are kicking up a little bit right now. With the good weather out there. Hold on. Let me grab the first Shoot the Breeze prompt for tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is what toxic masculinity really means. And that comes with a link. Let me grab it, share it with you guys. Sorry, hold on. What's going on here? Okay. Sorry about this. Again, I'm not on my usual setup, so gotta bear with me. There'll be some bumps sometimes. Let me share the screen with you guys.
If you listen to these people back then, you would think that toxic masculinity means that masculinity itself is toxic. And this narrative fit very conveniently into this whole Gamergate era, capital G gamers and skeptics fighting against the evil feminists who are trying to take away our masculinity because they think all men are sexist. And so they have this term called toxic masculinity, which means that all men are evil sexists and we should get rid of masculinity. You get the idea. But, surprise, surprise, this is not true. Toxic masculinity does not mean that masculinity is toxic, and it's actually a pro-male term. Discussions about toxic masculinity are very helpful to men. Now, how does this work? For example, lots of boys are told that they should keep their feelings down. If they have suffered an emotional hurt, they should not be sharing it with anyone, and they certainly shouldn't cry. But why? In ancient Greece, public displays of emotions were considered a manly thing. Shedding tears publicly was considered to be authentic and courageous, or, alpha, to use modern terminology. Teaching young boys to just bottle up their feelings and cut themselves off from any sort of emotional support network is a very harmful practice and an example of toxic masculinity. Another example is the normalization of violence among young boys. Do we remember that Gillette ad? The one that caused a collective mental breakdown among reactionaries a few years ago? In it, there's this very creative visual of a bunch of dads standing with their grills in a row, going, "Boys will be boys," as two kids scuffle with each other on the lawn. This scene is meant to reflect on the fact that we normalize violence among boys. And of course, a friendly scuffle between two kids is not the issue. It's all this additional baggage of, yeah, well, boys and men, sometimes they just need to go at each other, to live out their masculine side, to unleash the beast within. Yeah, and then bullying happens. So is bullying a good thing? Hey, the bully just unleashed the beast within. He's just living out his masculine essence. It's not his fault that the kid he's bullying is too much of a pussy to retaliate. Stuff like this is also toxic masculinity. The third example would be a fetishization of self-reliance. Not only are boys taught to just bottle up their feelings, they're also told that asking for help is a feminine thing. Like if a man is driving somewhere and gets lost and so asks for help, that is emasculating. But why though? Some people would make an argument like, back in the ancient days, men were the rugged hunters roaming the plains, and so not asking for directions on the way to McDonald's is an expression of this ancient male virtue. But the thing is, I can do the reverse and say, hey, in the ancient era, hunting was a very dangerous business and men did it in groups. Therefore, it is natural for men to ask for help. When they get lost on the way to McDonald's, they immediately pull over and ask the first person for help, which is an expression of this ancient masculine virtue. So yeah, the fetishization of self-reliance is also toxic masculinity. And when you combine these three things, bottling up your emotions, normalizing physical violence, and fetishizing self-reliance, you get a high male suicide rate, battered husbands who don't ask for help, domestic abuse shelters that are available only for women, boys emotionally scarred by bullying, or male domestic abuse victims who get ridiculed and laughed at when they try to ask for help. All of this results from toxic masculinity. It doesn't mean that masculinity is toxic. It means that we have some very harmful and, toxic ideas about what masculinity should be, and that we should work against those things. Feminists who bring up the issue of toxic masculinity try to help men. And I find the irony astounding that they get harangued by these capital G gamers and capital S skeptics, because first off, they agree on the problem, so they should be natural allies, and second, how fragile do you have to be? How unsure you have to be in your masculinity for a razor company's YouTube ad to cause this big of a freak out? Masculinity is not a bad thing. The fact that we have all these harmful and toxic ideas about what masculinity should be is a bad thing. It results in bad outcomes and in general decreases the well-being of men. And so I'm against it. I want people to be happy. I want men to be happy. And so I don't purposefully misunderstand feminist terms meant to help men. So this is the idea behind toxic masculinity. I hope you've enjoyed the content, and in the meantime, please don't forget to like and subscribe. I also have a Patreon, so if you think this kind of content is worth your time, please consider supporting.
All right, you guys heard the video. Gas them up. What did you take from this video as to what is toxic masculinity?
For me, and I'm driving, so if you hear any noise, pardon. But for me, I don't necessarily agree that, I think there are modern day problems with how masculinity is interpreted. So, for example, you look at the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation. Like, what she was doing was, abuse, right? Now, if he turned around and punched her in the eye, we would say, "Oh, he's terrible. Why would he beat her? He should never beat her." But I mean, this woman's taking she's crapping in his bed. She's just harassing him and annoying him and emotionally looking for problems. And it's like, yeah, I think that that's something that should be addressed. It's like, how do men address that? Oh, you got to walk away. Well, there's but so much you're going to keep walking away from, right? Like, I think, there can't be any sacred cows. So I can see that part. But I think he's being toxic by coming at men without putting in context to understand why men would not want feminists to label them toxic masculinity, right? Because men have been conditioned a certain way. just the same way women have been conditioned a certain way. I mean, look at the way women reacted and laughed, especially black women laughed when Kevin Samuels died. They were throwing parties, they were drinking. It's like, woohoo! You know what I'm saying? And because the way the women in this society have been conditioned, they're not to be criticized. So the audacity, the nerve of this, especially specifically as black men, to criticize us, they reacted in kind. They didn't like that. So I think the guy who made the video is not taking that into account, that modern men have been conditioned a certain way. So of course they're going to react, in response to what feminists are calling toxic masculinity. But I think he has some elementary points. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In the chat, the Hash Reality Podcast says, whole lot of reaching in this video and anecdotal examples. The things he mentioned are not even masculine traits. Stubborn, picking on those weaker, domestic violence. That's just plain toxic behavior. Kevin Carre, you heard what gassed him up at the saying what the Harsh Reality Podcast said. What do you take from this video? What is toxic masculinity according to this video?
Well, according to this video, toxic masculinity is what those feminists label it as, but these are the same people that will complain when, some dudes are harassing them on the street and, they can't do anything about it, but you want to call on a man to come do something about it. But hey, we're toxic, but that's all I got to say, man. These people out of their mind, man. This cancel culture is ridiculous.
All right. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yes, sir. I personally think that I think that no one group of people should have a say-so in how they define what so-called gender is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. And the Western world has defined the so-called masculine roles or feminine roles, and then they send it out all over the world and say, this is what a man is, this is what a woman is. And I think that we as a community, or even let me even put it to a larger perspective. The black world should have a say-so in what we define as what masculinity is. What is manhood? What is mannerliness? You know what I mean? I think that our definition of what a man is supposed to be is just as relevant as any other group of people, because they start redefining these terms now. Now there's discussions and debates about what a woman is and what a man is. Their rules are really changing now, and we have to come up and accept these terms. But I think that we should have a say-so. The black world, and in particular the black mind, should have a say-so in what masculinity is and what manhood is, and let that stand for our community. You know what I mean? I think that sometimes we live in a world where we just accept certain things as masculine and feminine and all these things, but I have my own standards of what these are supposed to be. Then they put an adjective on the top of that and say, well, this is toxic behavior for masculinity. They already defined the noun. Now they put an adjective on at the beginning of it. So it's like, since they had liberty to define these terms, I think that we should have a say-so in what these terms actually mean to our community, first and foremost. But I'll stop there for right now.
I appreciate that, but I do want to ask now. I want to go. I'll start with you, Mr. Untouchable, and then go backwards. What is manhood, in your opinion, in your African-centered opinion? What is manhood?
For me, it first starts with the family, and my relationship to the family, or what these rules are. What am I going to be expected to do within the role of when I take on the mantle of manhood, and these may seem general for every community at first. On first glimpses, one must take care of his elders. If they are too old to not be able to take care of themselves, a person who takes on a woman must be able to take care and provide for her and take care of his children. That's first and foremost. The next thing is you must have a marketable skill, not only to sell to the marketplace, but to pass on, just in case a child or younger people may be able to look at you and not necessarily even Your immediate family members, your nephews, your nieces may look at you and say, well, I like the type of skill that this person have. I could take this on and I could use this later on. He must fortify himself with good information to be able to pass it on, not only to himself, but in a small microcosm which he may exist in, whether it's his family or community and so forth. And also, as a man, he must be able to be a productive person within his community. If he decides to be a vagrant or doesn't want to add to or doesn't want to produce, or even in a little way, even if it's within his own family, if he doesn't want to produce within his community, then he is an outcast. He can't take on the mantle of so-called mannerliness or manliness. That's, to me, that's what toxicity is. If you just want to lay down or lay in front of the liquor store all day long, you don't want to produce, then you are becoming a toxic man in your community and within your whole family. Everyone is affected by the do nothings in our community, because since they don't do, someone else must do. Someone else must carry the weight of them. So, I feel like mannerliness takes on all these kinds of different mantles, and it comes in different phases and stages. A man must be tested before he could ever take on the so-called mantle of what masculinity is, or mannerliness. Mannerliness is within our community. All these traits, I believe that men of our community should exist in before we could ever inherit the so-called mantle of what a man is supposed to be, if that's understood.
Yeah, man, love it. Kevin Cartwright, what is manhood and masculinity and manliness to you?
Taking care of your family first and foremost, taking care of your woman, your kids. Second most, your family, and most important, taking care of your community. Doesn't have to. It's not manliness. It's not about fighting other people. It's about how you can, negotiate life, and as I said, take care of those people.
Yeah, negotiate and navigate life, right? Gas them up. What say you?
I think manhood is defined by the person. I don't think there's a set template for masculinity and manhood, because for me, if the guy loses his legs or his arms, then that means he's no longer. That's what masculinity is. I think it should be defined by the person, but I think the primary purpose of a man is to be a problem solver, right? When you think of an abbreviation for God: generator, organizer, destroyer, right? That type of chaos. I think those are the things of masculinity, because each group, depending on their environment, will have different requirements for the men in that society. So I don't think there's a stock template, and that's why I think it's up to the man in reference to his culture and his environment. So I think it's up to the man to define that, at least for me. But I think if I could just pick one thing, it would be problem solver. And whatever that problem is, you can solve it. I think that would be the requirement. I think the first problem is the problem of self, right? Know thyself. So when you know who you are, then you can go about, creating that, generating order, and things of that nature.
Thank you for that. Let's welcome in Tanzan to the panel tonight. Tan, how are you tonight?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Great. Good to see you again. I just saw you 24 hours ago.
I know.
Tanzan, you see the prompt, and I'm guessing you saw the video. What say you to this? What did you gather from this video as to what toxic masculinity is?
Well, the toxic masculinity is men who hold their emotions in check, and they are quick to violence, and they are self-reliant. That's what I saw from the video.
Okay. And what do you think? Do you agree with the video? And what do you think manhood is from a woman's perspective?
Well, I'll define it in a way that distinguishes it from womanhood. I'll give the both definitions, because obviously I can't really say what manhood is. That's for the men to define. But for me, what is manhood that is separate from, let's say, personhood or womanhood is the idea of the concept of giving life or initiating life, because life is initiated by the man. And the definition of womanhood is nurturing life, because that's something that only a woman can do. She is the one who can nurture that life and bring it to, to fruition, whereas the man is the one who can initiate it. So one without another, doesn't work. So for the man, the first is that decision to create that life. So he gives life. And for the woman, what makes her a woman is that ability to nurture life. That's something that no man can do. And initiating life is something that no woman can do. So that is what, for me, distinguishes, manhood and womanhood, is their very different abilities when it comes to creating life.
So, in our circle, in our community, right, amongst our people, how do we get each other to understand what is and isn't manhood, what is and isn't womanhood, and when do we begin that process? I know there's rites of passages. How early do we begin trying to get this idea across? So let's start Mr. Untouchable this time.
For me, my place of teaching, in particular the young people, it's about showing and proving. It's they look at what you do, not necessarily what you say anymore, in terms of what is understood. And I am very careful when I'm around younger people, because sometimes I'm thinking that they're not watching, when in fact that they are. Even with the small details, they'll remind you of them too. Especially when you may say something and do something that's contradictory to it. Back in the days, we used to watch our parents do it, but we never used to question them on it or even call them on it. Nowadays, the young people will call you on that nonsense, and say, well, this is a contrast and a contradiction. So if you have certain principles, you must stand by them in practice. And sometimes that could be a difficult thing, because we all could, resort to, being little infantile at times. And if you don't want your kids or people around you who you influence to look at you crazy when you engage in sometimes an infantile behavior, I say get away from them. Get away from them for a time, and then come back and do the things that you need to do, because you want to give the next generation the best possible image of self, so that they could live up to that idea. They may fall short of it, but when you present yourself to them, you always must try your best to present your best self or best version of yourself to them. As far as you asked me another question, I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, how early do we transmit this message?
I say soon as children are very they quick learners, so I say at very young ages, if you can, anytime that you could get them to a point of reason, because children are more reasonable than people would think. So I would try to get them to understand certain things at very early ages. My sister talks to her kid, and I think that all these things and of instructing and speaking and getting kids to understand very early and understand. We used to get beaten when we was younger. Children don't need to get beatings anymore. They need to understand, that brain in their head is a very infinite thing. So once you start to get them to reason, because they always ask the question, why, because they're trying to find out more and more about the world. And I think that instead of cutting them off and they don't ask me, just do it. Sometimes you should resort to explaining to get that brain motor functioning. You know what I mean? Get that right around their head, going around and around in circles, because their mind is developing as well. But I also believe that beyond reasoning and sitting down and trying to get them to understand, we should do it in deed as well. That's very important, and it makes you a better person. I believe.
Kevin Cartwright, how early should we transmit this understanding of what is manhood and what is womanhood?
I have to agree with Mr. Untouchable as early as possible. As you said, with children, they're very intelligent. You said they watch what you do. Like right now, my roommate's kid, he's like one. He's going on 2 in July.
Mm-hmm.
This little guy is smart. You think he's not watching you? He watches you, and then like good example, like the door. We turn the door to open it. He watches you, but the way he does it, you don't see him watching you. As soon as you turn your back, he goes and try and fiddle with the door. The boy is very smart. But I said early as possible. They're little genius. Remember, as you said, when they're younger, their brains are like little sponges. It's always soaking up information. They're always looking at what people are doing and trying to figure things out. So early as possible.
Gas them up. What say you?
I think it goes back to, like I've always said, we have to first, I think, build community, because a lot of times we end up getting caught in individual efforts, in my opinion. So when we have communal, living together, working together, like I've seen here in the East Coast, New York, you'll see a Mexican family. They will, everybody's chipping in at the construction site. The kids are carrying the water. This is doing this. So I think we got to get back to that. And everybody has to understand, you got to look at it like a team perspective. And I think a lot of times in our community, the couple thing, we're taught something that's not, it's not really feasible, right? So a lot of people and women say, oh, it has to be a partnership. I don't know. I don't know how those things play out, right? So I'm not answering the question on masculinity, because I think we can be as masculine as we want. If our women aren't in sync with us, if our children aren't in sync with us, what's the point, right? Like, I mean, you have like the Nation of Islam. They have some masculine men who are doing good things. You got some churches like the Pastor Gino. There's another guy, Pastor Dow. These guys are masculine men. Pastor Dow, he builds his house from scratch. He has his own church and all that stuff. He does good things. But, if you don't have a community and a communal setup behind that, you can be masculine all you want. It means nothing, in my opinion.
I appreciate that.
But guys, at the end of the day, he could be as masculine as he want to be. But Gino Jennings, he submits to, he has a white savior. You know what I mean? So for me, at the end of the day, that's who's going to be his head and his God. He's going to bow out there. For me, that's a massive contradiction. Yeah, because I don't think that, well, maybe I'm wrong about this, but for me, the idea of what a man is supposed to be is he's supposed to be the controller of his so-called universe, whatever that existed. So I would think that for him to be bowing down to another male person, in the image of what he postulates as his Lord and Savior, to me is it's a big gap in contradiction, man, what masculineness or mannerliness is supposed to be in my eyes. I don't know. I might be wrong. What do you think?
Yasima?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I try not to touch the whole religion thing because, people, it's within their psyche. It's embedded within their psyche. So the effort I'm going to take to try and remove it and then replace it, man, that's a strong juju, man. Like, I can't, that thing that he like you said, what he's buying, his mama put it in him from birth. I can't compete with his mama psychologically. That's what he saw his mama fall on her knees and pray to this Jesus when there was no milk, and somehow she went to work and milk came, and hallelujah. So I can't contend with that, but I can at least say, hey, he's calling out some ills within his community, and he's conducting himself in a way that that is at least a step in the right direction, right? You're always the one that tells you say, Gas, you got to meet your people at the level that they are. So, I guess
Yes,
that's my way of meeting him
you're right. You're right.
at the level that he is.
In the chat, Tanzania really said peace and greetings in the chat, but she's on the panel now. Laro said peace, loved ones. Athrazer, he said, what's going on? Athrazer said Saturday with the gang. Daily affirmation by Pauline said to Mr. Untouchable, are you saying small children should never get spanked for misbehaving in their formative years? What about the kids who are in the stores falling on the floor? I'll give Mr. Untouchable a chance to respond to that. Earlier, Daily Affirmations by Pauline said, so when a man slacks, doesn't work or care what anyone says, and puts his family in financial jeopardy, and their partner wonders why then is she negatively labeled. So I'll let Mr. Untouchable tackle both of those things. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that?
Well, Pauline, I would never label a woman who is upset her male partner for putting her in financial jeopardy. In fact, I would really suggest that she should leave that person. I would say that, if he doesn't want to do anything and he is capable of doing something, my question becomes, was he like this when you initially got in a relationship with him? That's when the situation is, for me, is problematic, because if you knew this going in, that's a different kind of scenario. But if after the fact he all of a sudden becomes this thing, then you need to weigh and measure. You need to weigh and measure in a situation you may be in, and that might be specific for individual people. But if a man is going down under like the Titanic, should you go down under with him too? Because you may have fell in love with a fool.
She took her vows.
Who knows? And them vows, you could. I mean, that's a decision made, by the state, and by the state you could get a divorce as well. So that's neither here nor there. As far as the kids is concerned, and children wilding out, this really comes down to how you want to discipline your child. I used to be the child who used to get tear right up, for acted insane and ridiculous, but when my mother used to beat me like that, it caused a lot of resentment for many years with me and my mom's, man, many years. And I figured sometimes, man, for me, I figured sometimes maybe if my mother understood that if she had explained things to me differently, even as a young person, maybe I wouldn't act out. I used to be one of the kids as well in school where if a teacher looked at me crazy, I used to shut up. I was one of them kids. So maybe she could get me to behave in another kind of way. I used to also be a person, if I did something to embarrass or embarrass my father showing me he was disappointed in my behavior was worse than a million beatings. And you could train your children in that way and manner too, if you get them to understand. What I mean? Hey, I have great expectations out of you. I have great expectations out of you, and I don't want you to behave in these kinds of manners. And if you do these things, it's going to disappoint me and hurt my feelings. I don't know. I don't want to be a person to be able to be the one to say how a woman should discipline her children. But I feel, as that little small child, that maybe there may be another way.
I think if most people be honest about that beating thing, they would agree that for the most part, they would agree that there's better ways to do that. We're gonna give the last word on this to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you? How early do we start this initiation, and what do we teach each other? What do we teach each other first and foremost? Like what do we teach men? What is womanhood? What do we teach women? What is manhood? What basic understanding are we trying to get our people, and how early are we trying to get our people to have that understanding?
Thank you. For me, it's the first thing is nature. What does nature, show us when it comes to children, male and female? And I think in general, you even the people who want to say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's socialization and all that. When you see the little girls and little girls usually play with dolls or some kind of cooking things and things like that. So even nature is there preparing them for their future roles. And when boys play, just naturally they tend to be rougher with each other. They're more gregarious. They play with um, build toys and things like that. So already, even within nature, even without us showing or teaching them anything, we can already see the direction that they're going as girls and boys. So what what the society or parents can do is reinforce that, but do it in a positive manner. I think when people say something is toxic, I think the only part of it that is toxic is when one wants to define it in a very narrow manner, that boys can only do one thing or another. And it reminds me of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, where you have, what is now described as the alpha male Okonkwo, and he was very ambitious, hardworking, driven. And then his son was very, artistic and cultural. And to him, his son was a womanly, of character, because he enjoyed what he considered womanly activities, like dancing and playing instead of going out to work and, getting his work in. And then his father was what somebody would call toxic, because he was not very ambitious, and he was not, he was almost lazy. Let's just say that he enjoys simply getting as little done as possible and then enjoying the rest of his day. So I think that was a very excellent book in showing all three types of masculinity. And it's not that one is correct versus another, it's also in a matter of character. So there shouldn't be, if you're this way, then you are against masculinity. I think, though, going back to, the nature provides, the man is the initiator of life. And once the life is created, new life requires, protection from, outside forces. It requires nurturing, that means raising the child up, and it requires discipline. So whoever is best at the job is the one who should take it. With the lions, it's the lionesses who go out and hunt, but it's the lion who protects the herd. So in human beings, if obviously the job of protecting the child, including the woman, should fall on the man. If it's a physical sort of thing, the man is in a better position. So the first thing that should be, in the man's resume or lineup is protection, or however it is, whether it's financial, physical, it's the man's job to protect the family and the children. And with the women's nature is naturally caring and taking care of the children and so on. So in terms of that, she should be heading that part of it, and she should prepare her children, to have female children, to take up that mantle. That means, being able to take care of the household, being able to, be empathic and all that. And so, but the other thing is, it's not to say that men can only be this way. A man can only be very, he has to be angry all the time, or he has to be soft and gentle. It depends on the character. If it's a man who is gentle, then yes, he can show his protection in a way that's not, maybe not violent, like the man who is used to fighting. But I don't think that you can label something toxic if the end is protection, is the end if is taking nurturing, then however one gets to do it is, now that depends on the character. But in terms of teaching children, yeah, as early as possible, because nature already shows us that there are differences in children just naturally. Even if left alone without any influences, you'll see that girls do play and interact differently than boys. And so in terms of that, once you see the boys, let's say, acting very aggressively, you can teach them that it's okay to play like that with other boys, but when it comes to girls, maybe a different method is required. So as early as possible, but not in a very heavy-handed manner in terms of saying this is the only way.
I appreciate that, Tan. Before you go to shoot a breeze topic number 2, Mr. Untouchable, daily affirmation by Pauline says, I meant, for example, spank a 2 or 4-year-old's hand, not a beat down. I'll allow you to respond to that.
No. Well, daily affirmations by Pauline understands very well, being from the Bahamas, that for maybe not a 2-year-old, but as far as being spanked on the hand, as far as a form of discipline in Nassau, we ain't learned that growing up. I mean, let me speak for myself.
No. You're right. We didn't learn that growing up.
Oh man,
the kind of beatings that used to get shared out is really child abuse, if you're being honest about it.
Yeah, it's straight up. So I mean, I can't, because I don't even know how a spank on the hand would be effective as for any 4-year-old. I mean, but it might be. So I am on the wrong end in this. I swim on a deep end in the swimming pool because right now I have no kids. So for me to talk about what is the correct form of discipline, I swim in the deep end of the pool. So maybe Miss Pauline you might have much more information than me on this. So if you want to, please come up and educate all of us.
All right. She says to Mr. Untouchable, I know what you're saying. I've had them. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 2. Shooter Breeze topic number 2 is, what is a woman? This came with a link. We talked about toxic masculinity. Now let's talk about what is a woman, I guess. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button for me.
As the Office for Women, what definition of woman do you use?
What definition of women do we use? Could you maybe give us a bit more context?
Of course.
For the question.
You oversee and promote a range of initiatives, funding programs, specifically designated for women. How do you define what a woman is to determine eligibility for the purposes of providing advice on women's policy to government and ministers?
So, in terms of in the Office for Women, we recognise individuals who identify as women, and that's in accordance with the Australian government guidelines on the recognition of sex and gender.
Right. On what basis do you use those guidelines to guide that decision, that policy position?
So, Senator, in terms of answering your question, as I say, we follow the Australian government guidelines on the recognition of sex and gender. So, I guess in terms of looking at our grants program, to take an example. So, we've talked quite a bit today about the expansion of the Women's Leadership and Development Program. So, in terms of the grant guidelines, it talks about the fact that those grants are there to assist women's safety, women's economic security, women's leadership, to boost women's workforce participation, to assist to keep women safe, and then in terms of the definition, it then comes back to where I started in answer to your question, in terms of us recognising any individual who identifies as a woman.
So to be clear then, the Office for Women is not focused exclusively on policies for the betterment of biological women.
Senator, I think I can only repeat what I've just said in terms of what we do is following the Australian government guidelines.
What is a woman, huh? In the chat, the learning curve said, just should be topic number 2, A woman is aggregator. We increase everything placed in our care. Kevin Curry 42. What is a woman? After watching that video, what is a woman?
Well, in my opinion, I can't go by other people, race of people, how to define their women, but I define, it's it's not a tricky question. I'm gonna look at it from a science point of view. One that has ovaries that can lactate, that can birth a child. I can't go by these people. This is as I said from the first prompt. These people are out of their minds. They can't even identify what a woman is. It definitely is not a man that put on the dress and gets rid of his plumbing to put on women's plumbing. It's not going to happen.
Thank you for that. Gas them up. What say you? What after watching that video? What do you gather from that video? What is a woman?
A woman is whatever the state defines, and you better get used to it. So, whatever the state tells you a woman is, you better get used to it, because they're coming. Hide your babies, hide your kids, hide your women. They're coming.
How do we prepare for this? What are we preparing for exactly?
I would say, again, we got to build communities, because do you think the Hasidic community in Australia is worrying about who's defined as a woman?
No.
So that's what it is. When you have communities, the state can pretty much do whatever they want. You have your community has a stronghold, they do what they want, and then you have that political fight. But until then, we're at the mercy of whatever the state tells us.
Mr. Untouchable, after watching that video, what does that video say that a woman is?
Who knows? Gassim was just saying it's whatever the state. First of all, let me say this. First of all, how about this? These are four so-called educated women sitting on their tuffet, whatever the tuffet is, right? Every day. They determining policy for a country, just like the Supreme Court Justice who was getting questioned, and Kamala Harris, you ask them the same question: what is a woman? Sitting on their tuffets, and you notice the big pause in the room. These people can't even define what they sit on every day on a biological level, because they figure, well, on a legal basis. I mean, really, this is why I try to discuss the difference between having an African mind, because the Western mind, it seems like it's going off a cliff. And I think that we should be very careful. And I think there was a video ago we talk about homeschooling and educating your kids at home, because these kinds of women determine policy, that go out through the rest of the government and public schools and all these kinds of things. And then you get a freakish Frankenstein monster. You send your nice little Johnny off to public school, and then he returns home as a Frankenstein monster, as a perverse version of what you sent out in the morning. It's very important, what you feed your kids and teaching your kids. Because now, let's call them the alphabet boys. The alphabet boys are determining as far as what proper pronouns you should put onto what we believe to be the proper genders of people. They determining these policies. And in a room full of so-called intelligent women, these corporatized modern women, they can't really define what a woman is. Imagine such a thing. Needless to say, it's their thing. I think that, as Gas Them Up was saying earlier, we need to have our communities be fortified, just like the Hasidic communities, because you can't take that nonsense within their communities, within the Muslim communities. And I know these are religious communities, but we should form a version of that within our own community. Whatever we want to describe it as, and say, well, that can't come in. That doesn't hold the standard, because you ain't going to dictate to the Hasidic Jews define what a woman really is within their community. They'll run you out of there. You know, so I just think that we, as Gasmup was saying, we need to develop stronger communities. So when these things come to fore, you know, it's a non-starter. It's a non-starter. You know, you don't know what a woman is. I know what a woman is. I look at women every day, every day. You know, it's not an issue for me. You know, and I don't live in the world of pretend. And I think that people want you to live in the world of pretend and delusion. And I don't want to play that game anymore. You know, I don't want to play that game. You know.
In the chat, I'd like you guys to type in, what do you define as a woman? As we go to a woman, black woman, African woman, who's going to tell her thoughts on what she saw in the video. What is a woman to you, Tanzan, according to this video?
I think this is more of an identification than a description. And I think we have left the idea of reality and we have gone with the idea of desire. So if you wish to be whatever you want, that your wish is everyone's command. That's, you know, the world that we live in. But from a biological point of view and from a natural and normal point of view, a woman is, you know, like a man is the initiator of life. A woman is the nurturer of life. She is what takes care of that, you know, life and maintains it and keeps it. She has actually the power of life and death, but she is the one that, you know, keeps that child alive long enough for it to, you know, to be even able to define what is going to be in the future. So that's the, you know, that's the importance that a woman can, she is the instrument through which life comes in, and the man is the initiator of that life. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Guys on the panel, did you guys hear what Tanzan said, what a woman is? Did you guys have any misconceptions about anything she said, or you thought that maybe something else, you know, could have been added respectfully? Kevin Curry?
I agree with her. And as a man, you know, what can I say? A woman should define herself, not what a man define a woman. You know, it is what it is. We came into Earth together. We leave together. That's it. Not what these Europeans, whatever these mentally ill people have in their description of what a woman is. We got to, as you said earlier, you can't go and tell the Hasidims what a woman is. You're gonna get chased out of that community. The hell with that, with these non-black people. The hell with them.
In the chat, the affirmation by Pauline said, nowadays, a woman is what society deems it is. And I have seen that who would dare to differ is demonized. She goes on to say, personally, I define a woman as a person who was born a female. With that said, Mr. Untouchable, what do you say to that?
For me personally, I would defer to the females on the panel, you know, right. and in the chat. You know, who am I to tell them what they are? You know, the sisters have perfectly defined it, and I'm not gonna get in the way of that. They give perfect definitions of what they are, and I'll leave it there.
All right, gas them up.
I want to say something that I thought about.
Okay.
It seems like what's happened over time is that the feminist outcry of so-called women being disempowered and all this other stuff now is coming to bite them in the ass, because the very state that gave them power is now telling them you must share the definition of who you are with other people that are not biologically like you. So you can see what's happening is that feminism has helped women so much so to the point that it's now turning around to engorge them. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I get it 100%. Does anyone want to comment or gas them up? Just put out there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I think to add on to that is that feminists were looking for alliances, you know, among the men. They were looking for feminist men, you know, to aid their cause, because even though they had passionate beliefs. They did not really get a lot of support from, from some of the women. There are women who supported the feminists, but even now you'll find a lot of women who just don't like maybe the attitude or the way they say things and so on. So for them, they always looked for, men to be on their side. And so they looked for either, the weak men or the feminine men or maybe the alphabet men and so on. But these allies actually became not just their allies, but they sought to replace them. So the men said, well, if I'm going to be a feminist, I might as well be, a woman. I might as well be this and that. And so the allies turned against them, and they're not sure whether to welcome them because they are still, pro-women, even though they are fake women, or to reject them. But in order to reject them, they would have to go back on, their own definition of womanhood and to go back on their allies. So they are in a spot where they're not sure what to do, because at the same time they want men to support them, but men not to be them. But with the new with the new allies, these new allies don't just want to support them, they actually want to be them. And yeah, that's when it turns up against them.
Kevin Curry.
Yeah, I mean, look what that recent situation with that that guy that I think from University of Pennsylvania, the one that was a loser in the men's division. Then he went to the women's division and became the #1 swimmer in the country. Like, yeah, as you said, it's come back to bite him in the ass. And them feminists got what they deserved. But now it's not just affecting the feminists, it's affecting other real women that have nothing to do with the situation.
In the chat, Marcus McGee is here. He's saying, what's up, fam? Lero says, a woman is biologically female. A woman is defined by herself. An African woman belongs to a collective of women. So that's Lero's take on that, and I like it. I agree with both her and Mr. Untouchable. Like women, they can define themselves just how men should be allowed to define themselves. We don't need that whole folks telling us what a real man is and all that stuff. So so if there's no last words on that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, ask the question, what is white replacement theory? This came with a link. It'll take a little minute to load. But white replacement theory was big in the manifesto of this Buffalo killer. And so we're going to look at this video and then we'll discuss what it is as soon as it loads. Sorry about the loading time.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank, and today I want to talk about the similarities of white supremacy and the FBA cult. Okay? And we're going to talk about replacement theory and what this is all about, what racism and all these shootings and all the xenophobia, what it's all about, and how it's exactly the same thing, and how FBA is nothing but white supremacy and blackface. And before I start, a lot of people get confused when I say FBA as a Pan-African because they think I am they think that means I'm not a African-American, but I am an African-American born in America, but I, like most African-Americans, like 99.99% of African-Americans who live in America, we identify as Africans who live in America. And we're very proud to be African-Americans, and we have no problem with other African immigrants coming to America. We have absolutely no problem, and we embrace them wholeheartedly. All right. Now, we should not be put in the same category as FBA cult. So anybody that calls themselves SBA, know that they are they're knowingly or unknowingly putting themselves in the cult of FBA, and they agree with their ideology and their way of thinking, whether they realize it or not. Just like there are a lot of white supremacists that knowingly or unknowingly are a part of the white supremacist infrastructure, and they agree with their ideology. Now, white replacement theory, which is called theory, but it's not a theory. It's something that's really happening. White people, since they took control 500 years ago, they have made cozy homes for themselves around the world. Australia, South Africa, and North America, and a few other places in Africa, like Namibia, and I think it was a couple other countries. And they were living very comfortably as they carved out, through death, murder, and genocide, a spot for themselves. But just like any great empire, it doesn't last forever. And another thing that white people have going against them is their recessive genes and their cultural practices of self-destructiveness and lack of respect for nature has caused their population to decline. So on one hand, the people that they subjugate are now recovering and building themselves economically to the level at which they can now start to reclaim territory which the Europeans have taken, right? So in America, this was a white Christian nation that was carved out through the genocide of the Native Americans and enslavement of African Americans, right? They made a nice cozy home for themselves, and they thought that this was going to last forever. But what ended up happening is the African American and various other groups started to rise through the strength of their own power in their groups to the levels of which white people are now uncomfortable because they're no longer the supreme majority in the country. They're no longer the supreme authority in the country. They're still in charge, but they're not the supreme rulers like they once were, right? So the average white person believes they're being replaced by Mexicans, right? Immigrants coming across the border, by black people coming across the border, or black people that they stole are increasing in number no matter how much they try to kill us, destroy us, jail us, destroy us, our family, for some reason, African Americans still seem to be able to cope and grow, despite that, right? So in a nutshell, white supremacy believes their supremacy is on the way out the door. So they're doing radical things because of that, i.e. all the killings, all the shootings, all the mass murders, all the terrorist activity, right? That's what they believe. They believe they are being replaced. They believe that their jobs are being taken away by those other people, all right? They believe that their way of life and their culture is being disregarded for another culture, okay? So let's go down to FBA. FBA is white supremacy in blackface, whether they believe it or not, because people can get bamboozled and hoodwinked into following something, thinking that it means something else, but in actuality, it's something else. If you get what I'm saying, they could believe FBA is to be proud to be African American. You see, the white supremacists, that they're proud to be an American. You get it? They're patriots. So a lot of them believe that white supremacy, or the veil of white supremacy, or the veil of whiteness, a lot of them believe that, hey, why can't I be proud to be white? Why can't I be proud to be an American? Why can't I be proud to be a patriot? Why is it that when anybody says white power or white pride, why is it that that's always looked at as inherently evil and bad? Why can't I be proud of who I am, right? How come everybody else gets to be proud of who they are? They can have black power, they can have brown power, they can have yellow power and all the other things. But when I say white power, why is it that we get looked at as evil and bad and racist, right? There's a lot of white people who think like that, right? And it's justified to a certain extent. But at the same time, the reason why, white power and all those terminologies are looked upon in certain ways because of what they've done with the power that they've had, right? So therefore, they have tainted the idea of that power. Plus, the idea of white power is a club, because there's no such thing as a white person, but they have created this white group, this club of whiteness, and and it just it's not conducive with nature. It's not compatible with life on Earth, right? We see what happens when they've been in charge. They've destroyed the planet, like where they're literally trying to kill off humanity knowingly and unknowingly, willingly and unwillingly, right? So when we move down to, because white power, that's the parent group. FBA are African Americans who have lived under white supremacy, right? And FBA are a group of black people who feel like they are being replaced by the other black people, right? So they share the same ideology as the white supremacists, because the white supremacists' main enemy is black people, right? But the FBA's main enemy is black people. So you see how they align, but FBA's enemy is black people, African black people, Caribbean black people who are not African American, right? So that's why you see in their title, Foundational Black American. You know, white supremacy is American. So FBA is a subsidiary group of white supremacy. That's why it's white supremacy and blackface, because they share the same ideologies. African Americans who subscribe to the FBA mantra believe that they are being replaced by African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants into the country. They believe that their culture is being put on the back burner for African immigrants or Caribbean immigrants. So they believe exactly the same thing as white supremacy. White supremacy also has a term for black people, you know, the N word with a hard ER. FBA has a term for black people, and they can't use their parent company's term, because their parent company's term also includes them within that term. Therefore, they have to come up with their own term. So they come up with their term called tether with a hard ER, right? So you got white supremacy, which is the parent company. We got that includes KKK, neo-Nazis, and various other Stormfront and various other different groups, right? And then FBA is a subsidiary black organization underneath white supremacy. They have their word tether, right, which is their N word for other black people discluding themselves, so that they can have their word to negatively identify black people without actually adding in the African American. You see, because they don't want to call themselves a derogatory term, they want to call other black people a derogatory term, right? But it's nothing but white supremacy and blackface. So white people who believe that they're being replaced, and you know, they commit these acts of racism on the internet, in institutions, in jobs, online, you know, they spew their hate and their fear of being replaced, of being no longer being in charge, of having to come down to reality and being on equal playing field of the people that they have subjugated. Now the subsidiary group, FBA, they don't have the power of white supremacy, but they piggyback off their parent company, the power on white supremacy, their parent group, white supremacy, and utilize white supremacy power to try to subjugate and disparage other black people, right, online with their xenophobic rhetoric. The difference between racism and xenophobic is racism is a one race versus another race. Xenophobia is like basically racism, but it's like in-house racism. So it's like ethnic racism. So it's like black people versus other black people of other ethnicities. So they're pretty much the same thing. They're just different because one's in-house, one's out, one's more international or whatever, or one's outhouse or whatever. You know, you get what I'm trying to say. So that's why African Americans should not be put in the same vein as FBA. But as an African American, it's our responsibility to continue to point out FBA as a hate group who feel like they're being replaced by other people who look like them. Just like European Americans, it's their responsibility to fight against white supremacy in their groups, KKK, the neo-Nazis, and various other white supremacy groups, and to disassociate themselves with them and make a separate distinction between regular white folk who don't believe in those ideologies and the white folk who do believe in those ideologies, right? Just like black people, African Americans, good African loving African Americans, good old wholesome, caring, loving African Americans. We have to make sure we separate ourselves from this FBA cult who is a hate group underneath underneath their parent hate group, white supremacists, KKK, and all that stuff, right? Replacement theory. Replacement theory is the same ideology that black people who subscribe to this hate group, FBA. FBA is not African Americans, but there are African Americans within FBA, if you understand what I'm saying. FBA and African Americans are not synonymous with each other, meaning you can call yourself black, African American, that means the same thing. FBA is a cult. It's separate. FBA is, yet again, FBA are African Americans who subscribe to white supremacist talking points and theories and ideologies, but in blackface. You understand? So, because they would like to be closer to white supremacy. That's why you notice you don't really see FBA. You may have some of their leaders like to pretend like they are against white supremacy, but you can tell they actually subscribe to white supremacy talking points. It's easy to get members to join into the FBA group when you advertise as if you're an African American group who advocate for, or against white supremacy. But when you get inside the cult, that's when, before you know it, you turn out to be a part of a hate group. That's how they recruit you in. That's why FBA, their main goal is to beg white supremacy for financing. They're not really mad at white supremacy, but their whole ideology is they're asking their parent organization to finance them monetarily for slavery and various other things, and in turn they will help the parent company with their fight against the replacement theory. They will fight against their enemy on their behalf. You understand? So all FBA wants is what they call reparations, which all African Americans deserve. The world knows it, but the world also knows white supremacy is not giving up that money. But if FBA can prove that they are a good subsidiary cult member, they maybe their parent cult group, white supremacy, will monetarily satisfy their needs, and in turn they will work for and under white supremacy against black people, against Pan-Africanism, against unification of black people around the world, because FBA works against unification of black people around the world. FBA works against black unity. FBA works against African unity. FBA works against black empowerment, because if they were for black empowerment, they would be more closely aligned with the Pan-African movement or the Black Power movement, because the Black Power movement advocates for social and economic cooperation with all black groups for the empowerment of all of us together, right? FBA does not subscribe to that. They want to be their own separate group, separate from all black people, and they want to be above and they want to be supreme over those other black people, right next to white supremacy, and they want to be monetarily compensated from their parent cult group, white supremacy, for that action. That's a give and take. So, and I had a subscriber actually make this point, and that's what inspired this video, so we can understand that African Americans, AA, Black Power, B1, A1, African Power, African First, B1, Black First, has nothing to do with FBA. African Americans have nothing to do with FBA. FBA is its own, I repeat, FBA is its own cult subgroup of African American hate groups who subscribe to white supremacy and prefers to live with white supremacy in America, in American white supremacist institutions by themselves as their own group, separate from the greater overall branch group of Africans. African Americans want to be and acknowledge its connection and relations and closeness with its main parent group, the African, continental African, and its parent mother homeland, Africa. Okay, so this has just been a quick lesson on white supremacy, replacement theory, FBA replacement theory, and blackface. That's all I got to say for now, guys. It's Afro Think Tank. Learn something, teach something. I'm out.
Absolutely. You guys make sure to subscribe and check out Afro Think Tank as well. In the chat, the pro-black perspective says that's a good argument. FBA is about being replaced. Lero says, I think FBA are a bit more than just a fear of being replaced. They really want to be Americans. Their identity is enriched in it. Some of them have imperialist ideas even. They are ops. KW Don 7 is here, y'all. KW Don 7 says, Black American nativism will not save you from white tyranny or defeat pan-Europeanism. Lero goes on to say, we may know their mission is suicidal, but they don't and seek that position of demand. Africa could rise, and they would still want to be Americans. Risky liabilities. With that said, it's funny that this topic came up because I put up a tweet on Twitter. And if you're not following me on Twitter, if you are on Twitter, make sure to give me a follow, as well as Kevin Carre, 42, Pro-Black Perspective, Revolutionary Matron, Harsh Ali Podcast, and the others who are here. And because we all form this little kind of ecosystem, if you will, on Twitter in terms of tweets and retweets and whatnot. This tweet I put up, you guys should be able to see this. It says, in the U.S., there is a lot of black mirroring of white attitudes and actions. So, how long before the ADOS, hashtag FBA, carries out a Buffalo-style attack in the little Caribbeans of New York or Miami, etc.? And I didn't realize it until just now. This got more interactions than I thought. Someone says ADOS is not affiliated with FBA, which is nonsense. And someone came and tweeted to them, this is what you choose to comment about, of all the things. Someone else says this is a silly tweet, just nonsense, except it isn't. Someone else comes through and says, you are the clown, devil, shit, or something like that. Some jackass here who don't know who can't understand properly says, ADOS never wished bad on Africa or Caribbeans. When Mandela was fighting his best fight, we stood up beside him. When they sent us to war in Vietnam, Muhammad Ali spoke up for Asians, never harming him. You can look at our receipts. We stand for everyone. We don't get reciprocity. Someone else said, so I muted this person here. Let me see what I can unmute it. Yeah, so this person comes, Mama Flips, comes and says, black immigrants being wreaking havoc on us from being major players in the drug game to undermining black Americans politically to open disdain. The grift is over. Be great and build your third world nations. You could always tell when someone has Tariq's nuts in a jaw. Someone came along and said, black immigrants in the drug game, and laughing with tears. What the fuck you on, kid? Someone else says, so you were trying to tweet the most unfounded and irrational, irresponsible thing possible. This is a dangerous and disappointing take. Please find a tweet from anyone again, people when they can't read and understand, of ADOS, FBA lineage, or ideology that has espoused violence. I'd wait, but I don't have time. Listen, Adam Hill, you silly goofball. I said, and I stand by, and it's proven, there is a lot of black mirroring of white attitudes and actions in America. That's just what it is. And so how long with this rhetoric going around of this FBA ADOS, although ADOS is trying to distance themselves from the xenophobic aspect of FBA, right? But how long before one of these clowns decides to go into, like I said, the little Caribbean in New York or whatever it's called down there in Miami, right? And try to carry out one of these Buffalo-style attacks. You know what I mean? With that said, Kevin Carre, what say you to this notion of white replacement theory?
First things first, I give credit to that brother. He spoke the truth. Not all that this blasted ADOS, FBA, They're all clowns. The majority of people they're just living in fantasy land. But now with the white replacement theory, that's been going on for years. You know, the problem is with a lot of these Europeans is they're killing themselves. We have nothing to do with this. We're not trying to replace them. It's just their fight is with the upper class, right? The elites. The elites has been, you know, what's that Lyndon Johnson quote that says, if you can convince the poorest white man that he's better than the Negro, you can easily pick it. Something like that. You get what I'm saying, right?
Than the greatest black man, yeah.
Yeah. Their fight is with them, not with us. Remember, there was a rebellion called the Bacon's Rebellion where whites and blacks fought against the elites. But what the elites did was say, hey, man, you poor whites, we're going to get your position. And you're going to be supervising over those blacks. But while they were doing that, those elites were picking their pockets. You know, look what's going on in the U.S. right now. But the one thing that they don't really happen to mention is, again, they're killing themselves. The mass shootings, and you know, when COVID hit, it really exacerbated the opioid epidemic. Like, walk through the city, gassing up. You have seen it, Koku. You have seen it. I've seen it. Walk around Chelsea. Go to Staten Island. These guys are strung out all the time on heroin and fentanyl. It's like they don't care anymore, but they want to blame us. We're trying to do our own thing. We're trying to survive. But as I said, this is their fault. And the other thing too is their women are not reproducing as much anymore. And remember too, they were pushing this gay agenda. That's the other problem of them, you know. But what can I say, man? That's on them.
Kevin Carey, Afro Think Tank. He's in the video. What he does is he's trying to show the parallels. White folks do this, and here comes the ADOS FBA / Black Americans who come and do something very similar. With that in mind, that's why I put out that tweet. Do you think it's possible, probable, or what have you, that there will be an ADOS FBA type who decides to go out there on a manhunt for non-ADOS FBA types in America?
I believe so. Yes. Look at it's like their tweets are getting more and more extreme. You know, women can say, you know what? I'm tired of talking on Twitter. Let me go to New York City. They always say New York City is a immigrant dump hole. Let me go to New York City and start blasting on these Negroes out. You know, that's what's scary. Then the king pimp on himself. He's like, well, you know, let's say in theory that happens. He's gonna use plausibly the denial. Like, oh, well, I was doing it for fun. I'm a comedian, you know. But yeah, I would not put it past these ADOS FBA people. I would not.
All right, thank you for that. KW Dawn 7 in the chat said, Mink Slide, quote unquote, is a made man if you get my drift. He suspects. He says Mink Slide has praised an FBA, fighting a non-FBA in a video. Omawali Africa unfollowed him on Twitter after that tweet. Interesting. KW Dawn 7 lastly says the white population hit the wall after World War I and World War II. That was white on white crime. Let's welcome in the brother Jay tonight. Jay, how are you doing?
Good morning. I'm sad to say that I'm just okay. How are you all doing?
I'm doing well.
That sounds better as just okay.
Jay, what do you say to this white replacement theory and what Afro Think Tank had to say in the video?
I'm very proud. I was surprised in the end that it was Afro Think Tank. I popped in when this video was already running, and he really surprised me with this with this video. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him. But you know, it woke me up. You know, or maybe this whole FBA ADOS thing woke people up. If you look at African American, you know, it's just a flavor of American, right? It's like red American, blue American, African American. You understand? So it could have a good side, right? We the sane ones could turn it into some kind of awakening. Um, but you know, have you noticed that the Portuguese descendants of slavery, whatever, the Portuguese dos, they reparation is not the call for reparation is not as strong because Portugal is poor as fuck, right? And long story short, let me cut it short. So you live in the country that brags about being the richest. It brags about being the strongest military, right? And it acts like the police in the world, and you're hiding behind that, right? It's kind of weak. I'm sorry, it's kind of weak. You know, now that they're falling, they're clearly putting Putin is putting them to shame. Why aren't we, us black folks worldwide, cheering? Right? Yippee! Look at that. These motherfuckers been. You know, the United States has had a big mouth, but look, Putin is putting them to shame. Why don't I hear those kind of voices? Right? Now that's
Right.
it.
Right. Just so y'all know, when panelists are speaking, I tend to mute my mic to stop any background noise, especially this week because I have a fan running in the background right now. So if you don't hear me saying anything of approval while you're speaking, is because I've muted my mic so that the clarity can be there. Let's go to Tanzan. We haven't heard from Tan in a minute. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Oh, yes. Well, it's like this. If you feel oppressed, you want somebody to oppress or to, feel that you have some sort of power against it. And to me, it's also very defeatist in a way because they have stopped, fighting their real person who did this to them, and instead are just, almost lashing out at somebody who had very little to do with their current state. And it's a fight that they know that they can easily appeal to the resentment of the few amongst them, and that they can expound their theories without too much pushback from the people that they're really fighting against. So for me, I think it's mostly very, very sad, very desperate, and unfortunately, like every cult, they won't know they're in it until they see the negative aspects of it.
Appreciate that, Tan. Gas them up. White replacement theory. Did you like what Afro Think Tank had to say? Do you believe that Black Americans are doing this mirroring of what white folks do in terms of this white replacement theory?
You know, that's I did something earlier on the identity of whiteness and touched on that. I think I sent it to you, if I'm not mistaken. I sent it to you, Mr. Untouchable, a while back. The thing is that I find interesting about this so-called white replacement theory. I'll go even further with it, right? White, what that gentleman is, he's a cancerous tissue within the body politic, right? I'm gonna go a different direction. So just bear me for a second. He's a cancerous body in the sense that white replacement therapy and testosterone replacement therapy or androgen replacement therapy, right? And what is that? That happens when you have hypogonadism. And what's hypogonadism, right? That's when the testes are no longer producing the requirements for masculinity. Those hormones are no longer being put out. And as Brother Kevin said, you see the gay agenda, you see their attack on women. It's a cannibal. The cancer, it worked so well to eradicate others. Now it's turning on itself, right? It's like the snake that's consuming itself. So this cancer is arising because before these white men were the testosterone for the body politic of the United States, but now they're realizing they're no longer needed. You understand? So they instead of them to just quietly be flushed away within the body politic, they're putting up cancerous resistance, and so you can see this play out. So I'm not surprised. This is what happens in an actual physical body, right? When a cell no longer knows its purpose, it becomes a cancer, right? And slowly but surely, people are losing their purpose within the Western body politic. So that's my take on it.
All right, thank you for that. Go ahead, Tantan.
This idea of identity and going back also to, what's a woman, what's a man, what's, marriage, what is this? I think that the West has taken the idea of identity to replace that of reality. So what I feel goes, not what is objectively out there. So we have made things subjective that now even things that are fundamental to reality, they can be changed just because somebody feels like it. And identity is simply a feeling. So once you give that feeling a name, then you can be gender fluid, you can be, even historically fluid. You can, because even their history, some of the things that they talk about, oh, well, we helped you. There was one that they said, oh, we helped you during Mandela, and so we helped you then, and now we didn't get our help back, and so now we're turning against you. I mean, that does not even make sense. If your help was so, necessary and so well thought out, you wouldn't expect somebody else. Why are you just helping to be helped back? But also at the same time, they're also so independent that they're still the strongest and the best, and they don't need anybody's help as well. So it always comes with this new redefinition of terms and a new ahistorical definitions of things. So, LBG did this, marriage becomes this, woman becomes this, black becomes this. Things that we had already known in reality are now redefined because of identity, and that identity is not a new thing that is, being realized. It's simply a redefinition of terms based on somebody's subjective view and feelings about it. So yeah.
The crazy thing is, this has been going on now. People have been defining and redefining this reality around us, in fact, impacting our own realities, actually. And this has been going on for a while now, for a long time. And, I tweeted about this the other day as well. Like, black folks, you mean to tell me, like, you don't want to see something different, right? You don't want to do something different. We're doing the same thing the generation before us did, or the generation or two or so did before us. Like, we're doing the same thing. We're living that same reality, which is an artificial one, because these folks create our reality. These folks tell us what a black man is supposed to be, what a black woman is supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera. And my question to black folks is, man, aren't you tired of not defining and maintaining your own reality, man? Damn, in the chat, KW7 says there's a struggle with Urugu. The nationalists versus the globalists. Stay out of the way and let the fireworks begin. Daily affirmation by Pauline welcomes Jay to the panel. KW7 says Trump represents the nationalists, Biden represents the globalists. That's to add to his thought before. The pro-black perspective says, good take on cancer. Daily affirmation by Pauline says, in regards to the tweet, if someone attacks any part of Miami or South Florida, they may get off one shot. see an overwhelming number of minorities here carry concealed weapons. Gun training biz are booming here. That's good to know that our folks are actually partaking in their what's called Second Amendment rights out here in the States. Mr. Untouchable, we now come to you. What is white replacement theory? And I don't know if everyone touched on it or not, but again, what Afro Think Tank is trying to get across as well is, in addition to what white replacement theory is also how Black folks start to parrot and champion these same causes, and that they are in fact a arm of white nationalism, white, quote unquote, white supremacy. Mr. Untouchable, would say you to all that?
I mean, what can I say that my brother has not very clearly articulated? I think that video really could stand on his own with really little critique. So I don't want to spray paint on that wall, because the articulation was very, very clear. What I would say though is, as far as the radicalization that's happening online right now, I feel like there is a sense of radicalization with some groups of people, because many of us don't think or don't critically analyze things,
right,
by themselves. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't put it past a non-thinking black zombie, to go out there and harm a person who looks just like him. They do it anyways. Every Friday and Saturday night. They do it anyways, without the reason or excuse. So I wouldn't put it past them to use talking points made from the big pimp to go out there and harm someone who would probably look like him. And I am afraid, because I don't want Black people to harm themselves. As Pauline would have suggested, who would go down to Miami, one gunshot for another gunshot. I don't want Black people murdering each other over some idea of, okay, I'm American and you from the Caribbean, or I'm American and you are African. Nah, not for that. You didn't survive 400 the transatlantic slavery, the people who actually did. Then you survive 400 years existence in living in the West and under the conditions you had to live under. But you can't survive a tweet or a comment or some radicalization from a pimp online, because he confuse your mind and get you to believe that these people are worse than these people who look just like you. Come on, man, get it together. You know what I mean? There's gonna come a time amongst us where we need to start doing some thinking on our own. I know we used to just opening up our brains and let somebody else pour their own personal opinions or beliefs about the world. Just pour it right in on our brains, and we just go out there with a battery in our back, and we just carry out whatever idea or agenda someone else may have had. But I'm saying, man, do some personal thinking for yourself. You know what I mean? If you don't necessarily know your neighbor down the street who look just like you, who may be from another country, you find out for yourself. Like Vernon Spare used to say, it could be a trip to know. You know what I mean? It could be a trip to find out some things that you may not necessarily known before. So you try to discover and find out for yourself. Don't just live in your personal silos without really trying to get your own view or perspective on things before you run to or rush to a judgment about a particular group of people or a group of individuals who you've never met. Some of these people draw conclusions on people they've never met before. And when you hear the arguments are so petty. The arguments are so petty. Yet still, the person who is oppressing them every day, down to them murdering your children, putting it on screen, call themselves police officers, have no smoke for these people. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I can't really critique something that was very, very clear. Something what Gaston said that I found was very interesting, because the brother is an occultist, and he talks about the idea of spells and creating realities, and these people are masterful in creating a sense of what reality is supposed to be. And I think that we should create our own realities with our own so-called idea of what spells is supposed to be. And maybe Gas Them Up could give us some better understanding and insight in how that kind of world would look, because in their version or variation of what the idea is supposed to be, their logic and what is reasonable, this reality that they create, this false sense of reality what they create for us. It's like now they changing the spells. A woman is not necessarily a woman anymore. A woman is really this. So they redefine realities. So we need our own so-called occultists and our own doctors, you know what I mean? Witch doctors or whatever you want to call them, magicians, to create our own realities for us. So we could move off of that kind of power, or empowerment, or whatever they want to call it. But that's my position on that.
I'm gonna let the panel respond to what Mr. Untouchable has talked about in terms of having our own occultists and creating and defining our own realities. Hold that thought. Let's welcome in Bakari, Brother Bakari, to the panel. How are you this week, Brother Bakari?
I'm great, my brother. How about you?
I'm great as well. Good to hear from you. And thanks for joining the live stream the other day as well. So thanks for that.
I like your live stream whenever I get a chance. I'm around a lot. I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen to you. I thank Mr. Untouchable for telling me about you. Peace, my brother, Mr. Untouchable, and everybody on the panel. And to you, the host, man.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for letting me on here.
No problem.
Because I ain't even got long now because I'm out and about.
Okay. So the video that we just watched, I'm hoping that you were able to see it, but it was from Afro Think Tank, and it was talking about what is white replacement theory. And a part of what he was talking about how black nativists, the ADOS, the FBA, they are also an arm of white supremacy, and they parrot or mirror a lot of the concepts and actions and attitudes of white supremacy, in particular the idea of black replacement theory by other non-American Africans. So what say you to all that, Brother Bakari?
Well, I don't say they're arm of white supremacists. I say they are the greatest white supremacists, in all honesty.
ADOS, talk about it.
ADOS, FBA, they spew all of the white supremacists, what they call white supremacist talking points. They spew them all. They even put in black people's head that you really can't do nothing without white people. That's why they say you should never want to leave America, because you can't do nothing without you can't do anything without white people. They constantly call black men the N-word. Everything they say and do is more, you hear them. And the reason I say they're the greatest, because the stuff they say, for the most part, a lot of it, you don't even hear white people say it. You just hear them saying it, trying to make sure white people hear them. And my theory is, this is what I say about the guy that started FBA. I don't say his name because I have no respect for him. And plus, I don't want to call him by the name on your show. He's not speaking to his listening audience. He's talking to white people. He wants white people to hear him. He's not even talking to them. And the way, because I don't care what anyone say, I've never seen one of his checks or Yvette Carnell's check. I said her damn name, or her name, right? Or her check,
okay.
right?
It's okay. Go
but
ahead.
I don't care what anyone says. This guy's getting paid. And I'm going to show you how they used him to reel in black people. He came in with the hidden color videos, right? Then by the time it get to the second video, third video, whichever, all of a sudden he have no more black crew, according to the people that was on there.
Yep.
Everything is all white. Then he go with the Haitian. Then he go back and forth to Africa. So with him doing that, that's reeling in black people, right? So now his true colors is showing. He's clearly working for white people. He's clearly working for white people. He said one time a black single mother shouldn't get reparations. What did he say? If you want you a good woman, if a black man want a good woman, get you a mixed girl, because a white mother is a better mother regardless of class. It's just a better mother than a black woman. If people truly, because what they did, they learned how to, they have played on these FBA people emotions, right? So now they have reeled them in. And that big fish called FBA ADOS, they don't know how to get off the hook. And I have a friend that's say he's ADOS. And if we can't hold really more than a 5-minute conversation, because he's going to figure out a way to bring up that the differences amongst Black people. And for me, that's not what I'm looking for. That's what they're looking for. So I leave those people be. They're just a big distraction. They have no plan for reparations. I ask them, what are they willing to sacrifice to get the things that they need, so you can get the things that you want. If you say they owe you reparations, what are you willing to sacrifice? Their goal is, as long as we can get as close to white people as possible, white people will eventually get us something. And as long as we fight other Black immigrants, letting white people know we don't want them here, that's why I say they are the greatest white supremacists. And I yield the mic.
I appreciate what you just dropped there. I'm picking it up. In the chat, Daily Affirmations by Pauline says the theory is flawed. She goes on to say, don't they realize our ancestors were all from Africa, just dropped off at different ports? It's a form of self-hate. Last night, actually, Gaston Up and Jay on their platform, they were discussing sacrifice as well. So it's interesting that Brother Bakari would bring that up. You guys heard what Mr. Untouchable said before Brother Bakari spoke. What say you guys to what Mr. Untouchable spoke about? Let's start with Kevin Carrett. Kevin's not there. Tanzan, let's go to you next. Are you guys muted? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes, I was speaking.
What's up, Tanzan? I didn't know you was there.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a very and peace and greetings, Brother Bakari. Good to have you. Good to have you. So for me, I also wanted to say about this idea of back to identity, is that it's very convenient. It's very convenient to give yourself a new name, sort of like Joseph and the new coat of colors, to hide the shame of history or the shame of the reality. And you need new enemies, you need new but also you have to also give up a part of who you are, like the women who want to, they have to give up their femininity in order to be feminists, but at the same time they also want the allegiance or allies of the what I call the feminine men, the weak ones who maybe are they're trying to get in with the women. But unfortunately, that's where the real replacement is, because the fake men, or these so-called men, are the ones who are going to replace them, whereas the real women are going to be replaced by the fake ones. But here they were trying to fight men for positions that were not necessarily called for as women. So with the FBA too, they are fighting, people who are not really trying to replace them and couldn't anyway. In fact, the number of the people that they're fighting is very small and minuscule compared to, their overall numbers. But the real people who are replacing them, the thousands, or not even thousands, the hundreds of thousands of actual people who are replacing them, they're not even speaking about that. They're not even talking about, both across the border, people who are being flown in, people who truly are replacing them in reality. But here they are speaking about a small group who are not even fully able to replace them, even if they wanted to. So, yeah.
Absolutely. In that tweet that I put up, in one of my replies to that lady, I forgot the name now, I mentioned that, you guys need to go figure out who your actual enemy is, and it's not other Black folks. And that's a big part of the problem. These guys haven't, they either haven't figured it out, or they figured it out and too afraid to confront it, who's their actual enemy and what is their actual enemy. Gas them up. Let's hear from you before we move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight.
Yeah, I don't take them serious. I mean, to be honest, for me, it's just like realistically, yeah, there might be a threat of them, perhaps maybe going into an immigrant or black immigrant neighborhood, but let's be real. I mean, most Africans aren't in neighborhoods that they can get to. Most Africans are whitewashed, so they're in the white neighborhoods anyway. That's where they're running to. And the Africans that happen to be in the inner cities, and the Caribbeans that happen to be in the inner cities, what we would call the hood, go ahead, go run up on them Jamaicans over there in Eastern Parkway and them Haitians over in Eastern Parkway. See what happens to you. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna go down the way you think it's gonna go down. So it's just a silly. It's just, I think this is what happens when people are frustrated, and they don't know how to engage within. Again, there's no community, so I tell them all the time. Like, I was on a platform, and I said, "Look, I don't have a dog in the fight. Whether you're ADOS, American Indian, Niji, I don't care what you call yourself. Do you have a community? Are your boys on the corner shooting each other? Are your girls walking around half naked, shaking their ass? If that's what you have, then get the hell out of my face. You have nothing. You're just talking loud and saying nothing." To quote James Brown, And so I think people need to just start dismissing them outright, because they think that they have a. It's like, yo, show me the community. This FBA does. What's the reading level like for your FBA ADA? And once you start pressing them to show you real things, they have nothing to offer but regurgitating. Oh, well, the African and the Caribbean gotta respect us. Like, man, go sit down, man. Go sit down. So I just personally, I don't even take them serious. That's just me.
Jay, I think you wanted to add something. Go ahead.
I was actually glad that you wanted to go to the next point, because Brother Bakari was so strong that I forgot what Mr. Untouchable. I indeed had something, but it's gone. So yeah, let's go to the next topic.
Okay, no problem. If there's no other additions there, we could go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 says, decolonize education in simple terms. Here's the video. Let's check it out.
To zero in on decolonizing education, because I think that's a subject that, at present demands of us, to forge forms of intellection that are adequate enough, because, there is often confusion, and at times there are questions asked with bad faith as to what do you mean by decolonized education, because people assume that, you won't be able to provide an answer, and then they say, since you failed to provide me with a complete answer of what decolonized education is, I'm going to continue with, with what exists at present. Now, we all know that there is no possibility of one person providing a whole blueprint of what decolonized education would mean. But we do know what it is. We know what is wrong with our education. Now, South Africa, like any other colonial society, in order for it to function, required an education system that will produce that discourse that I spoke of, that enables white people to think of themselves as superior. But you also, in order to perpetuate colonialism, or in order to reproduce a colonial society, you needed more than the guns. You needed, more than physical violence in order to subjugate the colonized. You needed an education system that would implant in the minds of the colonized a supposition that they are inferior, and therefore it was right for them to be colonized, because colonialism brought them into history, brought them into light. Now, there is a discipline called architecture. Now in architecture, basically, you do spatial planning. You draw plans, that enable people to occupy space in a certain way. And when you spatially plan, you do not just delimit space, but you also plan space in such a way that you facilitate certain kinds of interactions. There was something called apartheid spatial planning, meaning that architecture in South Africa was a colonial, or was a discipline that was put to the service of colonialism. So if you look at South African cities, they were planned by architects, by spatial planners, who deliberately planned them in such a way that these cities perpetuated colonial relations, far removed black people from white people, but also made interaction between black and white people in space impossible. Now, it means then that you can't continue with architecture in that way. You can't continue to teach architecture and practice spatial planning in South Africa in that way. But because we continue to have a colonial education system, you only have to look at how our cities post-apartheid or post-independence, post-1994 in South Africa have been planned. You will notice that spatial planning in South Africa and architecture continues to reproduce exactly the same, apartheid spatial planning, the same colonial spatial planning. It is because the discipline is not decolonized. It is because the discipline continues to reproduce, colonial relations. Why is it that we haven't planned our cities differently, such that space is used in a way that facilitates interracial interactions? Why is it that we do not plan housing projects in such a way that they facilitate, that interaction between black and white people? Why is it that we haven't planned our cities in such a way that that interaction on its own redistributes wealth? Because if you use spatial planning creatively and put poor people, in the midst of rich people, where services are functional, where resources are available, it means that poor people would in time come to benefit, from these better schools, from better sewerage system, from better water provisioning that is reserved for rich people. But because you have a colonially derived discipline of architecture and spatial planning, we haven't done those things. So this must suggest that there is no discipline that is immune, from this task of decolonization, or from this, call for decolonization, because people in the sciences often tend to think that that's a subject for us in the social sciences. No, it is a subject also for the sciences. I'll try again one more time and illustrate what it is. If we rewrote the boundaries, of the philosophy of science, and we said, for instance, in South Africa, that every medical doctor must be able to speak an indigenous language. Now imagine what would doctors learn from their black patients. They will learn that sickness for black people is not just a matter for bodily health. It's not just a matter for medical health. Sickness for black people represents something more than just the physical manifestation of ill health. Sickness is a manifestation of a disequilibrium between the living and the dead, or the ancestors. It means that when you are sick, this on its own is an indication of a disequilibrium between, the physical world and the ancestral world, or the metaphysical world. Now, it will mean that as doctors cure you, bodily, they would also inquire about your cultural health. Now, these are things that medicine today is unable to relate to, because black people go to the doctors knowing fully well that, well, I will hopefully be cured, but in order for me to restore my full health, after I've been bodily cured, I would have to go and ask my ancestors, for either forgiveness, or I would have to go plead with them, for something else. Now, medical doctors, because they don't speak our languages, they can't access our cultural world. They can't know that health for us is medical health or bodily health plus social health and cultural health. All of these things constitute, a complex whole for us. You cannot be healthy in one way. You can't be healthy medically when you are not culturally healthy. You can't be healthy, medically when you are not socially healthy. Now, for us, life is a totality. Life is not you cannot disaggregate life into these components and think that, well, I can deal with your life medically. life for us is a complex whole. So these are things that the philosophy of science as it exists today is unable to deal with. These are things that we need, to make possible by rewriting, the philosophy of science.
I like that. I like that a lot. The prompt says decolonize education in simple terms. I'm going to start with Kevin Curry if he's here. Is Kevin Curry here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. You saw that video. You see the prompt. What's your take?
Well, first things first, we have to take it one step at a time. You can't just force it, on our people that don't quite understand it. We got to take it, what they say, how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. The problem is what he's talking about with the government. A lot of them are in the pockets of these white, these Europeans, and that's where they're getting their orders from. They're not more than puppets. You got to start small. Start educating your people. The people that have knowledge, start spreading it. Like listen, like you said in the first round with a child, you don't beat the child. You gotta explain it to them. Like, this is what's going on. This is what's going on in the world. That's the only way we can change things. But that's all I got to say, though.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think the brother was putting across the idea of the holistic approach, which we traditionally, I guess, did. I'm going to ask some of the panelists a little bit later on. In fact, I'll hold that question. Let's deal with the prompt at hand. Decolonize education in simple terms. Gas them up. What say you?
If the European, I always say, if the European has the right to be an extremist, I'm an extremist. I say I don't want to decolonize education. Just throw it in the trash alongside everything else they brought to us. So, because listen, the truth of the matter is, there was a video I saw recently. This guy dropped his son to daycare, and he finds out, he comes back, they put his son in a dress. So it's kind of like, what's that saying? You can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. So I'm not impressed with the education system at all. I think it's cumbersome. I think it's silly. We're teaching children stuff that they don't need, and half the stuff that we teach them, I've said this many times. If a husband and wife in a community, if cousins, aunts, everybody works together, you can buy these textbooks. You can self-teach yourself the stuff on YouTube and just teach your child up to basic arithmetic and algorithms, right? And that's it. The rest, you just start teaching them finance. So by the time they're done, you teach them finance, you teach them your history, you take them to the Caribbean, take them to Africa, take them to museums, and you can teach this stuff at home. I'm really kind of like not even into giving these institutions energy anymore. I think they all should just be thrown in the dustbin. But that's just my little extreme radical position.
I appreciate that. I have a similar outlook as well. I think there's some things in the video specifically that the brother touched on that is it does stem from a problem with the education, and it's absolutely intentional. Like when he says, like, if the medicine man, if the doctor was speaking to his people in his own language, right, not just in standardized English or what have you, French or whatever, that he would learn that the healing, right, this is all a part of his education. He would learn that the healing is just not being healed in one area and you ignore the rest. So that holistic approach is something I always believe in, especially when it comes to education and understanding of self. It's more holistic, etc. Jay, what say you to all of this?
Well, Coco, I just wanted to quickly point out to you, but here's my slight thing with his premise. Shouldn't the African doctor already know this for the most part, right? Shouldn't the African doctor who's on the continent have some working understanding of his traditional language or languages? So the fact that we have to now tell the African doctor, hey, wait a minute, don't be a European, it tells you that, you know, there's something wrong. It's kind of like there's an image where the Native American is taken from, you know, where they were putting them in these boarding schools and whipping them and beating them, right? And then you see the Native American kid who's wild and his hair's unkept allegedly, but he's a proper Native American. And then just 20 years later, he's wearing a suit and tie. He's, you know, fully engaged. Can he go back to his community and be holistic?
Well, once he has been disconnected from his community, he can't. He has to be re-educated again. You know what I mean? He has to be re-educated. Jay, what say you to this?
This video touched me because it's
talk about it
because it touches a few things that concern me for a while now. We after the colonial wars, we forgot to switch back to ourselves, our inner selves, and that's okay. Language, yes, true. Your underbelly, the language in your underbelly is more connected to reality or your surrounding than the language in your head. But we are also not connected with each other. So here's a South African explaining that they made exactly the same errors as the rest did. For example, as Cape Verdeans, we continued with the school system, and we continue with the media. Right, media in the Cape Verde Islands is to regurgitate or copy Europeans as much as possible. So when there's a program about local hip hop, they laugh about their own children, actually, about their own young. The interviewer is mocking their own young, and it's a disgrace, right? Thug, our young men, they're called thug, right? Thugs, right? So we kicked the Portuguese out, but our mouth speaks like the Portuguese towards our people, right? So that's one, and we're not interconnected. Even if we were connected with ourselves, we're not interconnected. So South Africans are not connected to other ex-colonies to shed some light on how to decolonize completely, right? I don't know if you can follow me. Those are two things. We are not connected with each other, and we are not connected with ourselves. So this video, especially with the music, you know what music does, emotional. This video this video fucked with me.
Let's mix it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I have the same kind of sentiments of Jose, because I understand when a country becomes independent, in particular a colonized country like my country. One of the first things when you claim yourself to be first of all, let me say this. I forget to tell you all this. It's interesting how two teachers on the panel, one is a professor, one is a teacher, basically say that the education system should be in the garbage can. I find it to be hilarious because both of you are extremists. One, it used to be a cartoon called Batman. It used to be this character called Ra's al Ghul, who was like wanted to go back completely to nature. He wanted to scrap everything. That's gassed him up. And then it's his protege Ben, and you like Ben Koku. It's just funny to me. But y'all extremists. I ain't extreme like y'all. Y'all extremists. But I would say this: I think that we should have went through the process of decolonization, um, with our countries, respective countries, after we so-called gain independence, whatever that means, in our countries. I think that it would have been good because if a person been colonized for 400 years, you can't just go into independence without recognizing that the people that have a colonized mindset. So you have to disabuse them of that mindset. Because if you don't disabuse them of that mindset, even though the people gone, the mentality gonna remain. So you have to kill the mentality. And it's probably because the leaders was colonized too, and they had the mentality they didn't know how to get rid of it internally. So how could leaders who had an internal colonized mindset have a mindset to decolonialize first of all themselves, and then other things, institutions that existed within the society itself? So I understand the shortfalls, but the people who knew better should have really agitated to decolonize the institutions that exist in a former colonized society, because you can't claim independence and freedom if the mind still remain in chains. You understand? So it's a confusing confusion type of situation. And then the brothers talk about how the civil engineers, the people who organize the society themselves, how they put one group of people here, section one group of people here, and section one group of people there. It's the same thing in Nassau, where you have a section of people over the hill,
Yep.
the so-called poor people over the hill, and then you have the other people them living in the west and this part with the gated fence, and you can't go past them lines and limits without permission to go there. And then you call yourself free, but like I say, the mindset still remains. So people gonna follow the mind, the body gonna follow the mind, the body gonna follow the mindset. So you have to disabuse themselves with a decolonization process, and it starts in the so-called educational system. And if you ain't willing to do that, then don't brand yourself as to be a so-called independent or free country. This is the reason why I look at Mia Motley, because the sister seemed to be a progressive woman. She been given a clean slate. She could go in any direction she want to go. She take a step and say, "I want to get rid of the crown." Okay, that's a good thing. So where do we go from point A to point B? Well, we're going to take our people, in particular, in their mindset, and having them be there properly directed in which way you're going to go. You know what I mean? Because if you get rid of one, they're going to be a void. So you got to fill it with something. Something have to replace it. You can't just remove the Jesus, the white Jesus, without having a replacement. You know what I mean? And to put it underneath it, so the people them will be able to fill that void with something tangible, something that they can believe in and be directed to walk after and follow after. So for me, with people like that, I find it interesting. I would like to know what the direction will be for people like her. But I sympathize with this brother. For me, I personally think that Nelson Mandela has, well, let me don't speak poorly about him. I just think that he could have do more. But for decolonization that exists not only in Africa but in the Caribbean as well, I think that process should have taken place. You can't say, okay, you're free now because now statutorily or legally we stamp you all as free, but the mindset still remains the same. So we're gonna still carry out the same processes and ideologies, even though the colonizers have went and long gone. They didn't die, and we still carrying out their traditions and ideas and ideologies. So that process is a very important thing, you know.
Yeah, I've talked about this in the past, man. Just the idea that we carry out a British system of education, for example, or French, depending on where you are, right? British or French or Spanish. And it's like, why? Like, why? Like, why are like in Nassau, when I was coming up, school was from 9 to 3 with slight variations. Like, why are we doing that? Who said that that's the way to do it, right? That's these other folks who said that. We just follow along. And we're not changing anything. We're just rethreading. And then we wonder why we're fucked up. We wonder why we can't advance and go forward. Last night when we was on Gas Them Up and Jay's show, Someone brought up, I think it was Keta in the chat, brought up South Korea and how South Korea was able to turn itself into a power, right? One of the first things you will, once you start to study South Korea, one of the first things they tell you, South Korea did what? Changed their education. That's like fundamental first thing. And same thing with Nam, same thing with a bunch of other places that have seen prosperity. They changed their education system and they started to incentivize people, the thinkers inside the country. Tanzan, you've heard all of this. What say you to all of this that you've heard?
For me, actually, instead of South Korea, I would go with North Korea, because South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, all these countries, it's not so much that they pulled themselves up. They were actually pulled up because they were used as as buffers against the communists who are coming.
True.
So I won't give them too much of that credit. With North Korea, they decided to chart their own path. As painful and as horrible as that was their own path. And, their people really did both suffer and sacrifice for it. But in the end, they self-identified themselves according to their own terms. The problem, firstly, South Africa to me is a shame, because especially during that truth and reconciliation, what is the point of truth if all you're getting from it is reconciliation? Who are you reconciling it with? And for you to reconcile with the person who did that, you're willing to sacrifice your children, your women, your men, all of that. You're willing to sacrifice them for the sake of freedom. And then when you do get, the supposed freedom, all you want to do with the truth is to reconcile. That to me was just a slap in the face for the people who actually fought for true freedom and independence. If you're going to use truth only to forgive, it was the truth and forgiveness. How are you so quick to forgive somebody who hasn't even asked you for forgiveness, who hasn't even admitted wrong, and you're not only willing to say that they're not just wrong, but you're willing to make yourself culpable? They were even trying the people who were fighting for independence. That's how messed up they were. So I don't have any nice things to say about, and especially Desmond Tutu and Mandela, but Desmond Tutu too in particular, because he led that whole forgiveness nonsense. How do you forgive somebody who has done that to your children? So the part about education, by this point it's just become a moot point, because you should have started that from the very beginning. You should have started that mentality from the adults. Now you're trying to tell the children, oh well, you should decolonize your mind, when you as adults didn't even think of that at the time when you had the opportunity to change the mindset of the people. So this is just a result of the choices that they made years and years ago, when they decided to go the easy route, instead of saying, well, we have sacrificed to the enemy, let us sacrifice now for ourselves. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to change. They just wanted to enjoy the new independence and be free and shoot the rainbow breeze and all that happy-go-lucky nonsense. And now the children are paying for it. So yeah.
Some great points there, Tan. I do appreciate what you said there. That truth and reconciliation stuff, again, that's a miseducation problem as well. You don't see other people teaching their youth about truth and reconciliation. They teach their kids never to forget. In the chat, KW7 says, education is supposed to solve your problems. You cannot have the same education as Urugu. They are trying to maintain their hegemony. We must be trying to overthrow it, as Amos Wilson taught. If anyone doesn't have any last words to add, by the way, Coach Peter's here. He said blessings to all earlier. If anyone doesn't have anything else to add, we'll just go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is undercover cops arresting undercover cops. This came with a link. Let's check it out. It seems to be an article. So, undercover cops posing as drug buyers arrested by undercover cops posing as drug dealers. Is this a video? Let's see. No. Well, this is a new one. A gigantic drug raid mistake led to police officers arresting, well, each other. Turns out undercover cops in Detroit had posed as drug dealers to help catch a pair of sellers. However, thanks to a quote-unquote tiny mess-up, another undercover police group thought they were real drug dealers, so they raided the house, which quickly became one of the most embarrassing things the department has ever seen. So much so that the police chief even admitted it. Yes, these dum-dums didn't check in first to see who they were going after. Authorities stated the undercover officers from the 12th precinct went undercover with the purpose of pretending to be drug dealers so they would arrest the potential buyers. Two pretend buyers went in the house where the pretend drug dealer officers from Precinct 11 were at. Those officers were there to arrest the buyers. Still with me? Okay, good. To sum it up, basically, neither 12 or 11, that's the NYPD, that's the police department, knew these cops were undercover. So they began to rampage the place when they arrived and quickly began to yell at each other, which led to fighting like hooligans. And in case you were wondering, yes, they were all wearing body cameras and were able to capture the whole incident. I can definitely see a new show called America's Funniest Cops, undercover operation gone way south. An internal investigation has been launched by the Detroit Police Department because, of course, especially since there were guns involved and punches being thrown everywhere. Authorities stated over 24 Detroit police officers were present that evening. 2 of those officers were treated at the hospital for their injuries, 1 for a contusion to his eye socket, and 1 for a split lip. Several of the officers were placed on restricted duty, and 1 supervisor was removed from the special operations team. The best part of the story was that the homeowner just stood there and watched them basically just rip each other apart without knowing who they were. Can you imagine how confused this dude must have been? In all seriousness, this is terrifying. It's called communication, guys. This shouldn't be happening. This is seriously how people get hurt. If there wasn't a video of the incident, I would have pictured that scene from The Office where Michael, Scott, Dwight, and Andy are just standing around with their hands up, pretending to be holding up guns. But I guess if you think about it, you have to give these officers a little bit of credit. Why? Well, at the end of the day, they didn't know the other group was undercover and vice versa. So yeah, guns were drawn and punches were thrown, but it goes to show you how well these cops were at being undercover. So much that they couldn't tell the other group were cops as well. So it could be they are too good for their jobs. Maybe. I might just be looking at the bright side here, but this is definitely one for the books. This going in the Detroit Police Department training section under, quote unquote, let's try not to get each other killed. All right. So that was that article there.
Cool. That's the video right there. Click on that. That's the video.
All right. Let's check out the video.
Similar circumstances.
Red was a young guy just starting his career, and I believe he was single. Buffa was married and had a family.
Stephen, the footage we're about to show you comes from a police officer's body camera positioned right here. And as you can see in that footage, things get out of hand quickly on what should have been a routine operation. At first glance, this video might seem like any other Detroit police raid on a drug house. But in reality, this is the type of mix-up that could have cost lives. More than 24 heavily armed officers from the 11th precinct raiding a home, unaware they're facing undercover cops from the 12th precinct posing as drug dealers.
Thank God no one got seriously hurt or even worse, killed.
We showed the disturbing footage we obtained from sources to retired Detroit Police Assistant Chief Steve Dolant. On the force more than 30 years, Dolant once took part in these types of raids and also ran internal affairs, the unit now investigating how things went horribly wrong.
They'll do a deep dive on this, or they're going to talk to all the officers. They're going to see if the proper notifications were made. If they weren't, why not?
If Eventually, the Wayne County prosecutor will review this to determine if criminal charges will be filed. The police chief already admitting a breakdown in communication prior to the incident Thursday night near 7 Mile and Andover.
They appear to be like Keystone cops. I could not agree more. Very embarrassing to this organization.
Thankfully, no officers were seriously hurt, unlike 3 decades ago when 2 died under similar circumstances.
Red was a young age to start his career, and I believe he was single. Buffa was married and had a family, and it really rocked the department.
2 officers are now off the streets. A supervisor has also been reassigned. We will keep you updated as soon as we learn more about this situation. Live downtown, Simon Shea.
All right. Bumbling idiots comes to mind. Tan, what say you to this? You might be muted.
Hilarious. I think it's actually our light story of the day. So, more confusion to them.
Yeah, it just didn't have enough bloodshed, I think.
Yeah, that's the only part. But yeah, it's hilarious. These are the people who are protecting and supposedly serving the people. So, and it's funny that they're going after, of all the things that, are happening, they're still going after, these low-level criminals, when you know that there are so many more important things to deal with, and this is the sort of crimes that they're actually putting 2 whole sets of teams to go, deal with. It's just a waste of money, time, taxes, all of that. But yeah, clowns are going to clown.
Yes, clowns will clown. Let's shake it up. Miss Untouchable, what say you to the level of bumbling going on in this story?
Yeah, I was thinking they should have started shooting, but I wouldn't be responsible. So I would say that it's good. It's good that these police officers didn't shoot each other, and you need the police, and I'm glad that no one.
Yeah, YouTube, who wants to put up disclaimers before videos.
Oh, man, that's funny. Nah, it's good that they didn't shoot each other. Let me leave it there, man. What you want me to say? If Babylon decide to, man, I'll leave it. Pass. I pass.
Jay, what say you to this?
How many people have been lured into drug dealing by these undercover cops? How many people have started to deal drugs? Do you understand where I'm going to? How many people have got involved into drug dealing and ended up in jail by these motherfuckers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these bumbling fools here, boy. They could take down a block for sure. Imagine them trying to serve RICO charges to someone. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, this is I'm kind of stuck on this concept of the body, so forgive me. But this is the equivalent of someone removing your teeth and then giving it to you to eat, right? So this is the equivalent of eating your teeth. It's just this is the madness of their system. This is the madness of their system. So, as what do the French say? Continue bon voyage. Right? Let them continue on their journey. Let's see how this takes them.
In the chat, KW Don 7 says, this reminds me of Miami Vice when Crockett first met Tubbs, LMAO. Yeah, Crockett and Tubbs got into a fist fight when they first met. I still remember that, actually. And then during the fist fight, they realized they were cops. Kevin Carre, you saw this video. You see the prompt. What do you take from this? What do you think is the message we should get from this?
I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna do what Mr. Untouchable. I'm saying I wish there was But anyway, I'm not gonna say it. I want your show to still stay on the YouTube.
Slow singing and flower bringing, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, but you know what? If you mute the sound on that video and play the Benny Hill, it makes it even 10 times funnier, man. It's like
I'll try that sometime.
I love stories like this, man. These people they've been getting away with stuff so long. Now they got a taste of their own medicine. When I saw that story, I had to put it to you, man. I had to read that article at least 3 more times. It was hilarious watching that video of these pigs just pounding on each other, man.
I appreciate you sending that through. It's good to have a lighthearted moment sometimes. That was actually Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. So that brings us to the halfway point of the show. I want to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. But before we discuss it, I do want to do a station ID break. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, just so you know, make sure you come back. We're going to be discussing polygamy in Africa. So let's do a station ID break here. And on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up.
That has bothered us for a long time is African polygamy. If it is true that the woman is equal, how come can a man have several wives?
Hold on a second. I have a little bit of a lag.
Now, polygamy is one of the most gravely misunderstood things. Not every African could.
Okay, sorry about that. This computer here. I have a bit of a lag situation going on here. And so it's taking me a while to get to different windows here. So this is Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, polygamy in Africa. It came with a link, as you can see. I'm about to play it as soon as this thing as soon as this thing catches up. In the meantime, the pro-black perspective says, oh damn, y'all discussing this? I actually read some today in case. All right, so what we'll do is we'll start the playback on this video here. We'll watch the video and then we'll come back and have a discussion on it. Polygamy in Africa.
That has bothered us for a long time is African polygamy. If it is true that the woman is equal, how come can a man have several wives? Now, polygamy is one of the most gravely misunderstood things. Not every African could be polygamous. You had to be very wealthy and very prosperous to be polygamous. In the case of kings, polygamy was permitted both in European, Asian, American, and African worlds because it was necessary for a king to have several wives, regardless of who was he picked as his queen. He had to have several wives or his kingdom would break up. The reason for that was that if there were 12 tribes or 12 peoples in a kingdom, you could not pick one from one tribe because you would insult the others. So that you had to have in your harem a woman from each representing each. But one of the things that people misunderstood, they thought that polygamy arose out of some kind of lust. Polygamous institution at its best was not a man having many wives to satisfy his lust. The problem was that they had to have some sort of social institution to protect unmarried women. Not everyone in the harem, therefore, was married by the man. A man's mother could be in his harem. A man's sister could be in his harem. Those are not his men in a sexual sense, but they are part of the household that he must maintain. And to marry a woman was no simple matter. One didn't just flick one's fingers and marry. One had to maintain that woman and her children. The Africans were very serious about that. I spent a year in Africa studying law, Swahili law. I wrote the Swahili dictionary, the first Swahili dictionary of law. And I had to go about the courts in Africa. And when I was coming out of Europe, my teachers told me, you see, the African doesn't really respect women. Because in Muslim law, all you have to say is, Nimikuacha, Nimikuacha, Nimikuacha. I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, and it's all over. When I got into Africa, I found it was not true. The only woman you could tell that to is a virgin. If you married a woman behind the veil and you lifted the veil off that night and you were quite unpleasantly surprised by what you saw, you could say to her, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, and walk away. But once you entered her, you were in serious trouble. The law would follow that through and see whether she became pregnant. If she did, you would have to support that child. There was no nonsense about that. That was hard law. Wherever I went, it was hard law. And in fact, there was one case that came before me. That is the first time in my life I dropped English for half an hour. It has never happened again. I learned several languages, but I never dropped English in my head. I would make quick computerized translations. But once I was sitting in the court, and I was being treated as a magistrate because although I had tried to convince the people I was working with in Africa that I was not a magistrate, that I was not inspecting the books, in England, I got the word kuchagua mixed up with another word. And kuchagua is not to inspect as an inspector, but it also means that you are examining and checking these people out. So every time I said, I have come here, kuchagua, to inspect the books, the magistrate would start to tremble because he think I was sent from the central government, Nyerere government, to check him out. So sometimes I would find all court business would stop because this curious, strange inspector had arrived. Now, when I started to really inspect those cases, I began to discover 99% of the divorce cases were brought by women. And women had a right to demand things out of men if they were not supporting their children, and to demand things out of them if they disappeared. They could even take their property away if they suddenly decided to disappear in order to relinquish their responsibility. And in that polygamous institution, it wasn't a case of a man standing like a great lord. That was the extremely prosperous men who had to give land to each woman he married, to build great farms, to have some enormous agricultural enterprise, perhaps. Then you have situations like that. The ordinary man could not do any such thing. It's therefore important to understand it in a certain perspective. The independence of women, in fact, under polygamy, made her acquire powers greater than in Europe. So that whereas the woman in Europe emerged as a kind of serf to the man, and it is only quite recently because of strange new economic changes, sudden economic changes in Western economy, women have become as powerful as men. So powerful and so sudden is that power in the European world that lots of men retreat into homosexuality. They're not accustomed to finding equality in women. But in the African world, you do not find the same thing happening. Because when the woman entered market economy, you found many West African women having independence. Even before the slave trade, those West African women acquired an independence, an economic independence, which gave them a certain power and equality. And if the men were mad enough not to respect them in a certain way, they had various ways to deal with that lack of respect. It wasn't polygamy, because polygamy in Africa sprang out of prosperity and stability. The polygamous relationships here sprang out of the opposite: economic insecurity and instability. The plural liaisons with women, therefore, sprang out of an incapacity to stand one's ground, to have firm, stable relationships with women. And then what made things even
All right. That video is titled African Polygamy from Akibelin TV. Our prompt says polygamy in Africa. Kevin Carre, what did you take from that video there?
I like that order. That's what we need in society to build back the nation. Listen, you can't, if you're going to take many wives, you got to, as he said, as I said last week, you got to have the money to support them. But what you're doing is you're solidifying a relationship. You can't just you have sex with them and you want to dump them. That's not going to work. You got to stick with it through thick and thin. That we need that in today's system. Well, I can't afford too many women. One woman is good enough for me. But as I said, if you can afford it, go for it.
Thank you for that. I was also it was also interesting what he said about the economic change that happened so swiftly and what it caused. That's an interesting correlation he put together there. Let's hear from Jay this time. Jay, what say you to what you just saw?
Yeah, interesting. I believe the last week we also touched this subject, and I to me polygamy is only better for the wives among each other. And I was in a house full of a mother and a few daughters. The daughters, except one, are all single mothers, and I was a bit angry last week, but eventually, the man was missing. But if that would all be sister wives, they were helping each other. They were helping each other with the children. They were helping each other in the kitchen. They were helping each other with the laundry. So that's my take. This take of von Zertima that speaks about being financially able to have multiple wives. It goes a little against what I believe polygamy could mean, and that's creating wealth, right? You if you have 2-3 women, you could have the women could back each other. And maybe that may sound old school, like women do the work in the house, right? But anyways, the women could help each other with the children and etc. What I just named, and they could help you with the cost of living by having a job, or by being an entrepreneur and take part in the wealth.
Thank you for that, Jay. Jay, were you done?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that, Jay. Kevin Carre had to jet early day tomorrow, so peace to that brother. See you next week. In the chat, the pro-black perspective says not even a proof just said that some rich people did it in Asia. We now have the pro-black perspective on the panel. Oni, what say you to what you just saw in that video?
Yeah, no, like I said last week, the question was, what were our ancestors doing? And, this isn't like a definitive proof of what our ancestors were doing. It just says that some people did it once upon a time. And not just that, it says maybe possibly the upper class could have done it. And I don't really know. And I think what happened I think that was Ivan Van Sertima, but I think Ivan Van Sertima was just mixing up different human groups. So I did look into the question. It really is not conclusive that there was polygamy, particularly if we're talking about ancient Egypt. But the thing about that was that if you might have had an example of some guy who only had daughters with one woman would then marry another woman to have sons. Like if he was like a vizier, like a nomarch, basically a king or something, and he needed a male descendant, then maybe he would get another wife. But like even then, there's the conclusion was that wasn't it wasn't a definitive, like one, it said it was very rare, and two, it said it just, these cases that they're examining just weren't definitive. And then, of course, I linked this other article and I started reading like maybe half of it, where it says, why is polygyny more prevalent in West Africa, an African slave trade perspective? And let me see, I think it's written by some Black folk. But yeah, in that paper, it's like it really came about through, Africa's prolonged abnormal sex ratios, right? But that's not to say that our ancestors, were doing it as much as after, Europeans and Arabs began taking us or stealing, particularly Black men, or Black men were dying from wars to prevent themselves from being stolen or to, or stealing other men themselves, that then there was an abundance of men. But even in most cases, again, it really stems from, wealth in the men. And then just to like really articulate why, what we're saying is our idea of polygamy, as in, a man has women out there working for him, right? That's just not even remotely historical, at least on a broad sense. Like maybe you could find some group that does that, but like generally speaking, nobody has that kind of system where women do all the work. In fact, I think they said that if you were to look at polygamous societies, and that was a really interesting thing, if you look at polygamous societies, a lot of them are just generally poor, and a lot of times the women are generally like just have less rights,
Pro-black. I don't want to cut your wisdom. But forgive me. And I posted this video in particular because the evidence that the original argument was this. The original argument was the Muslims brought the idea of polygamy into Africa. That was the original argument. The Muslims, Islam, right? And you also suggested the idea of the fact that only really wealthy men engage in polygamy. So this video actually goes against my argument, but I still presented it anyways because truth is the truth. So even though it goes against my original argument, because my original argument was polygamy was practiced long before Islam actually even came to Africa. And I would even suggested that even a regular man would have practiced polygamy if he could have been able to afford, if he had the ability to do it on a financial level. This argument, Ivan Van Sertima's argument, as short as it was, because we have to contextualize. This was really just maybe a 3-minute video. So I think that you would probably get a better understanding of the context if you would have watched the whole video itself. I don't have access to it. I found this video on YouTube. But the argument goes against me. I presented it anyways. So until I am, me personally, because I found some more information on it, but until I'm able to substantiate what I say, what I initiated before, as the fact that polygamy was practiced before Islam, you know, I have to really stand on what the evidence is, and it goes against my argument. So I have to concede it. You know what I mean? Until I could present a better argument. So I stand on that. But I don't, like I said, I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, brother. You go ahead.
Oh, I was actually finished, but I would just say the Islam thing was like it's unclear whether it's due to Africans being stolen or whether it's due to, you know, proximity to the empires that Islam eventually had in Africa, you know. So you have like these huge empires that were kind of Muslim, you know, like I think it was Shanghai and I don't want to say Ghana, but the one after Ghana. Oh, Mali and Shanghai were Islamic states, but they were huge empires, like the biggest empires in Africa, like some of them the size of Western Europe. So I mean, it's like I personally would think that it's a carry off, a shoot off of the Islamic way, and how, you know, if you're living right next to an empire, that's one thing. But the reality is that the prevalence of polygamy does increase, either, you know, sociogenically, like, hey, there's this terrible thing going on, or this, or in the sense of you're next to an empire and you just do what the empire does, kind of like all of us are doing what the empire, you know, today's empire is doing, and then, you know, tomorrow a lot of us are going to be speaking Mandarin, you know.
Yeah, we'll be eating with chopsticks and speaking Mandarin. Zuli, if you're out there listening, yeah, Tan, just 1 second. Zuli, if you're out there listening, because you were part of the conversation last week. Tan wasn't here for I don't think Tan was here for last week's conversation in the chat. But Zuli, you were a strong voice about this, as well as gassed him up. Let's hear from Tanzan for a second, and then we'll go to gas him up. Tanzan, you have the floor.
So firstly, I definitely disagree that this was influence about, you know, either religion or empires or things like that. If you look at Africa, there was polygamy being practiced nearly everywhere, from the east, the west, you know, the south, and it was a common practice. And when Satima is right, it was not
can you Tan, I'm sorry, but can you expand on that? Like, give us shed a little bit more light on that information right there.
Okay. For example, well, I'll give one literary example, and that's, you know, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. And he wrote that specifically because he wanted to show, you know, some of the traditions that were there before the influence of, you know, the colonizers. And if you look at the South Africans, the king also had multiple wives, and not just the king, but even there was no law against it, and it was practiced even in the South. In the East, it was practiced before by tribes who were neither Christian nor Islamic. And in fact, with what the Islamic people did was to limit the number to 4, and I think maybe 7 for the prophet or something like that. Whereas before, in African tradition, there was no limit to the number of wives that a man could take, as long as he could take care of them all. And the first thing that I would say about polygamy, and it gets a bad name because in the modern world, especially the people who practice it, they usually do it for the wrong reasons. But the fundamental reason why it was practiced was not so much, you know, because of the man or the woman. It was for the children. And in my culture, the reason why it was practiced was that there was no wrong child, there was no illegitimate child. So once there was children involved, you could not say, oh, well, this was a child of a mistress, or this was a child of, there was no unwanted child. So the first thing was that every child had to have a family, which meant a mother and a father, and, you know, a large family. So the family was not very just defined by the nuclear family, where it's one mother, one father, one child, and so on. And it was also to recognize the reality of the human nature, that firstly, that a man could have several wives, several women pregnant at the same time, while one woman could only be pregnant by one man at the same time. And also to recognize the different stages of life for both men and women. And in fact, a lot of the times it was the women who actually went and got somebody, a fellow woman, to help them in the house, or somebody they could get along. And even for the woman, if for example she something happened to her, she wanted to know that there was somebody, another woman, who would be able to take care of the children. And as it was practiced in different ways. Some people had, and this was practiced even up to the turn of the century, and is still going on even now. In fact, in Kenya, it was finally legalized after a great hue and cry. And one of the reasons for this was people always think that, oh, the man is getting all the benefits and so on. But the women would also get both the support of other women, and not denying the reality that women do, are also possessive, and women also, get jealous. In fact, in some places, the KWAZ were actually called, the jealous wives. So it was recognized that jealousy was going to be there. In some households, they lived together in separate households. They didn't live together, in one house. They lived in the same compound, but each woman had her own house, or each woman had her separate compound, but it was all together. And then the third thing was also this, that they recognize that men are going to pursue several women. That is just the nature of men. So instead of denying it, because right now as it is, there is no legal polygamy, but there are other things. There's cheating, there's children out of wedlock, there's children even during wedlock, there's all kinds of situations, there's side chicks and baby mamas and all this. And these are this is the new reality. So it's either women accept that there are other women, and they're going to deny their existence, and then they're going to find out, or they can just accept that this is how it's going to be, and everything can be out in the open. And it was not just the man's prerogative. Just like the marriage traditions, the man had to prove to the first wife, first of all, that he could marry her, take care, and all this was done by preparation. And the second thing was also that the women could get along, that he could provide for the second wife and for the children who are going to come from the second relationship. So there were rules and regulations about it, and it was not just a simple, just let's have a whole bunch of women. And it wasn't a harem. That is also another word that is also misused, because a harem is a sexual unit of several women where the man can just come in, and it comes with a concubinage and things like that. But well, that was also a different case. There were several reasons for polygamy, and the first one was usually for the legitimization of all children. So I'll end with that for now. But yeah, there's still.
Tanzania, let me ask you, in Tanzania, in terms of indigenous belief systems and indigenous peoples in Tanzania today, are the women open to polygamous relationships, or are they more Western in their thinking?
They're more Western in their thinking, but it's still practiced, even though in Tanzania it's practiced unofficially. In Kenya, and right now it has been official, because for years it was practiced unofficially. And then there were cases where, a man would have a secret family, and it would always come out. People would laugh about it, but it was not really funny. But men would have, several wives that they would keep secret, for years and years. And the children would only meet each other, when their father died or when they got older. So instead of having this very intricate legal problems and troubles, they said, you know what, let's just legalize it, and it can come out in the open. So for a long time, even the women, especially the westernized ones, were against it because of the modern. Everybody wanted to have the wedding and the so on, and marriages as it's defined now. But reality really made a lot of women start to reconsider, because of this, the secret families, because of the infidelities, because of the dishonesty and so on. And so most women, they simply decided that for them, they can work with it. And some women are still very much resistant to it. And the reason why, I know that I missed the last program, but in I don't mean to self-promote or anything like that, but in the very first show that I had with the Swahili Nation, this was a discussion. And the interesting thing is that a lot of women, especially, the ones who call themselves feminists, were really against it. One woman came and said, "Oh, you're trying to promote this agenda. White people are paying you to." I was like, why would they promote something that firstly produced more children, produced families, produced households? Even if they wanted chaos, why would they promote something like that? They would probably promote something of the opposite of life, which is the lifestyle idea where two people who cannot have children will live together, or whatever crazy arrangements nowadays people have. But yeah, it was simply the realization. And also, when I talk about the stages of a woman's life, even in the stages of pregnancy, there would be a time when a woman could not have relations, either just before or during after, and she also needed women to help her, especially there were new wives who didn't know, maybe needed guidance on how to look after their children, and they would take that guidance from the older women. So it was not just simply like this lustful advantage for a man. It was actually for all the people involved were taken care of, and the priority, as I said, was the caretaking of the children. But yes,
Absolutely.
westernized women have been more against it, especially when it comes to the church. The church does not recognize the second marriages up to now.
Right. In the chat, thank you for that, Tanzan. In the chat, the House Ready podcast says monogamy is solely based off the European system of inheritance. From a modern day perspective, though, is it not better a system than a man having several quote unquote baby mamas, which is perfectly legal, by the way? Gas them up. I'm pretty sure you've been chomping at the bit there. What say you to the prompt, what you saw in the video, what you heard from the pro-black perspective, Tanzan and Mr. Untouchable, as well as Jay? What say you to this?
Well, I mean, I just find it interesting that, because with Van Sertima and a lot of our elders in the past, keep in mind, they weren't gatekeepers of African culture. They made study of African culture, right? A lot of times, dare I say this with tongue in cheek, they didn't, and to a certain degree, they may not have fully understood what it is they were making study of, right? So, I think a lot of times people make presumptions. The first thing I want to say is that, isn't it interesting that a polytheistic people will all of a sudden have sexual relations that's entirely only monogamous? It doesn't make sense, right? In parts of Africa to this day, when a woman, let's say, if a person's wife, if the husband dies, the wife has to marry the brother, the cousin, the uncle, or somebody, a man in the family. Why? Because they don't want strange men coming to be around the children, and they don't want single mothers. They don't want that, right? And so this is a common sense approach. I think that the biggest flaw that people make when they have these arguments is that they say, "Oh yes, it's only the rich men." That's an Islamic thing, right? It's not an African thing, because keep in mind, take care of who? Take care of what? There was no leisure class in Africa. All throughout Africa, women didn't sit at home and get their hair and their nails done. They were at the farm. They didn't sit home. So the only thing a man had to provide was what? He had to have land, right? Which was shared communally. If he was an upstanding member within his family, he did his rites of passage, he was entitled to land. He farmed on his land. He built a hut for his wife and her children. That's it. Once you did that, you was good. Your biggest expense was the dowry or the child price. That was your biggest expense. Like people make it seem like, oh yeah, you have to take care of me, you have to pay rent every month. What are we talking about here? Like we take modern day things and we project them backward. There was no taking care of women. As a matter of fact, Lugard, that animal who colonized Nigeria, said for too long the native has sat down idle and allowed and exploited his woman. Because when you go into Africa, even to this day, you go into the villages in the rural areas, the women are doing most of the work. The women are doing most of the work. But because we're in the West, where men are raised, manipulated to be servants and subservient to women, ladies first, open the door, this. So we can't see anything else. We don't know anything else. And that's just, it's just, that's just the price of being in the West. And so with that, I'm going to say two more points and I'm done. Earlier, the question was, what was a man? And I said, well, let the man define that, right? But the nature is problem solving. I'm going to now say a man's nature typically is like the sun. And the sun is polygamous. The sun has planets in orbit that circulate and orbit it. That's how men are. Women orbit us, right? They're meant to orbit. You have your mother, you have your sisters, you have different women that orbit you. You are the sun, literally. And so, man's nature is polygamous. If we are the sun and we are the sun, play on words, pun intended. But to me, to refute all this stuff that, because I don't even believe the Medu Neter was deciphered. That's just me. I know people don't like to hear it. I think that stuff is just hogwash. Medu Neter could never have been deciphered. But I don't want to get into that. That's a whole nother topic. For me, the argument against what Van Sertima and what Pro-Black is saying is that, look, the most genetic diversity in the world is located in Africa. The most genetically diverse people. It's not, it's Africans, from the diaspora to African Americans to Africans on the continent. They have more genetic diversity than anywhere else in the world. Everybody else is pretty much a stock template. Also, when you look at population density, right, and you look at the population growth all throughout Africa, in certain pockets, you could not have gotten that with monogamous relations. So you couldn't have gotten the type of genetic diversity that you have with monogamy. It's biologically impossible. So anyone telling me about the ancient Egyptians, who, again, I don't care to follow, because for me, the ancient Egyptian thing, I sidestep it because it's just like, I think diasporans like ancient Egypt because, and I'm not saying this in a defensive way, ancient Egypt is more palatable. It's easier to engage with. It's not here, right? You don't have to deal with it. But African culture, West African culture, Central African culture, East African culture is here. You have to contend with it. There are rules. There's codes of behavior. When you get there, you got to speak the language. You got to have 2 wives. Well, you don't have to, right? The women have to act and behave a certain way. These are the expectations. Ancient Egypt is far off, right? And also, it's what the white people like. That's the Africa they love. So, indirectly, unfortunately, diasporans like that because it's a way of saying, yes, we're civilized. Look, see, Egypt, that's ours, because the white man says it. But the native man in the village in West and Central Africa, who, when he dies, his wife must marry the brother or a male of that family member. Oh, no, that's primitive. We don't want to deal with that. So I understand, but, like I said, I'll end with that. Any argument that says there was no pre-colonial African polygamy, the 3 arguments I'm saying is you didn't take care of women. That's nonsense. Women were not a leisure class. They worked hard. You paid the dowry or the child price. That's it. You got some land. You built her a hut. You started having kids. She worked on your farm. That's how it pretty much was. There was no take care of her like, oh, I got to give her upkeep money. It didn't exist. Then the other 2 parts is the genetic diversity. Most genetically diverse place in terms of DNA are Africans. You can't get that with monogamy. So that those are my arguments.
I appreciate that, gas them up. There's something you said I want to comment to, and I just forgot it.
Let me
yeah.
Let me just be 100% clear for the academics.
Yes.
Tanzan, you stated that polygamy was practiced within your nation prior to the Islamic period. Didn't you say that?
Oh, are you addressing me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yes.
You said that polygamy was practiced within your nation prior to the Muslims and the Christians, right? Didn't you say that, right?
Yes.
And what is the name of your nation?
Kenya.
No. Yeah, when you say tribe, I don't like to say tribe, but yeah, tribe then.
Do you mind if I don't say?
Yeah, Tan doesn't like to say it because in Kenya they don't like to say their ethnicity.
Okay, so can I say? Would I say nation? Nation would be a proper way.
Yes, we can say nation. Yeah.
Yes, nation. What is the name of your nation?
No, I was saying if I may not say it aloud.
No problem. I just take you. So I just wanted to be clear. You stated specifically that your nation, within your nation, polygamy was practiced prior to Islam and Christianity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And amongst other nations as well, not just ours.
Yes. So I just wanted to make that clear for the academics in the room who may try to refute that and make the situation, because pro-black is saying that the argument is contemporary and it's not historical.
No.
So I wanted to make sure, as a continental African, that the premise of polygamy was practiced prior to Islam and Christianity coming there.
Yes, and it was not just the rich people; it was open to anybody, and yes.
All right. Let me actually. Let me just say. So you're saying you're 100% sure that this people group was before the 10th century?
Yes.
Okay. So all right. So that's one of the things that we have to. One of the things that we don't really. And when it comes to Africa.
Wait, Pro, can you say that again? You said sure of the 10th century?
Yeah, 10th century, before the 10th century. Because like I said, like I pointed out last week, when you said,
But how can we be sure of anything before the 10th century?
Exactly. So that's the thing. So a lot of groups in Africa today, like a lot of ethnic groups today, are not before the 10th century.
But the Egyptians, how do we know that would also apply to Egypt?
So that's what I'm saying. So if you look at the anthropological evidence, right? So anthropological evidence may just be artifacts, carbon dated artifacts, remnants of older villages, older, so on and so forth. You look around the artwork, you look at the walls, you study the pictures, you try to decipher the meaning behind these. What that shows in the records, right, is that in throughout Africa, you would have had a balance of men and women, or the pictorial representation.
But are you going to ignore the genetic part that I mentioned? Because that's actually older than the anthropological. The genetic confirms that.
So there's no doubt that Africa is polygamous now. Like there's no doubt about that.
No, not now. I'm saying that the genetic, when the geneticists, and I'm not a fan of them per se, but when you look at that's why I mentioned the genetic diversity. You can't get the type of genetic diversity that just Africa alone. We're not even adding the diaspora.
You can.
Well, not even that. Let me just say also one thing. This is not even particular to just Africa, but when they say that most of the ancestors of the human race are female, so that could be, that women were having more children, but it could also be a matter of polygamy as well. It could be that there could be multiple women having children with just one man.
Okay, well, all right. So just to clarify that, you actually don't see the same polygamy in other continents.
But
Yes,
that's why I
but
said
most of the
Africa
genetic
has
human
no. But
race
that's what I'm
is
saying.
Africa.
No, I'm
Because I
saying
don't
that
want to touch
you don't see it in Europe.
other continents.
You don't see it in Europe. You don't see it in Asia. You don't see it, so on and so forth.
No, but let's forget about other continents. I'm not worried
No,
about
I'm
those
just
people
saying
in other continents.
when you say
I'm
human
saying
nature, gotcha.
no. I'm not. That's Tan's argument. I don't want to get into that because it
Well, no,
draws
I
us to
was
where we don't need. Yeah, but you because you mentioned the anthropology, and I'm saying the anthropology is a slight part of the picture. Keep in mind, most of the
Africa is
anthropological.
older than every other group, so of course it's going to have more genetic diversity. That's just
And again, there's no way biologically that the genetic diversity that exists on the continent could have been created through monogamy. You can research that. That's a fact.
Of course it could. It's Africans are, I want to say,
But the geneticists disagree with you. It's not me. I'm not a
2
smart
million
guy.
years older than Europeans.
But again, if the
So they
geneticists are
won't
telling you,
necessarily be more genetically diverse. Just has to be.
but if the geneticists are telling you that there's no way, because if we include the diaspora,
That's not
and we,
definitive.
okay,
Again, because first off, if you believe that the European is monogamous, let's say, right, or if you believe
I never said that. That's what you said.
if you believe that they are, right, let's say we accept that they have this monogamous past or something.
Actually, they don't. Because here's the thing, and let me see. That's why I don't want to touch it. The church fathers, because it drags us into a place. Monogamy existed in Europe, right? The church fathers were banned because the popes were all around having kids and giving the property to their
I'm not
kids.
going to say that again. So the what the statistics will show you, right, is particularly if you're talking about the level of monogamy in Africa today, right? It is it's observed to be higher in Western Africa today, and it seems to be concentrated in areas that were depopulated during the European theft of human beings. Okay, so
I read that.
All right.
I read that study.
It seems to be. I mean, the conclusion that other researchers would say is that either this depopulation created in some areas or exacerbated in others, right? But the reality is that when you look at the anthropological data, when you look at the pictorial representations of men and
But
women,
that would make the assumption that more male slaves were taken during the transatlantic slave trade, and more male slaves were taken during. That's not definitive. That's not definitive.
You're also confusing cause and effect. It could have been,
I'm saying
yes.
I'm looking at the paper right now. I'm looking at the paper. I put it up in
But the paper.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's one paper, and that's why I said.
Effect, and you can say, well, these areas there was more polygamy, where there was more wars and so on. But that does not mean that without the wars there was no polygamy. Maybe during that time it was more because of the circumstances. But that tradition was already there even before
but you can't. Yes, I'm saying there's no. The definitive representations of relationships prior to the 10th century in Africa seem to be a balance between men and women. What happens after, however,
polygamy is not to say that there is no balance. That's not what you're saying. Even right now, there is people having multiple affairs. That does not mean that there's an imbalance between men and women.
Right now.
See, but Ted, that's why I don't want to get into that, because then it gets us into conjecture.
We're talking about right now. We're talking.
No, but that's why I said I didn't.
You could say the same thing about now and say, well, people are having multiple baby mamas.
No, but Ted, we don't even need to touch that. But that's what I'm saying. He glossed over the fact. He's glossing over the fact, and I'm gonna repeat it again. And I need you to do your research on that. The genetic diversity, regardless of how old Africa is, because it's impossible.
It's like saying, let's see.
It's impossible.
Brother, can't have biological diversity without monogamy or something.
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
Or the fishes can't.
No, no. I'm saying the genetic.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me just say this to the audience who's with us, man. Make sure you guys are dropping your thoughts as well. So when these folks on the panel are finished speaking, when there's a space again, I want to be able to read the thoughts of folks who are listening live right now. Gas them up, as you were saying.
No, I'm just saying that it's a convenient way because I want you to actually check out the research. See, because I knew Coco said he was going to bring it up. That's why I went to look at it. Because here's my problem. When we look at anthropology, keep in mind, and I'm not saying I like anthropology, but a lot of the anthropologists are Western. They have a bent, right? You can, for a perfect example, one of the famous anthropologists, he's actually often ignored. His name is Leo Frobenius. He was all through Africa, particularly West Africa. He's German. A lot of his writings haven't been translated over into English, but he's one of the foremost. Now, his final conclusion, after acknowledging that West Africa was like pretty much the shit, was that, oh, the people who created this were people from Atlantis, what we call Atlantis, and they were white people and aliens. This is his conclusion. He can't concede that, black people just were the shit. We were the shit, right? He can't concede that. So the anthropologists, they can't concede a lot of things. That's fine. When you look at the genetics, and I'm not a big fan of the genetics argument per se, but the geneticists will tell you that there's no way that the genetic diversity, that's even within like siblings, like same mother, same father, there's no way you could have had that without polygamy, without rampant polygamy all throughout Africa.
Okay,
so
hold on.
yeah, go ahead.
Let me just clarify though. I don't know what argument you're making because I feel like polygamy would make more so genetic uniformity than genetic diversity.
Okay, so polygamy for me would also include not just the structure of marriage, because then, like I said, I'll end up saying something controversial, which I don't want to have to get into the topic. African women, African men were not held down to this Victorian idea of morality and fidelity, right? The word fidelity, fides, it goes back to the church. As a matter of fact, the Igbo women's or the Aba women's riot, when they rioted, one of their biggest complaints was that they've always had the right to have a boyfriend. They had a dude on the side. They always had dudes on the side. In Cameroon, when a man built his hut for his wife, he would build a door in the back so her boyfriend can escape through when he came in the front.
Oh my goodness, not you guys too. Oh,
so
wow.
You get what I'm trying to say? So it's not just, nobody had this, the morality thing. We weren't Christians in Africa. So yes,
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. I'll be damned to build a damn door for the side dude to
no, but we will do it.
I think the emotionalism that people would.
Yes,
this is why
we won't do it because we're
What year? I will never share. The same thing that you're saying, that I will never build, the door. And the reason for that is it was not just, for the man and the woman. That was so too. But if the side door one was also because maybe, the man was not able to,
maybe he couldn't father the child.
Yes, but what year?
And so to save his face, this was actually a face.
Here's the thing. That the reason why I don't want to touch on the year, and that's why I said
you have to touch on the year.
No, because if we touch on the year,
before the 10th century, not
because if we do that,
what we're doing in the 60s.
Here's the thing. The reason why I don't touch on the years is, like I just said, for me, this is just me. Could disagree. I think the occupation with Egypt is BS. Let me not say I hate Egypt.
I'm not talking about Egypt.
No, wait, I'm not saying you.
Do you see archaeological evidence for the side doors in the Igbo
people? Guys, let's take turns to speak and not speak over each other.
Brothers, just to be clear, very clear, the argument is that Islam or the Muslims brought polygamy into Africa. So I am asking, did that behavior exist prior to what pro-black is suggesting in the 11th century? This is the argument, because I don't want to take the contemporary situation out of the historical situation, because his argument is historically, if not for the Islamists or the Muslims, polygamy would not exist in Africa. So that's the argument that I'm trying to overcome.
I don't think anybody can get to the problem is that, remember, these are oral people, right? Yes. So they don't have date that they were writing down on paper to say, in the year of our Lord 1200 BC, some guy named Muhammad and Abdul came and told us, thou can have more than one woman. No, we don't have that. However, that's why I said the clear examples are the genetics, and then I said the religion. And even within the religion, for example, you see like with the Odu Ifa, when they talk about Shango having more than one wife, when they talk about Ogun having more than one wife, there's an Ifa that says the reason why Ogun and Shango don't like each other is because Shango took one of the wives of Ogun. Like and I'm sure it's a reflection of things that were happening in the community. So that's what you can look at. I don't think anyone can definitively say that, hey, you know, in the 10th century, because we didn't keep records in Africa for us to know in the 10th century, but we have our oral history, and to a certain degree, we can look at the genetics to say, well, we're more ancient and we're more diverse. And the reason for that is because it wasn't set in stone. A man might say he's the father of those children, and actually the brother is the father of the children because he couldn't father kids. And that was kept within the family. But he had 3 wives. So who was impregnating all those kids?
I'm going to give the pro-black perspective a chance to respond to what Gassimo just said, and then we're going to go to Mr. Untouchable, and after that, anyone who wants to chip in last words can. So pro-black, let's go with you.
All right. So again, I think the issue is that what we're doing is we're saying, hey, look around you. This was always how it was, right? And that's nice, but it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand, you know? So I'm looking at this right now, and it's like, when was the IFA introduced, or when was the IFA written? And they're saying 1400. You know, so it's realistically what we have to like really come to terms with is that it's very possible that in the last 1,000 years, a lot has happened in Africa that changed, that completely morphed what Africa was at one point and what Africa is now today, right? So you may see a bunch of different habits, or you may see a bunch of different so on and so forth. Like I was looking at it, Tanzania is 30% Muslim right now, and Kenya is 10% Muslim right now. And if you go to Tanzania, someone could easily make an argument, hey, Africa has always been Muslim, right? My father's Muslim, my blah 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 blah. And just the same, when you go study, like he said, you study the Yoruba tradition and you study the Akan tradition. You study these traditions and you begin seeing that even their quote unquote deities, when they possess a human being, they want regular things like Dutch silk and Cuban cigars. And you know, they have good taste, I guess. But the point is that clearly there's a constant transformation and morphing of African culture. So when we are, so if the conversation is really set on what were we doing, what was our tradition before the 10th century, and people actively search for an answer, and the answer keeps coming up that if there was, like on the common level, on the masses level, it was monogamy. If there are exceptional cases, right? And I want to address the whole Egypt thing. One of the reasons why people like Egypt is because it has the largest collection of literature in the ancient world, right? So if you want to know, so just like how it said, hey, a lot of us are oral, and a part of the reason why we're oral is partly because a lot of the quote unquote cultures in Africa at this moment, and I shouldn't say quote unquote, but a lot of the cultures in Africa at this moment could be descended from a lot of refugees from older civilizations. They could be descended, they could be pockets from so on and so forth. And just to, you know, since the floor is going to be taken away from me, just to address the whole biodiversity thing, the reality is that how biodiversity happens is through extreme isolation, not really through marriage patterns, but through one population being isolated and then reproducing their idiosyncrasy to the point where that idiosyncrasy becomes a general trait. That's how, and what happens with Africa is that Africa's huge. Africa has tremendous history of terror, and as well as Trevor's history of the largest empires on the planet. So you're going to have that kind of biodiversity, or those biodiversity pockets, and those isolated genomes. And a lot of the groups that we now associate with Africa's traditional legacy, a lot of them are new. So like Dahomey does not have a ancient parallel. Dahomey is a modern is a response to the African in the enslavement of African people, the same as Queen Nzinga's people. In fact, Queen Nzinga created one of the groups. But the reality is that you cannot look at, hey, you know, my people back in the 60s, we used to do this, and therefore, you know, that's how it was from Africa. You know, that's how it was always in Africa. You can say, hey, these people never left, and therefore blah blah blah. But it's like a lot of what we see in Africa is kind of like what we see in the Caribbean. You know, they are a lot of times the Caribbean is just a displaced group of African people who create some sort of survival group outside of what they had in the past. But it's not going to be exact identical parallel. But again, if you look at the pictures from the past, if you look at the writing from the past, if you trace the oral history, and you could really trace the oral history to before 10th century, you're going to see this general pattern of this male-female balance.
Mr. Untouchable, you said that you posted this video, even though it was a contradiction to what you said last week. My question to you is, after seeing Van Sertima speak in this video, and not having the information to kind of go against it or not, did this video change your view on polygamy as a movement for, you know, for Black equals African men in the West? Did this change it, or did this just suspend it, or did this do really nothing to your feelings about it?
No, for me, first of all, let me say that, you know, when the intellectuals in the room, you know, gas them up, pro-Black and Tanzania rocking, you know, you got it. Sit small and we tell you name call. You know, I'm from a small island called Bahamas. I mean, I guess we just deal in coconuts, so we don't deal in these high-minded intellectual conversations. It's interesting to listen when these guys banter on. But for me personally, I am just in a quest for information. And if I get information that goes against what I formally believe, I would rock with it. You know, I can't refute what the truth is. However, in hearing the actual continental Africans themselves, and though their stories may be anecdotal, and pro-Black would say, as an academic himself, he would say, well, these are anecdotal arguments. These don't necessarily point to the actual argument. Because as a scholar, he would look at the historical reference of polygamy being practiced prior to the 11th century and hold to that until he see information that goes against that on a historical basis. So I understand where he's coming from, but it's very difficult to refute the actual continental Africans in living in their realities or what their situations was and what they would have practiced. And there are people in groups in their particular areas. It's very difficult. So I take a balanced approach. You know what I mean? Between the three academics and scholars in the room. And the only thing I could say is trying to get more information on the topic itself. I'm glad to really just sit down and have the ability to listen to these scholars debate this particular issue out, even though it's an emotive topic. You know, but I'm just glad for the information. And for me personally, to be more and better informed, I just have to do some more research on it. What I have found, though, is as far as on the issue of polygamy, there is the information that I found is they can't point to a specific point to when the polygamy that's practiced in Africa began. That's what I have found so far. You know, besides Ivan Van Sertima. So for me, I have to go and dig a little bit deeper to see if I could find a better reference point. Because when I'm debating with the academics, you know, I have to find better information to refute what that information may be, because I still believe in the back of my mind that that idea of having more than one beautiful big booty African woman is a idea that's based in the mind of an Arab person. I can't believe that. It's like African mind would have come up with that idea long before Islam ever would have reached there. But
I agree.
That's just for me, on a very practical basis in my own brain. But like I say, I'm in a room of academics and scholars, so I have to bring a little bit of scholarship to the table. But that's where I am on that particular point.
Shout out to Elutra, man. That's all I gotta say right now. Shout out to Elutra, the ancestral hometown.
She's sleeping, so I wouldn't even be having this argument if she was sleeping.
Webb was on the panel. I guess he fell off. At this point, I think Tanzan and maybe a few others wanted to chip in something. So I'll let you do that. Let me see if Webb comes back. Tanzan, do you want to chip in some last thoughts here?
Yes, just two things. I think when he's talking about the balance, he seems to think that if there is polygamy, there's going to be an imbalance of the sexes, as if somehow more women are going to be produced or more women are going to exist than men. But actually, that is not the case. There's still going to be a balance of the sexes, even with polygamy, because the children that are going to be produced, they're going to be produced both men and women. I mean, both boys and girls. So there's not going to be an imbalance of the sexes just because of the existence of polygamy. That's the first thing. And the second thing is this influence of before the 10th century or whenever, we put the cutoff date. The first thing to remember is just like in North America, not all the tribes had the same contact with the foreigners at the same time. So you can still have one tribe that was still rooted in its culture, practicing its tradition way up to maybe, maybe 200 or 300 years ago, whereas the first tribe was wiped out within 20 years of meeting. So if you're going to study the tradition, you should study the people who had the least contact with the foreigners. So it's not like, as soon as the Muslims came off, they went and colonized the whole country. In fact, if you read Chancellor Williams, this was something that took a long time, and it was either by war, by occupation, and it didn't happen all at once. They actually went from one state to another. So if you want to look at the tribes that had the last one, there's still some tribes in Africa who just less than 100 years ago did not have any contact with with the foreigners. So this idea that once the foreigners are in, then everybody instantly goes to their method, that's also a big misconception, because there were people who, even in my tribe, there were people who were there before they were the first to see the white people and the first to see the Arabs. So there was still very relatively little contact between the tribes and the foreigners, and a lot of people still manage up to this day to keep their traditions. And that's why you still see the traditions like the religious voodoo and so on. Those are not influenced by any religion. Those were there from from the time immemorial. And so just because you put a date 1,000 years ago or something, there were tribes that even 1,000 years ago did not have any contact, and they still lived the same way that they had lived years and years, centuries before, from the beginning of time. And then another thing that people also tend to forget is that, while there were written histories and even in archaeological sites, even if you look at the Great Zimbabwe, you can see how the houses were organized. And that is also still similar to the way houses are organized now. You'd find, the main house, and you'd find, several houses. And usually those several houses would be the houses of the different wives, either in the compound, or they would have their own houses in a different place. But they did have this collection of houses in the same place. That would tell you that there were several households in the same compound. And it's not a definitive proof, but that just goes to show you that we did have households within a compound. So that would show you that would be sort of like a polygamous relationship, whereas every woman had her own house. And then the third thing is also, don't be so quick to dismiss the oral traditions, because unfortunately that's what happened with Europeans when they came. You tell them this has always been going on, but they say no, it's because of this and that, and they try to give you reasons as to why you believe what you believe, even when you tell them that this has always been so. There are influences that were there. A lot of it was in the religious ways of practicing and all that, but there are traditions that still remain, to the beginning of time. And even with the oral traditions, I will tell you that when people talk about their oral history, they will go back several generations. Sometimes even if you have to count them, they would go back something like maybe even 1,000 years, because they know who beget who and so on and so on. And they would even tell you, oh, this chief so and so, he had 7 wives, and they would count to you, the names of the wives and their children and their children's children and so on. So as much as you want to say, oh, there's no anthropological evidence, sometimes do try to give credence to the people, and especially the people who did not have contact with outsiders. The outsiders did not come all at once and swoop in and everybody just followed along. There was actually a tradition before that. So I'll leave it at that for now.
I appreciate that. We haven't heard from Jay in a minute. Jay, what say you? If Jay is not there, we'll go. Okay,
Yes.
Jay, go ahead.
I have little to say. I'm a student, but for certain, 100% polygamy was in Africa before that other nonsense. I've heard some good. They're not sitting in the home getting their nails done. It's I have an example. A dude that worked the hotel, the prominent hotel in Dakar, in Dakar. That's on all the postcards, right? So this dude was head of the cleaning crew, and he had 4 women. He had 4 women, and I was his guest. He had 4 women, and I mean, the women would sit on the floor. They would treat him like the king, and that's 4 women in one house, right? Not every woman in her room or in her, maybe everyone had their room, but yeah, they on each other they were equal, but he was like the king, and he was not rich. He was retired and had a quote unquote good job at this famous hotel, and he could have 4 women that all 4 of them respect him, right? Where on the other side, this Christian mother of my baby moms made a whole mess of the family because her Muslim husband married another wife, right? I believe it's healthy. It's also healthy for and that's also what Tanzan her first call made me see that it's actually healthier for the family, for the mentally, and I believe, or this conversation today made me believe that we are supposed to be polygamous.
Interesting. Let's go to Oni and then gas them up. Gas them up has this article I put up on the screen. Oni, just a few words.
How you never put my articles up? You posted
Did you send it to me?
I mean, we mean send it to you. I just
you put a link in the chat for Google Drive.
Yeah. All right, never mind. But anyway, what was I saying? So I think Tanzan thinks I'm dismissing oral history and saying balance in a different way. No, what I'm doing is I'm quoting what Job said. So you missed last week, I guess, but what Job says originally is, but monogamy was the rule at the level of the mass of the people, particularly in Africa. Insofar as Africa is considered to be the land of polygamy, it is important to emphasize this fact. In sculptural and pictorial representations, the monogamy of the people is proved by the numerous couples depicted. It seems that this was so in all Africa during the late Middle Ages until the 10th century, which marks the extension of Islam to the native populations through the Almoravidians, whatever, right? Polygamy tended in this way to become general without ever ceasing to be a sign of social rank. Thus, it is not rare to see members of the lower classes who, seeking to deceive themselves about their own social rank, marry several women, right? So, but and of course, he also says that, you know, in traditional Africa, you would actually see it in a rigid dualism in the daily life of each sex, you know. So I think what happens is that, again, we are projecting the modern circumstances, the modern man, the modern civilization onto what Africa was like before the Almoravidians invaded, or before the Almoravidians entered and into Africa. And I understand that they did not enter all of Africa at the same time, but I also
we lost you, Oni. I don't know if you hit mute or something on your mic.
I got muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, what did I stop? Did I read the joke thing?
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. What I'm saying is that you can say, I mean, I know that the Almoravidians did not engage all of Africa at the same time, obviously, right? But what happens is that this interaction with a foreign group has a long-standing, like, has an impact, you know, because even if you talk about, because I mean, you're not from Tanzania, I guess, but even if you talk about Tanzania, like the national language right now, as Mr. Untouchable would complain to me about, is Swahili. And Swahili was it's a group of African people who have been engaging with the Arabs for another 1,000 years on the other side of Africa. Well, not the other side for you, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that there is this deep like cultures tend to spread farther than people, you know, and the fact that the Muslims like Islam, you know, took over ancient Ghana and then created and not to say that, and that's not lending to the fact that ancient Ghana would have been a massive influence on particularly Western Africa, and then to then extend to, you know, Mali and Shanghai and Sunjata and so on and so forth. There was a lot going on. So I just want to just touch on that. So the 10th century is specifically the marker that we're talking about because of what Job said. As far as balance, I understand that birth rates are going to be equal between men and women. So the only reason why people believe that, I mean, when I said balance, I meant that in the pictorial demonstrations, you always saw couples, just like men and women as couples. You never really saw the harems, although you would see that in Eastern art at the same time period. So you would see it in Arab and Islamic art, or Arab art, in the same time period. As far as oral history, I'm not going to say I don't dismiss it. I think that's a very reliable source, but I also understand that every oral historian is going to engage in embellishment, and you have to, and we have to come to terms with that as well. So as to say that if if multiple wives is a sign of social rank, it would be an embellished story, because if you look at the story of Sunjata, you know, the quote unquote founder of Mali, I believe, or either Shanghai or Mali, but the founder of Mali, if you look at his story, it's a different story depending on which griot is talking about. And just to Jay's point about the guy at the good job at hotel, you know, again, that's a contemporary anecdote, and it's not even a traditional man per se. So I am not saying I'm not saying that polygamy is good or bad. I don't think that was either the argument or what have you. The argument was how widespread polygamy was before the 10th century, and the evidence lends to, if it was there, it was rare, and it was limited to an upper class. then that's it. Like if the
So,
chief.
so only, are you basically saying that it was monogamous? So let's go along with your premise. If that is the case, there's no way that monogamy would have created the populations for your, not your per se, but for what you reference as the slave trades that occurred with the quote unquote Arabs and the transatlantic slave trades. The population density would not have been there to fill in the human labor or the human component of those slave trades. I don't know if that makes sense to you. So, like, basically, let's assume you're correct. If it was monogamy, then there's no way that they reproduced enough to fill both ends of the slave trade that took people away from the continent.
Yeah, it came later. That's what I'm saying.
No. Let me say it again. The slave trade occurred, right, on the western side and central side, right, on the west, and then you had the Arabs that were quote unquote and it was like, you know, sometimes it was a trickle, sometimes it was a steady stream, and black people were taken from the continent. You agree to that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if that's what you're saying, so you're saying prior to the 10th century, so the sources say that the Arab slave trade has been ongoing, right, since we encountered the Arabs. So that's ongoing. Then the first people to grab Africans are in the 1400s, the Portuguese, right, the men of war, Portuguese men of war. So what I'm saying is, from the 14th century and when the Arabs come, before then, Africa is largely monogamous.
Before the 10th century, yeah.
Yeah, so are you saying that monogamy produced enough people to give away the amount of slaves that both trades took? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what happened.
So there was enough.
What
So
happened
the
was that,
monogamy.
no, sorry. What happens is that
Wait.
after the trade starts, let me clarify. After the trade starts, then you will see polygamy surging.
No, but what I'm saying is, again, you have to have enough people for the trade to so even because monogamy, polygamy wouldn't. If I'm agreeing with you, so then polygamy wouldn't just all of a sudden tomorrow just become widespread all throughout the continent, right? It would have to happen, like you said, culture goes further than people. It would have to trickle. It would have to do this. Have to do this. So it would have to take time. If most of the people were largely monogamous, so let's say they were monogamous in the 10th century, how long would you say it took before they became polygamous, right? Like as things are spreading, it might take, let's say, maybe till the 12th century or the 13th century before everyone becomes fully engaged with polygamy. So what I'm saying is,
clarify this: the Arabs, the Almoravids, I think they actually come in the 8th century. But,
okay, good. So
it takes 200 years for polygamy to become, yeah.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is that they're grabbing people. So the Arab slave trade is longer than the transatlantic, and again, it might at times it was a trickle, sometimes it was a steady stream, sometimes it was an open faucet. So I'm trying to agree with you to say, can you show me how monogamy produced enough people for the Arab slave trade, and then still left over enough people for the transatlantic slave trade before polygamy took hold?
Well, I mean, Africa's huge. I think monogamy, like if you actually compare monogamy versus, like they do a comparison between monogamy and polygamy, and realistically, the only difference, like the difference between fertility rates is 40%. So polygamy is 40% more like better for fertility. It's not like it's an advantage, but it's not like, you know, you can't have, you know, it's like you can't have a lot of children with, you know, with one woman. Because you can. In fact, it doesn't even change. Like, it really doesn't even change the amount of, like, I don't think that, like, if there's a balance between men and women, then you will produce the same amount of children, because you remember, you just produce as many children as there are women. Like, it doesn't matter if there's one guy with a bunch of women, you just produce as many children as there are women.
You couldn't finish that sentence. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. One man and one woman produce a certain amount of children, and one man and several women produce
the same amount of children as there are women. Yeah.
That's
Remember, a woman can only be pregnant.
Doesn't make sense. I can have 12 children with one woman, and with
Yes, but that'll be 12 women will have one child.
With 2 women, I can make.
All right, so 12 guys, 12 women will make 12 children, and one guy with 12 women will make 12 children.
I can have 12 children with 1 woman, and I can have 24 children with 2 women. What are you talking about?
Yes, but again, so 24 guys can have 24 children with 24 women, and one guy could have 24 children with 1 woman. I mean, with 24 women. Like the rate doesn't change. Well, the reason why polygamy is better because you're going the reason why polygamy might have a better situation is if the women outnumber the men.
But typically that always happened because
no, it doesn't always happen. It happened as a response to the slave trade.
But wait, men go to war, men take riskier actions, men are often going to probably die out faster. Women are statistically stronger.
Well,
So I'm just trying
not during the certain age, and again, it depends on how peaceful the civilization is. But
okay, so I agree with you.
Speaking, no.
So what I'm saying is, throw what I just said out the window. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just trying to map the timeline here. So the Arabs coming to Africa, everybody in Africa is largely monogamous, right? Throughout the continent, the Arabs come in, start the Arab slave trade. In response to the Arab slave trade, all of Africa simultaneously adopts polygamy, and that creates more people, which now prepares them for the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean, it creates more people. I mean, I think they're replenishing their population. Yeah. I mean, what happens is
I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you. So I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with your premise.
This whole slave trade, cattle slavery. In cattle slavery, you want the cows, the chickens, and the sheep. Why do you want the cows, the chickens, and the sheep? Because they could produce cows, chickens, and sheep.
Let's
make sense, people. Come on.
No, I know, Coco, we got to move on, but I just want to make sure that I agree with this timeline. If everyone could follow along with me, what the gentleman is saying is that the Arabs come in, and most of Africa is monogamous at that time. The slave trade with the Arabs starts. They start grabbing Africans, and so Africa simultaneously agrees to become polygamous in response to what the Arabs are doing. So that bolsters the population, right? So that the Arab slave trade is not affecting them as much. So if the Arab slave trade is a trickle, it's an open faucet. Now, okay, we're monogamous, so you pump more water into the reservoir. Then the transatlantic slave trade happens, you pump more water into the reservoir, and that's what sustains Africa's population during those 2 slave trades. Am I correct?
Well, I mean, it's not a simultaneous transformation, but the idea is that you don't really see the evidence of polygamy until the 10th century. And it's probably it could be due to.
But you agree with my summation of what you said?
Yeah, it could, but I'm not going to say it's simultaneous because that sounds a little ridiculous that everybody just wakes up and says, "Hey, I'm going to be polygamous." But I mean,
you said over 200 years.
Sure, like what I'm saying is that you don't really see evidence. Basically, yeah, Africans were generally the whole premise, the whole beginning of this conversation was, you said, what were our ancestors doing? And I was like, well, I don't that's tough. Like, what do you mean by ancestors? Because if you mean our ancestors in the 14th century, they were probably polygamous. If you mean our ancestors in the 8th century, then they probably weren't. That's what I'm saying.
Let's bring in D-Web before we move on. D-Web, you heard all the conversations. You heard Tanzan, you heard Mr. Untouchable, etc. D-Web, what say you to this prompt, polygamy in Africa?
I didn't get all of it. I got most of it, but I was putting a little one to bed, man.
I figured.
But from what I understand and from what I think the biggest argument you could make or hindrance or a proponent of polygamy you can make is religion, right? If you look at traditional African systems and things like that, you don't really see anything that's against the argument of polygamy, right? And so I agree that to me it seems as though just studying the history of Europe and European and their systems of why even monogamy became a thing, it was just more so they were even into polygamous relationships, but they more so was under the concubine system, right? If you look at what was going on there. Same thing in Asia, a lot of concubines. You may have 1 or 2 wives or whatever. You had 10, 20 concubines. I think it even said that Genghis Khan, a third of Mongolia is related to Genghis Khan, is one guy. So if you look at the traditional systems, right? And even just from a purely hierarchy standpoint, right? The top tend to have more wives, tend to procreate more, so or whatever, the alpha, I guess you could say in the modern terms or whatever. So to me, it just makes sense. And to me, y'all having 2 different arguments. I think Oni kind of hit on it, where if you're talking about, is it beneficial modern to have polygamy, or are you talking about historically has polygamy been a thing in the the African system or whatever? So you're having 2 different arguments, you know what I'm saying? So to me, it's like people are arguing against whether it's good or whether historical evidence to show that it was a thing back in the day, right?
Just to interject real quick, Webb, I think the reason why it seems like it's 2 different arguments is because the initial argument was, is this a good strategy for Black men in the West currently? And I think it came up that, well, this is what we always did. You know what I mean? So I think that's why it seems like it's 2 different arguments, but actually it's one following the other, really. You may continue. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I got you. So to me, like I'm gonna dissect both sides, right? To me, I don't think you can really say that there wasn't or was, right? I think you're gonna end up chasing your tail is at the end of the day, because you can't say it wasn't one. Like I said, we more were orally, our history is more oral, right? So you can't make an argument that it was or wasn't, right? You're just gonna end up just making anecdotal evidence against each other. You're not really gonna go anywhere. But as far as like, if it's beneficial now, I would say definitely, particularly if you look at the environment that we're dealing with right now. Actually, it was a white boy made a very good argument. If you look at the stats, right? First and foremost, like you said, men die more, right? Men tend to take more risky, have riskier lives. We go to war. Men just die at a I think in the West it's like what, 67 the average age of the Black man, and then 70 something for the woman. It's just, it makes sense from a standpoint. And we ain't even getting into the emergence of these different culture groups that's coming up, or these different demographics where you have the LGBT. You've seen double people who identify as gay between 1970. It was like 1% or less than 1%. Through the 1990s, you had up to like 5%. Now you're seeing upwards of the 20% identify as gay and bisexual. You know what I'm saying? And it just makes sense. The school to prison pipeline, right? The mass incarceration that we're facing right now, right? Things of that nature. So to me, it just makes sense from a modern standpoint that polygamy should at least be looked at in the community as a viable option. And just the people who are just shiftless, the amount of men we have right now who just are shiftless. So to me, just talking on the second point of that conversation, where it's beneficial, of course it's beneficial right now. I think it should be imperative right now. The numbers game. You were 13% of the population, at least in the West. Now you're 12% of the population. You'll be 11% probably in the next 5 years, lower and lower and lower. You have to play the game. And if you don't play the game, you're going to lose. So if you look at the whole, totality of what's going on, I would say that it should at least be looked at as an option. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I don't know how long, if you're trying to fight a political power game, or even if you're trying to play the numbers game, it just makes more sense to have a more population. And to me, polygamy is a thing that would enable that, So that's all I got on that.
Appreciate that, man. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7. Tanzan may have disagreed, but we got to move on. We got to finish up these topics tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7 is Nigeria's Treasury Chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. This came with a link. Let me see. I think this link is going to take us to an article. You guys know I'm working on a slow system these last couple of weeks, so it'll take a minute to come up. Nigeria's Treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. So you see the article, and then it says the head of Nigeria's Treasury has been arrested for alleged involvement in fraud and money laundering worth 80 billion nairas, which is about 184 million pounds. The National Anti-Graft Agency said. Ahmed Idris, Nigeria's accountant general, was arrested on Monday after failing to honor invitations to respond to the allegations, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, said in a statement released on Monday evening. He is facing charges of fraud and money laundering. According to the EFCC, Idris, quote, extracted funds through fake consultancy firms and other illegal activities using agents, family members, and close associates. These funds, according to the commission, were then invested by Idris in real estate in Abuja, the capital, and in his home state of Kano in northern Nigeria. Ahmed Idris did not comment on the accusations. President Muhammadu Buhari, a former army general, was elected in 2015 on a promise to tackle endemic corruption in the country, the continent's top oil producer. Under his leadership, the EFCC has secured a series of high-profile convictions, including of ministers, state governors, senior civil servants, and prominent politicians. Last year, the commission said it had recovered nearly $750 million. However, critics accused the EFCC, set up in 2003, of conducting a witch hunt against the president's opponents. I don't know if you guys were looped in with this bit of news here. Let's start with Jay this time. Jay, what do you feel about this story? Nigeria's Treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud.
Yeah, and not much. Shame, you know, the deputy shame. It's fraud. The home of fraud is Europe, of course. You know, I always have the argument that with who do they commit fraud when African when fraud or corruption in Africa is touched. My point is always with who do they commit it. But this case is deputy shame. That's all I have to say, actually.
Absolutely. Nigeria Treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. What comes to mind, Oni, when you hear that headline?
Look, I think that, at this point in time, we just have to concede that, these colonial projects are these institutions that circulate a lot of money under your nose, and you gotta, like, if you're in Africa and it's, if particularly if you're talking about Nigeria, where I think like the youth are like maybe 30% unemployed. Well, the youth are probably like 60% unemployed, but the state is like 30% unemployed, and then you have the one good job and you got a lot of money floating under your nose. And there's no real like checks, it's not surprising that somebody would do that. It's not surprising that somebody would take the money. In fact, I think it's probably a lot. It's probably going to be very widespread throughout, countries, particularly broken countries. But that's what you're like that. I think that if we're really going to critique it, we have to really consider how you can build it better. But right now, if it's just a project to extract resources and send it to Europe, there's a lot of incentive for white boys to, slip you a bill or for you to just, when somebody's not looking, take a little. And that's just what it is. Like, unfortunately, that's the dynamic that we find ourselves in all over the world.
Absolutely. D-Web, you just heard what Oni had to say, and Jay before him. Nigeria's Treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. What say you to that?
I'm thinking, who didn't he pay off? Like, he must have got greedy. To me, that's business as usual. I think he got too greedy. He didn't grease the right palms. Like, who isn't corrupt? Looking in the West, billions of dollars to Ukraine, and like this is the way of business to me. And if you're in a position of power, particularly in an area where it's not very regulated, this is what gets done. And these people are handpicked to be in these positions where they will play ball with the West, to play ball with Europe, or play ball with whoever, in order to make certain things happen. So to me, I think he just didn't grease the right palms, and he got spanked for it. And so that's all I got with that.
I tend to agree with that as well. Let's hear from Tanzania. Nigeria's treasury chief arrested over multi-million-dollar fraud. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm with the last guy. Who didn't he pay off? It's probably just a political scheme. They're all, involved in it one way or another. There's no way one man is responsible for multi-million-dollar fraud. The whole system, is corrupt, but they like to make examples of one person once in a while, probably for political purposes. So they know that he's not guilty. He definitely is, but there's a lot more guilty people. Usually he made somebody angry, or didn't pay his dues.
I have to agree. I'm curious to hear what Mr. Untouchable has to add to that.
For me, I take a strong position. This is Kano, Nigeria, and I watched a disgusting film clip prompt last week where a little girl was murdered because she mentioned the Prophet Muhammad over the internet. Same place, same particular area in Nigeria, and I take a strong position. If this man wants to steal or pilfer the public resources of the country, for him personally, I would take him and his wife, by the way, because she benefits. She benefits. And publicly do the same thing to them as that particular minister, imam, was willing to do to that little girl, and make a public example out of him. You know why? And his wife, by the way. And you know why? Because I am saving all other people and making the cost of corruption to be an expensive thing to do within that area. Mobutu used to do it. Mobutu used to do it with a lot of the people who used to be thieves off of the street, even though himself was a kleptomaniac himself. He used to do it in the streets of the Congo. In particular when people was trying to come in, and really that society under him was very, very stable because they was living in fear. And these people have no fear of what they actually are doing, because they watch their leaders do the same thing for years and years and years. But I think that we are living in a day where examples need to be set. And I think that Africa, in particular the different African nations, they need strong men, and you need to set firm examples. Can't do it to the Idi Amin used to say you need to get shortcut. You know what I mean? And I know that you have to go through certain legal processes and all these other things, when you're dealing with ideas of democracy. But some of these things need to get shortcut, man. Examples need to be made. Publicly. If you do this is gonna happen. Don't you know in a lot of the East Asian countries, the reason why a lot of people, in particular Westerners, who like to go there and smoke weed and marijuana, they say, if you smoke marijuana in our country, we're gonna execute you. You know what I mean? And it really only.
I was thinking about that today, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, only real stuntmen go into their countries and want to barter and trade in hashish and marijuana and cocaine like that. You know why? Because these guys don't give a shit. You could be a Westerner, you could be an Asian person, but if they catch you, you are gonna die. Period. And it's nothing. I mean, the West could sanction you or warn you, the country, and say, well, if you kill our citizen, this is what you're gonna. Sometimes you need to set examples, because it seems like people are not gonna curb their actions without examples being set. So I think that you should. I don't know. The idea of public state hangings is something I don't think it should be done away with. and people need to be shown this is what's gonna happen to you if you do this particular thing. Now they're gonna be stunned men who gonna do these things anyways, but you know the consequences of that is public. Certain things gonna be happening to you in the public where everyone can see, you know, and you could and your wife too. So I mean, y'all could take that risk. Y'all could take that risk, but it's consequences. And this guy knows in his mind that, well, you know, they're gonna shame me. You know, I'm gonna pay a certain amount of money in taxes and things like that. I may go to jail for a year, but nothing is really gonna happen to me. Whereas in Saudi Arabia, if you commit certain crimes, you know, on a Sunday afternoon, everybody's gonna watch your head get chopped off. Curb a whole lot of so-called corrupt behavior. You know, and some people, the Western society and other societies say, well, these guys over there are savage. I tell you one thing, when these guys go to pray in the afternoon time, they can leave their jewelry in the middle of the street and go to the mosque and pray, and nobody will touch their jewelry. And people wonder why. You know, I think that sometimes examples need to be made, and I think that Nigeria need to pull the trigger, not just on so-called religious fanatics, because I've yet to see that psychopath get arrested yet for dissing for burning that girl to death for dissing the Prophet Muhammad. But I just think that these things need to be done in Africa, man. We need to some things we need to be do away. This idea of civility and democracy and going through trial and all this, that has its place. But some of these suckers who pilfer and steal from the public treasury and leave the people them destitute, examples need to be made of these suckers.
Well stated. Well stated. Last but not least, let's go to Gas Them Up, who's from the area. Gas Them Up. What say you to this?
I'm Isoko. I'm not Nigerian. I don't claim Nigeria per se. I mean,
so what if this guy was from where you're from?
I mean, no one should be stealing, right? Unfortunately, but the fact of the matter is that if you look at most politicians all around the world, but especially the black ones, they have very low business acumen. Not all of them, but most of them. So the state is the only interaction or the only place where they can get access to capital. In many ways, the states in Africa function just like the stock market functions for venture capitalists in America. Because when you get into a state position, that's when you're able to get access to funds and things of that nature. So like they said, he probably, didn't pay off the right people, and that's the game when you dance with the devil. It could be political, because he's from the northern part, so they typically stick together. So the fact that the president kind of, and other people in the north are leaving him high to dry. But keep in mind, it said that he was arrested not because of the actual corruption, but because he refused to answer inquiries and show up. So the fact that he didn't show up and he's not running or fleeing the country, probably tells you that they just did it for political grandstanding. So we'll see if if they follow through with anything meaningful in terms of the prosecution.
I like what what Mr. Untouchable said. In our country, like many of the Commonwealth countries, we have this thing called the Commission of Inquiry. And I remember after we had a regime change in 92, 93, I know that's a long time ago for a lot of y'all, but after we had a regime change, I remember there was a Commission of Inquiry that they were showing how the former regime, was stealing all this money through Bahamas Air and all this type of stuff. And the reality of it was, and again, I agree with Mr. Untouchable, the reality of it was, and the problem is, a lot of these guys are really friends, even they might be on opposite sides of the aisle, so to speak. They're really friends. They'll air out this business so that they have a better chance at attaining power the next election cycle. But there's no punishment really. Like when I think back to that Commission of Inquiry in my hometown, like these guys knew fellas was just thieving left and right from from the air carrier, and nothing was done. It was just a show. It was just a way of trying to kind of sway people, towards them, etc. It was just a joke, and the reality of it again was that these folks, albeit on opposite sides of the aisle, are really just friends, right? Mr. Untouchable, Christie and Ingram and them are former law partners and all this kind of stuff like that. So it's just a sham, really. But the idea of punishment, though, I mean, serious punishments, I do agree with. Did I cut out? Did my sound cut out?
No, you're good. I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard you too.
All right. So yeah, that's my take on that. Let's go, for the sake of time, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8, unless someone had something to really share about that topic. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is newsflash shocker. BLM actually helped some black men. Y'all excuse the noise. There's like a church revival going on outside or some stupid shit.
Hallelujah.
Revealed, BLM founder Patrice Coolers paid her baby father $970,000 for quote unquote creative services. Her brother $840K for security. A fellow director $2.1 million, and reimbursed the organization $73,000 for a charter flight. Black Lives Matter spent millions on consulting services in 2021. Newly released tax filings reveal that BLM paid $970K, like I said, to Patrice Coolers' baby father, right? The memo reads to produce live events. The foundation also paid her brother $800K for security. And a consulting firm by one of the former board members, Shallow Meyer Bowers, was paid $2.1 million. Bowers said that the last BLM board approved the contract with his firm when he was not a board member. The filing also revealed that Coolers reimbursed BLM $73K for a charter flight and paid the foundation $390 for private use of its $6 million Los Angeles mansion. Coolers resigned from BLM last year amid a wave of scrutiny surrounding the charity's finances. Controversy surrounding the organization's finances has elicited probes by at least 2 state attorney generals. Let's start with Jay. Jay, you're familiar with BLM. What do you think of this story that I just read the highlights for?
In Dutch, they say "breek me de bek niet open," and it literally is "don't break open my mouth," meaning I have so much to say about this. I don't know where to start. You know, in the beginning, it were the friends of Brown, right? The don't shoot guy that kneeled with his hands up and was executed. His friends, entrepreneurs in organizing parties, they organized these protests, and they a few of them were killed. One committed suicide at the door of the county house, and one I met him in Amsterdam, right? And another one is somewhere hidden. Sometimes he makes a video in an alley, right? So I'm so suspicious about these you know so black men die, and then three dykes take it over at the cost of lives of yet other black men that were protesting or organizing protests, and now these family members and baby daddies receive this money. I suspect all of them are gay because the so-called cis man was not the so-called black cis man was the enemy. So I'm expecting that these guys that received money are fruity. I'm doing my best to keep it civil.
The Shalo Maya, whatever that name is, let me see if I can see it again. The Shallow Maya Bowers, that fella seems like a hen for sure. But it's interesting when you consider BLM as a group that didn't really care for black men and families for that matter, black fathers. And there's a few on the panel here tonight. But yet, in their work and all that money that they generated, that they raised, they were definitely looking out for the men in their families. And these are supposed to be lesbians, by the way, with baby fathers and whatnot. Let's go to D Webb. D Webb, what say you to this story? Is Webb with us?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad, man. Yeah, this is Darren Seals told you this in 2016, man. A lot of people they now calling like, these hoteps or these, these sellouts, whatever. They was telling you this in 2018, 2019. You know what I'm saying? Like that this organization was flawed and fraud, flawed from the beginning. So the fact that this is just now coming up and it's so old news. I don't even look at these articles about BLM anymore, because if you was stupid enough to give $1 to this organization that didn't do anything in the hood, I'm from Chicago. I'm from one of the worst neighborhoods in Chicago. There's no BLM schools. There's no BLM, school drives to get out book bags to the kids. There's no BLM turkey drives in November or whatever. In fact, when they tried to march through one of the neighborhoods, Inglewood, they told them, no, we don't want y'all coming through here. Most of them didn't even look like us. You know what I'm saying? So if you were stupid enough to fall for this charade and didn't do your research, who cares at this point? You're a day late and $1 short. So the fact this is just now coming out, is kind of ridiculous. I don't even think it's going to make that big of a difference anymore, because if you're so indoctrinated into this whole scheme, because honestly, this whole activism thing is nothing but a money laundering scheme from the jump. You know what I'm saying? Like the poor righteous teachers, that's why they call them poor righteous teachers, because they die poor and destitute. If you're actually trying to make a difference for your people, you die poor. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it goes. So if you see these people doing Cadillac, they had Cadillac commercials, bro. They had NBA court emblazoned with their logo on it. You know what I'm saying? Like my mind is blown that people even feel for this. You know what I'm saying? And these people supposed to be Marxists, yet they're buying mansions.
Yep.
Champagne socialists, man. So if you're falling for this, I don't even know what to say to you at this point. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? Donate your brain to somebody who can use it. But this is just business as usual with these cats, man.
I'm curious, before I go to the next panelist, I'm curious what, just in general, and you guys, as you step up to answer or speak to the prompt in the future, I'm curious, what was the grifter equivalent, say, during the civil rights movement? What was that group's name in particular? I'm just curious about that. Let's go to gas them up. Gas them up. What say you to this?
I find it, this is beautiful. I would love to congratulate Patrice. That's her name, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's tapping into her inner Nigerian. Listen, look, this is she would be right at home in Nigeria. I love this, right? We need to send this over to Tariq and say that the FBA ADOS are acting out their Nigerian genetic inheritance. This is good. I hope they continue this. That's all I have to say.
All right, I appreciate that. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you? Oni, you're muted if you're there. All right, maybe Oni's not here. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I agree with my brothers. The rest of my brothers. I don't think that Black Lives Matter is a black organization. It is they have conscripted the word black, to solicit monies, and they have up to $90 million, I think, a year. But and this lady was supposed to be like a Marxist socialist lesbian. So I don't know It's interesting how she she wear her baby daddy's beak because that's not a usual thing, especially from a feminist. I would have thought
Absolutely.
she would hate his guts, but that's interesting. She wear his beak. I choose she hook up her brother. But let me be consistent though, because I condemn the Nigerian person for acting outrageous, and even though Black Lives Matter is not a black organization, I still say I cry shame on her too. And I think that she should get her just desserts, just like the Nigerian politician or official who was trying to pilfer all them funds and put it in his own pocket. I have to remain consistent, even though I mean, I can't be too mad at her giving my baby daddy $1 million, man. That's strange.
Yeah, that's some
You know,
wild stuff
yeah,
right there.
that's some strange shit. But I do not believe that Black Lives Matter is a black organization. I just think that they conscripted the word black, and all what that means to really solicit a whole lot of monies, and they use black people as test tube dummies, unfortunately, because we become emotionalized under the idea of our lives matter too. So we need to get behind this banner, But I don't believe that's a black organization. It's not been a black organization since the last brother was murdered and put in the back of a trunk. But that's a whole other matter.
And burned to death. Yeah. The pro-black perspective has a computer issue, so we're gonna go finally to Tanzania. I'd like to hear a woman's perspective on what happened here. Tanzania, are you still with us?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
For me, there is a difference in the two. With the BLM one, I really don't care that they took the money because we all know who funded the program. This was just simply controlled opposition. So when it was time for them to be swept away, that's what happened. So for me, I really don't think that what she did was so great unless she took from the people. The difference between that and the Nigerian guy is the Nigerian guy stole from the people. This is public money and he's stealing from the people. Yes, it is systematic within the government, but you're still stealing from the people. And this was stealing, using the people, but it wasn't. BLM was stealing using the people, but it wasn't stealing from the people. The government, the African government, they're actually stealing from the people and making people poorer. So if the lady can enrich herself, hey, I don't support the principle behind it, but I'd rather she take the money from, some people rather than, from our people. That's all.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. KW Don 7 in the chat, he's still with us. He says they both use the black sun in their symbolism. Hold on a second. Sorry about that.
It seems like an odd way to spend a.
I hate this computer I'm on. Yeah, he says they both use the black sun in their symbolism. Actually, I think he's responding to the next prompt. So I'm sorry about that. I think I got everyone there. With that said, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 9. Prompt number 9 is, what does the Ukraine and Peyton Gendron have in common? Peyton Gendron is the white supremacist who committed a racial killing spree last Saturday in Buffalo, New York, in America. So the prompt is, what does this dude have in common with the Ukraine? And this comes with a video. Let's check out the video.
The Saturday, watching the blood sports at a festival for far-right extremists. This was the summer of 2019, and I'd gone to Ukraine to learn more about these groups. From the crowds, one thing seemed pretty clear about them. They weren't bothered by the fact that this event was organized by the Azov movement, a far-right group that has increasingly been linked to violence around the world.
The shooter is linked to a 74-page manifesto filled with white supremacist rhetoric.
FBI agents say he expressed a desire to travel to Ukraine to fight with a far-right paramilitary group.
At least one member of an American hate group also trained in Ukraine with Azov Battalion.
According to the FBI, domestic terrorists killed 39 people in fiscal year 2019, making it the most deadly year for domestic terrorism since the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing.
The threat of white nationalism has evolved since Oklahoma City, where a domestic terrorist used a truck bomb to kill at least 168 people. Police don't tend to see such terrorists as lone wolves acting in isolation anymore. It's become clear to law enforcement that these attackers often have links to a global network, one with common goals and a shared ideology.
We are looking very hard at white supremacists or neo-Nazis here, connecting through social media online with like-minded individuals overseas, and in some cases actually traveling overseas to train.
Over the last few years, experts in violent extremism have grown especially alarmed about the Azov movement. The group emerged from the revolution that swept across Ukraine in 2014, and it has gotten a lot stronger amid the ongoing war with pro-Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. The fighting in that region has become kind of ideal breeding ground for militias like Azov. At their public events, one thing that surprised me was how many Ukrainians tend to see Azov not as militants or extremists, but as war heroes. In Kiev, the capital, I watched an Independence Day parade where veterans of the Azov battalion marched alongside other volunteer militias, surrounded by cheering crowds who thanked them for defending Ukraine against Russia. But even at the march, there were signs of the far-right ideology that's so common inside Azov. The symbols on their flags have been especially controversial. Azov says it combines the letters I and N for idea of nation, but extremism experts see it as an emblem of Nazism.
The official symbol of Azov, it's a version of Volksangel. It was one of the symbols of one of SS division during the World War II. It is one of more or less usual symbols for neo-Nazi groups all over the world.
And it's not just about their symbols. When it was founded in 2014, Azov drew many of its commanders and recruits from Ukraine's most notorious far-right groups, including outright neo-Nazis.
We basically recruited everyone who could hold weapons in their hand when Ukrainian state was paralyzed and the defense of Ukrainian state was totally in the hand of Ukrainian volunteers. So there were many war adventurers, guys who believed that they are on kind of ideological tour to save maybe the future of the West and so on and so forth. So
the future of the white race?
Or, yes.
Azov's paramilitary wing is now a major fighting force, with its own bases and training grounds near the front lines of the war against pro-Russian forces. After the Veterans Parade in Kiev, I interviewed Andrei Biletsky, who founded the Azov movement in 2014.
Воинское братство — это люди, которые не просто служили вместе, вместе проливали кровь, переживали гибель товарищей, сладость побед, охраны общественного порядка на улице. Мы создаем отряды самообороны, которые помогают поддерживать порядок на улицах.
Azov's leaders have also tried to break into politics. They failed to win any seats in parliament during the most recent elections in 2019, but their plans in Ukraine are ambitious.
Сьогодні ми відпочиваємо, але навіть відпочиваючи, ми пропагуємо наші нові українські цінності. Бути сильними і сміливими, бути єдиними і відчувати братерство своєї нації.
What worries officials in the West is Azov's recruitment strategy. It's tried hard to build friendships with far-right groups around the world, especially in the US and Europe. During my visit in 2019, I spent a day at one of the biggest recruitment events in Azov's history. Thousands of people showed up for a day of fighting sports and blatant propaganda. There were neo-Nazi symbols, tattoos, and posters all over the place. And many in the crowd seemed pretty receptive to Azov's far-right ideology.
Бути толерантним про-ЛГБТшникам – це неприродне. Для цього треба людині промити мозки. Поважати своїх батьків, любити своїх дітей, пишатися за свою країну – це нормально.
Events like this also tend to attract recruits from abroad. One of the ones I met was named Robin, who had just arrived in Ukraine from Sweden, where he told me he's wanted for hate crimes.
This is hard to explain the surroundings for someone who's watching this. You know, it's surreal. It's like I don't know. It's like something you read about the great Germany before. You know, in the 1920s, it's a revival of the Indo-European soul, and it's all happening here in Ukraine.
Afterward, we rode back to the Azov base in northern Kyiv, where Azov commanders had allowed Robin to stay as a potential recruit.
We are Aryans, and we will rise again. That's the way of life, you know. And after the war in Germany, we went back to the benches, school benches. But now we will rise again.
Are they neo-Nazis as an organization? No. Have they had neo-Nazis in the organization? I would say look at the U.S. Army, and you would find neo-Nazis as well.
Dave is an American expat and U.S. military veteran who has volunteered to help Ukraine's National Guard. And he's met a lot of the recruits who'd come to join Azov.
You only need one of these guys to kind of go home and commit an act of terrorism to then really damage the reputation of Ukraine in the eyes of the world, right? So that's really a risk that Ukraine faces. Do you think they're taking it seriously enough?
No, yes.
Now, a few weeks later, Robin, the Swede I met at that festival, wrote me that he was going to the front lines to join the fight. With recruits like this, it's little wonder that U.S. officials see Azov as a threat. Experts point out that the pace of white supremacist terrorism has intensified, with new incidents frequently filling the headlines. 22 gunned down at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, 2 killed near a synagogue in Halle, Germany, 9 more in an attack on 2 shisha bars near Frankfurt, and a series of arrests exposing far-right terror plots across the US and Europe. One tally reported an increase of 320% in such attacks in Western countries between 2014 and 2019.
Я знаю, я вірю, я переконаний, що ми готові до боротьби, що ми готові бути сміливими і сильними, що ми готові перемагати. Бо за нами Україна, а перед нами наша остаточна велика перемога. Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе! Україна! Понад усе!
All right. Some of those subtitles, I just realized Mr. Untouchable was saying that the banner might have been in the way. By the way, shout out to Achieve Mindset. I saw him in the chat earlier, and I kind of lost him there. I think we lost. Well, I guess that's the pro-black perspective that we lost in the chat. Achieve Mindset said nothing. I'm not sure why. KW7 says Jim Crow Joe Biden is funding the Azov battalion to the tune of $40 billion. The Ukraine is an epicenter for white nationalists globally to train. He goes on to say, if you think Peyton Gendron is a lone wolf, you have got another thing coming. Pro-black perspective says he's restarting his computer. The prompt says, what does the Ukraine and Peyton Gendron have in common? Now I understand what Achieve Mindset was saying. He's saying they have nothing in common. All right. Jay, do you see what they have in common?
Did you know that neo-Nazis worldwide were doing how do you call it, training, prep training in Ukraine?
Yeah.
You know, so the teacher of your child in New York could have been over there doing a training camp of 1 or 2 weeks. You know, it's these motherfuckers. Hey, we are so not ready for what we have coming. I mean, this Peyton Gendron also were the Black Sun, right? And where did he get it? Did he also visit these camps in Ukraine? You know, what inspired him to wear that occult sign? By the way, you know, I suspect these motherfuckers to be connected and to know each other. You know, there's how we meet each other online. They meet each other also online.
True. Good point. Great point. Let me hear from D Webb, a former military guy. Do you see Do you see a connection between these two entities?
I see a whole lot of alphabets. Smell like bacon in here. Real talk, man. A lot of these incidents are alphabet initiated, man. And if you know anything about the weapons and the training and the things you have to do to commit these acts, you have to have some kind of training. As far as I know, this boy was just a, you know what I'm saying, just a regular normie dude. He didn't have any kind of background, any of this, any kind of training. All of a sudden, he decides to go, Rambo. And
apparently he had COVID, and COVID made him go go Rambo.
Yeah, whatever. And to me, this whole, as far as this article goes, it's me as a propaganda piece. Because if you know anything about history, or what's going on, they in the very beginning they mentioned Timothy McVeigh. Timothy McVeigh apparently did what he did because of the Waco incident. It was a retaliation for Waco. If you know anything about Waco and what went on there, a whole lot of black folk died in Waco as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so to me, this is ridiculous. And they was talking about the increase in white supremacist acts. Do they know what happened in Tasmania? Do they know anything about the slave trade in Rosewood, Tulsa, where entire black towns was wiped out? All of a sudden, one shooting incident here, this is the worst increase in white bro. They wiped out whole sections of black folks. But you talk about an increase in white supremacist act. You know what I'm saying? What was Manifest Destiny? So to me, this reeks of a propaganda piece to me. And we seeing this whole, if you know about Ukraine and what went on prior, man, that whole thing is nothing but money laundering scheme. They robbing and looting the banks before they get up out of here. And then the guy talks about if you weep, that the guy talks about the Azov Battalion, which is avowed neo-Nazis, right? Who have been in Ukraine. A bunch of them have been in Ukraine. But he talks like, just because you got one doesn't mean the whole, a rotten apple doesn't spoil the bunch type of deal, right? It's like this whole article or whatever. If you know how to read propaganda and watch this, it's like, oh my God. You know what I mean? It's just pretty much to me just a hit piece. You know what I'm saying? But until you change the dynamic, until you are willing to see what's going on in the world and what they're trying to do, and as a result organize and protect each other, then this is going to keep going on until they get the race war, whatever the hell they trying to get going on. But I digress. That's going farther down the rabbit hole than I want to for this conversation.
I appreciate that. Achieve, you could hop on real quick because you said nothing. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to this?
I think it's the same, just one has a message and one had a mission. So one had the message but no opportunity, but he actually acted on it. And I think, they do get together, not just to talk, but also to plan and organize. So, yeah.
Appreciate that. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, what does Ukrainian? Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's some relation. There's this, as they call it, neo-Nazi movement, and it's inspiring these people. They, we talked about this. I think you pointed out earlier where there's this quote unquote great replacement theory, and then there's this, and then this is what it manifests in. At some point, I mean, I like, that's why I said I like about quote unquote like African Americans. What I like about, for the most part, it's like you would not expect sort of terror cells, but at the same time, anything could happen, and soon we'll be watching documentaries. Well, I mean, I hope not, but you might have documentaries of let's go kill those immigrants, you know what I'm saying? But I hope not. But you never know.
Yeah. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? Oh, did I hear from Gaston up yet?
No.
Oh, Gaston, you go ahead, because I know sometimes you like to leave. So, Gaston, what say you to this?
No, I'm here. I don't have anything to say. This is look. If we're not on code and you don't understand the game, hey, this you running off to Ukraine to get training in Ukraine to come back to America to kill people that look like you and I. They know what the game is. So I hope our people figure it out.
Absolutely. KW Don 7 says Dylan Roof also waved the Black Sun flag. The Chief Mindset said this is going to be stopped when we face the truth that we need to defend ourselves. He goes on to say, I meant nothing and they are the same. Gendron is Ukraine. Ukraine is Gendron. Okay, finally, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, I find that there is a lot of similarities with what this guy did, and the Ukraine in particular, the so-called Azov movement, and as far as him being radicalized, he didn't necessarily need to go to the Ukraine to be radicalized. He could sit in his bedroom in his pajamas and watch enough videos and be radicalized, and we've seen it within our own ranks, our own community, or with people who've been radicalized with the idea of this so-called othering of groups of people who look just like us. They've been radicalized too. And we have postulated the idea of what if a crazy person was to hear or be radicalized online and take it out on the streets. And that's not really so far-fetched. I don't believe it is to be. But if you was to look at the insignias these two people, Dylan Roof and this particular guy, Gendron, was wearing, they was wearing things, with the Azov movement things, that symbology. A lot of the symbols that they was wearing, what the brother was saying with the Black Sun, and I think that Dylan Roof was wearing the other insignia of the Azov movement as well. They don't necessarily need to leave the borders of the United States to do these kinds of things. I think that the guy who committed the acts of terrorism in on Waco, Texas, one of the reasons was because of what my brother was saying earlier. But the other reason is he was radicalized by the Turner Diaries. I don't know if your brothers read through that book, but if you really was to see what it actually, in fact, played out, it's almost like case and chapter with what you would have read in the Turner Diaries. This whole idea of what's being pushed in the media as this lone wolf bullshit ideology that's a nonsense. These people have their affiliates, their associates online, and while we try to disassociate ourselves from the ideas of Pan-Africanism, these guys are pushing Pan-Europeanism to the max. As a matter of fact, they turning up the volume of Pan-Europeanism. The guy in the car say, well, it's Aryanism or nothing. And we sitting here talking about I ain't African. What are you talking about? Do you know where you are? Do you know what's going on? And you trying to disassociate with people who look just like you, who might be of aid and assistance to you when the shit actually goes down? I find it to be, I don't know, man. I think that it's interesting because I wonder, when these so-called purges start happening, will we be in the streets partying like it's 1999, as if nothing is happening? Nothing is going on. Yeah, it is. It's just interesting, but I find it's many various different associations that you could connect to with this guy and Dylan Roof and all these other people who they describe as lone wolves and crazy. They are useful idiots, just like how we have useful idiots in our communities. And they sit down to this computer screen and get radicalized and do harmful things to people who look just like me and you. And my thing is to just champion this idea of awareness. You need to be aware because these people exist within your own societies. Some of these people even wear police uniforms, and we know that they exist.
Yep.
We know they exist, but my mantra is for us to at least be aware and get ready, for what's down the pipeline. And people say, well, how are you going to be ready for this? Well, awareness is a part of a battle, but I would say that practice your Second Amendment rights that you all have. We don't in our countries. I wish we had them, but practice your Second Amendment rights. You know what I mean? And do things that's necessary to be done. I ain't going to discuss them over the internet. But don't just leave yourself out there like you know what I mean, like sticking your head in the sand as if nothing is coming down the pipeline. Yeah, the president of the United States has funded these people up to $80 billion. $80 billion. Imagine what they could do with that kind of money. You know, in particular, and also let me also say this: they were permitting U.S. citizens to go, people who wanted to fight in the Ukraine, to go and fight in the Ukraine, in particular United States citizens, and get specialized training. What are these people going to do when they come back here? In particular, people who have a particular bend against people who look like me and you. What are they going to do with military style training? It's not the fact that police ain't already been doing it, but what are these people going to do? You know, so
didn't the president of Rwanda say he wants to keep some of them in his country?
Yeah.
Yes, did he?
Yeah, they were going to take a certain number of them to Rwanda, in Rwanda. This was early in the skirmish, yeah.
Well, he is inviting a coup on his own self, you know, and that's going to be to his folly. And I actually like the guy, but my thing is just awareness. I know we even got our own people who's going to do us, would be willing to do us harm without the Azov. You know what I mean? But the fact that these people actually exist in a society that we have to live in with our kids, you know, and preparation is key. And it's not the fact to be prepared without them, because we should have been getting prepared without these people. But the fact that we live in a world right now when this thing is a real situation, you know, so.
You know, when Micah X did his thing, I think that was in Dallas, right? When Micah X did his thing down there, they were quick to point out that he followed and interacted with guys like Zoe Williams and Tariq Nasheed and Professor Griff and stuff like that. But my question at the time and now during this story here is, how come with all the folks that we have that talk about Pan-Africanism, that talk about power, that talk about, you know, the fact that nothing is given, you have to take it, how come we don't have more people that submit to the propaganda, if you will, like these little average dweebs, so to speak, who can't get girls, by the way? Like, how come we don't have as many people who become radicalized in that way? Anyone can answer.
I think that we do have people, like you say, we have the Michael Johnsons of the world and the other brother from the military who
but it's rare. It's far in between.
It is rare. It is rare. And well, let me not say it's unfortunate, but it is rare. It is rare. But I suspect let me say this too. There are people who would believe and portray this idea that everyone on the plantation system was either willing to fight against their slave master or run away. When in fact, that's not actually true. The majority of the people actually accepted their fate in slavery. The majority of the people, very few people in small numbers was willing to either run away or even to strike out against their masters. So the numbers or the idea of this whole let's get away, let's be apart, or let's confront this thing that we being confronted with, it's going to be in very small numbers. These ain't going to be in large numbers, man. It's never been that way. However, though, we could inspire the people coming up after us, and even within our own ranks, to inspire people to move, because people are going to be led by leaders. That's a natural thing. But if the leaders sit down and do nothing, or pretend to be revolutionaries when they're actually integrationists, underneath the table, they're gonna follow their leadership. And that's an unfortunate thing. We've been having leaders, so-called leaders, for years who've been talking good, but in practice, they've really been integrationists. They're good talkers, they make us feel good, but in practice, they really want us to be here on the plantation. They're very few and in between. You're gonna find people who gonna really be that edge of the spear, who gonna act in the same manner in which they talk.
And keep it buck.
I think D-Web wanted to add something. Go ahead, D-Web.
I got something. Yeah, and keep it buck. It's the numbers game, yo. It's simple mathematics. If you're, 13 to 17% of the population, they're 70% of the population. Of course, they're going to have more people who are extremists on their side. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if you play their game in terms of I'm going to go out and take out this many people and you're behind enemy lines, you're going to be destroyed. If that 13% of the black population, let's say half of them is like, yo, we're gonna get on some extremists, not and take out this, you're gonna be wiped out. You're gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? It's simple numbers. It is simple numbers, yo. You got whole battalions of cats out here in Colorado and Idaho been training for that day. They would love for it to happen. You know what I'm saying? So you have to play the numbers game. If you're behind enemy lines, of course, it would be idiotic. Honestly, it would be idiotic. But at the same time, you don't give them anything to fear. You know what I'm saying? You don't give them anything to fear. If you go to, let's take an example. If you say anything bad about Muhammad on this show, it might be somebody running to be crib with a bomb on strapped to him. You know what I'm saying? They don't play. And you don't see the same example. You got Trayvon Martin laid out in the streets, and his daddy is giving speeches. While the cat who killed him is auctioning the gun and doing speaking tours. You feel me? All these cats, you have various examples of people who have been laid out and their own daddy wouldn't do nothing. Or their own mama or their own cousins and uncles, but you got brothers killing each other over some pumas. So when you give people nothing to fear, then of course you're gonna have these incidents. It's simple. It's not even complicated upon what you see in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing to fear in terms of black people, and it kills me because you always get this whole like, oh, they scared of us, they fear the black. No, they don't. They don't fear black reprisal, because they do. They got you up out of here. You feel me?
All right.
So that's what I see, man.
Earlier today, when I showed the tweet earlier, and this person was talking about we immigrants play, we're the major drug lords and all this old stupid shit. One of the things I brought up to them, because they said something to me like, why don't you guys go be great in your own third world countries? And I said, well, why don't you be great and go after the Buffalo shooter? And their retort was, well, the Buffalo shooter was already captured. What's wrong with you? I'm like, but y'all didn't do it. Like, he didn't have to fear, or his family didn't have to fear, that Black Americans, Africans in America, was going to retaliate against him and retaliate against his family for doing it. Meanwhile, when this youth killed Nipsey Hussle, they were shooting his cousins, shooting up his the youth shitty cousin, whatever his name was. They was shooting his cousins, shooting up his auntie in them house. They killed like 3 relatives, right? But these guys, like Webb just said, you have your George Zimmermans and the Darren Wilsons and such. You guys don't even have that avenging spirit. And if you don't have even that avenging spirit, we joked about this some months back about like, there's certain things you really couldn't do in the Caribbean. Like, and I know I'm not trying to be divisive, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Where's that avenging spirit? You know what I mean? I think Tanzan stepped away, but in the chat.
One more thing, Goku, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I put up something earlier too on Twitter, man. And I said like, and it was inspired. I was watching a documentary about these 2 brothers was killed sleeping by another brother, right? They was killed, and then the mother got up there and said, yo, I don't want any vengeance in my son's name. I don't, turn your cheek. She holding the Bible. I said, this is some bullshit, bro. Like, this is some bullshit, yo. Vengeance needs to be done. You feel me? And it goes on what you were saying, brother. Like, it needs to stop with this whole like turn the other cheek so you can smack the other side. You need to instill a sense of fear into people. Then that's how you keep peace, is to instill fear, and people don't get that. And that's all I got. Sorry to cut you off, bro.
No. That's good stuff. I like that. Yeah, I can remember it's close to 20 years now. I saw this thing up here. I think that was A&E channel or something. Black guy, somewhere down south, like in Georgia, Alabama, somewhere there. Black guy gets him and his friend get pulled off their mother's off one of their mother's porches or something, taken out to the countryside and beaten badly. One of them is killed out in the countryside. They bring the other guy back to his mama's house, hang him in a tree next to the porch where they had originally grabbed him. The next morning, the mama comes out, sees her badly beaten son and lynched. This lady, they go to trial. They catch the two white boys who do it. One of the white boys says on the stand, "Ma'am, I'm really sorry for what I did. I hope someday you could find it in your heart to forgive me." And she says, and I saw this woman say it out of her mouth, she says, "Son, I have already forgiven you." And when that type of shit happens, when I saw that, I shook my head. When that type of nonsense happens, you're done for. You're done for. Unless anyone has a last thought on this.
Quick thought.
Go ahead.
Being revolutionary don't only have to do with confronting your enemy on the battlefield. Sometimes being revolutionary is saying goodbye. You know, sometimes if a wife is being abused, continuously being abused, and she is so afraid of the unknown that she decides to stay in that situation and not confront the person who's abusing her, but continues to abuse her. You know, the revolutionary act would be to leave and embrace the unknown. And I think that in the situation what we deal with in the West is we need to say bid adieu to our aggressors and try to see if we could chart a course for ourselves somewhere else. If we are in a situation where we are outgunned and they could slaughter us wholesale, we just need to remove our. We talked about Theodore Herzl last week, and he had his dream that he eventually actualized after his death. And I think that if the situation is that we will not confront our enemies because we will be slaughtered, we are outgunned. They make guns, they make gunpowder. Then not all of us are going to do it, and I don't expect all of us to do it. But for some of us who are willing to, and we can't live in a continual, perpetual persecution that we exist in the West, we have to bid our enemies, our husband, our mother, we have to bid them goodbye and chart a course for ourselves into the unknown. Now, whether that be in Africa or somewhere else, that's what we must do.
The last thing I'll say to that is, as you're leaving, you could bust some shots behind you too. You could leave, you could bust some shots behind you too. In the chat, KW7 says they used a robot to take out Michael Xavier Johnson and took in Peyton Gendron unscathed. That's your answer as to why there aren't more Gavin Longs on Michael Johnsons. He says FBA or ADOS are a coward group that would rather brag about building a nation that they do not own or control than bust a grape to fight white tyranny. We lost Tanzan. She had to run, I do believe.
Oh, I could say I'm going to show this video tomorrow, but there's actually a video of this lady. She's being interviewed, and she's asked whatever about the Buffalo shooting, and she goes, "I forgive the guy." And then the white man's interviewing her, and he's like, "You know, you don't have to." like even because I don't know if y'all know. Like this was like, let's be like, I don't know, but this Buffalo thing was just like, it kind of like, usually like I'd be like, you know, human death, what is that, right? But like this one kind of hit us, you know. I think maybe because it's in New York and we're like, this don't really happen in New York. But like I even remember, like I was walking by some white boy, right, and I'm coming from a grocery store, and he just looking at me like he can't say shit, and I'm just like you know, like what they did to them, what they did to those shoppers, what that little 18-year-old boy did to the shoppers was like, you know, it was something to see, you know, because one of the ladies who was laying there, like she laid there because like most people just kind of just went on the ground, like maybe he's trying to shoot somebody, you know, like maybe he's trying to shoot somebody else, and they just don't want to be in the crossfire. And I remember seeing, because I saw the video, and one of the ladies just laying there, and then he just walks over her and guns her, and it's just like you know, to live that life, like to have that life, and then for, you know, fast forward and black folk talking about, I forgive that guy. Like there was nothing like, yeah, you know, so like, I mean, I think everybody kind of like, even white folk are kind of like, yeah, that shit's kind of wild, you know? Like it's one thing to go and shoot up somebody you don't like somebody you don't like, somebody who did you wrong, but it's a whole other thing to like shoot up people in a grocery store. And I mean, you know, as KW7 is saying, you know, probably more to come. So you know, there's a lot to consider here, but I would say about that is you know, America likes these people. You know, these are America's allies. America's putting somebody told me Russia is spending $1 billion a year for this. I mean, right, $1 billion a day for this war. But if you do the calculation, if America approves $40 billion and then it approves another $40 billion, it's also putting $1 billion into this war. But it's putting it into these neo-Nazis, you know?
Yeah.
So like we really have to process, like come to terms with like what it is, like what this nation is, and like whether or not you want to say you built it or whether or not you want to say you're foundational, whatever, you have to come to terms with this is a nation that is sponsoring this sort of behavior. This is a nation that protects that this young boy was about to, like, before, like, they stop him from shooting himself in the mouth. Okay, he kills these people and he's about to shoot himself in the mouth, go out the easy way, I guess, right? And they stop him and keep him alive. And black folk are just sitting around. And I saw when they were arresting him, they were like, "Oh, it's just a little boy." Like, what do you mean it's just a little boy?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Someone pointed that out too. Like Mike Brown, who was 18, gets killed, and he was a man, and this 18-year-old fella is a boy. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the black people on the scene.
Oh, black people
Like,
on the scene
when
were saying
he
that.
was being
Okay.
arrested, like when you see the video of him being arrested, like, you know, he's whatever, like you hear them like over talking and they're like, "Oh, it's just a little kid, it's just a little boy." And you're like, "What are you fucking, like, he just gunned this lady in the, like."
Yeah, you're supposed to be trying to stomp him into wine.
Supposed to be charging them, like, "Whoa, hold on a second, get the rope." like, glad you got him, get the fucking rope. Nope, it's like, "Oh, it's a little kid, you know, how cute." Like, what?
No. Let's go to the last problem for tonight. I appreciate all you guys for sticking around in the chat. Those of you on the panel who are still here. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. The final topic for tonight. Time is the most valuable human resource. This came with a link as well. Let's watch the link. You know, this computer's gonna take a minute to do it. Make sure you guys are tuning into the Pro-Black Perspective at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Make sure to check out the other shows on KWAZ Radio too. And let's check out this video before we go.
Please explain the importance of time management in achieving.
Sorry about this. It's a slow computer. It should be ready to go.
And what you do to manage your time.
Time is the master. All we have is time, you know. Time is the master of our reality. All we have is time. We have a limited amount of time available on this planet. Once you go to bed, see what the profession that I do, I get to see people transition from this planet all the time. And it's a constant reminder to me that I have Very little time. The Buddha said, the mistakes that you make is thinking that you have time. You don't have as much time as you think. It is so precious. It's the most precious resource that the human body has, is the time, the breath associated with the time that you have. Appreciate it, right? Pay close attention to it, have reverence to it, because it's a gift. Maximize it, do what you love, because at the end of the day, you won't be here forever. And that's just a conscious reminder. Wake up every day, and when you wake up, you say to yourself, I'm still alive, because believe it or not, the average statistic says that at least 1 million people go to bed and never wake up, right? That's a fact. At least 1 million. The statistics might even be higher now since the COVID-19 pandemic. So just realize that, do what you love. But don't be misguided by thinking that it's going to be easy. Yeah. One must be organized in your thoughts and your actions and your direction in order to make your dreams a reality. You know, for me, how I manage my time is I have that constant reminder to myself: you don't have as much time as you think. Appreciate it, maximize it to the best of your ability, and put things in place in order to make what it is that you wish to see your life blossom into happen. Don't move in a cycle, right? See, that's the dharma of being born on a planet that is moving in a cyclic direction, is that you're governed by the dharma of the planet, because you are a part of that physical space. And so the motion of physical life, three-dimensional life on this planet, is subject to cyclic movements. And we go through cycles within ourselves, but through extreme discipline, one can break that chain of cyclic movement. If you move in a circle, you go nowhere. So don't focus on the distractions. Just keep on moving slowly, slowly, slowly. Do it every day. It might seem like it's not going anywhere, but action compounded over a period of time produces an effect. And so master your thoughts, master your action, and use your time wisely. And I believe that you will achieve the things that you set out to do. But most of all, make sure that the things that you're doing serve a greater consciousness, the upward movement of the consciousness of the beings of the planet. You know, don't think that just doing self-service that the creation will reward you. This is just not the natural isness of life. Is self-service don't get rewarded with abundance. Yeah. So don't dedicate your time to your own destruction, because if you don't flow with life, that's ultimately self-destruction, you know.
Well, let me hear you say mountain, mountain, mountain. No.
Yes, indeed. Come on. All right. Time is the most valuable human resource. Jay, are you still with us? Maybe
Yes.
Jay Bones. Oh,
Yes.
Jay, you're still here. What do you say to that about time and being our most valuable human resource?
I doubt if time exists. To be
Talk about it.
Time is like space, and I have this thing behind this logo that you see there, and that's the black star, right? So what star? At daytime, at daytime we only see 8 light minutes, right? The farthest thing that you can see is the sun at daytime, right? And when the sun sets, the 8 sets also, because at night you can see infinite, right? And which star is the largest? It's the black star. It makes all the other stars, although they are huge, humongous, it makes the other stars look tiny, right? And when you close your eyes, boom, there it is, the same black star, right? So what is space? What is space? You know, um, uh, and with space comes time, and I doubt they both exist. You know, go stand on the moon, and what and a day means nothing anymore. You know, or better yet, don't stand on the moon, just float, just float over Earth at the same distance as the moon or whatever. And then suddenly, what is a day? What is it? And then suddenly, what is a day? You know, I doubt time exists. But
I get your meaning. I get your meaning, but I think it's about foci, right? I think it's about relative to where you are. There's how do I put this? Relative to where you are, there is quote unquote time, right? Time and space.
yeah, we are on the event horizon of this entity called the Earth. We are at the event horizon of this thing, and that's why time exists. And yeah, time is the most valuable human resource. Yes, but time does not exist. But yeah, it's the most valuable human resource. Yeah, as long as we're locked up in this 80-year average machine that's called our body, then yes, yes, I agree.
80 sounds like I always laugh. I think white folks, it's funny to me in a sad way. Or it's sad to me in a funny way. The average white person, when they think of their lives, they expect to live like 80, 90 years old, if not 100. But if you speak to the average black person, I would wager that they don't have that high of an expectation for that long of a life. I think most black folks top out around 70 if you push it. So it's just interesting to see how we look at the length of life. Just as black folks, we just assume or expect it to be much shorter than white folks. I remember someone died. It might have been Betty White or something like that, who died at damn near 100. And some jackass online said something like, "Man, gone too soon." I'm like, "Gone too soon?" Like, she's damn near a vampire. Jay, were you done with your thought?
Uh, well, to answer you in short, I'm afraid I'm going to be very, very, very old, man. My father beat cancer 2 times, and he was 83 when he left. You know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and my I believe my mother's father is still around, man. And I'm fucking 52. You know, I'm afraid. I'm afraid if I don't have to beat something like that, you know, if I don't have those type of physical battles in life, I'm afraid I'm a touch that 100 too, man.
Oh yeah, you might be here forever, man.
Yeah.
D Web, what say you?
Yeah, I agree. I might add she's a cutie too as well. I enjoy the speech.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But
Man, this brother star.
Yeah, brother star, right? Come from Oni of all people. But anyway, I agree wholeheartedly about the time. If you think about time in a vacuum, right? Particularly if you're working a traditional 9 to 5, right? You spend 8 hours, right? 8 of your waking hours, trying to enrich somebody else, right? If you sleep in the 8 hours that you're supposed to sleep, right? And then you have maybe 8 hours behind it, and minus what you're doing in traffic. If you have to drive, you have to commute. If you got kids, you might as well wipe that last 8 out, right? So I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment that time is the most valuable thing. I think the dumbest thing you do is trade hours for money. You know what I'm saying? You're trading a finite source for infinite source, which is the
Yeah.
money. We see as they print the hell out of money right now. So that's one thing I try to encourage the people, that if you have the means, if you have the capability and the drive to start your own business, man, start something, find a ways that you can maximize the time that you have with friends and family and loved ones, because you're not here long, man. And the worst thing you do is spend a third of your life simply grinding to make somebody else rich. Trying to just survive at some point, because we see how this inflation is eating our asses up. So I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment, and time is a finite source. You only got so many years on this earth, man. And that should be spent, with your loved ones, making memories and things of that nature. So I think it speaks for itself, and I agree with what I saw in the video. And like I said, I add upon it, leave something for the next generation as well. If you're gonna do something, I don't care if it's memories, if money, whatever, leave something for the next generation to build upon what you built here. Hopefully with knowledge, but also with if you build some lasting legacy in terms of a business or in terms of money or something like that, leave something for the next generation to build upon what you left. Leave a legacy. That's all I got.
I appreciate that, man. Gas them up. You're still here with us. What say you to this?
Yeah, I'm more along the lines of what Jay was saying. Time definitely is a fiction of our imagination. We have an observation, right? That's all we have. We have observation, but we don't have time. I mean, I understand what the sister is saying, and on that level does she speak? Yes, but keep in mind, nature doesn't make clocks; man makes them. So who's clocking you, right? Um, the idea to me of time is just kind of like something that's invented. A lot of times when you look at other traditional languages, other than a few, and they had certain conditions, you can't approach someone and say, "What time is it?" Like you can't ask somebody what time is it in most traditional African languages, but you can ask in European languages and some Indian languages, and there's a reason why the way their society was organized and structured. So
Let me ask a quick
yeah,
question. Could you have asked an African how old they were?
not it wouldn't be like I'm 47 years old. They might tell you like I was born, around the time when
Great
Shaka.
flood or something.
Yeah, maybe it was a great flood or when Shaka was breakdancing. Remember when Shaka was breakdancing and then his wife came and told him, Shaka, good in the house, what's wrong with you? I was born around that time. It'd be something like that. It'd be like a marker, but it wouldn't be like. As a matter of fact, the birth certificate actually originates with the Catholic Church, right? Because these people were sick people, but they were keeping records. Even the modern concept of time that we are held hostage by comes from the church with the church bells, right? And that's why everything is right now. The world revolves around GMT, Greenwich Meridian Time. So that to me is the real audacity. If we want to escape the European system, we have to destroy Greenwich Meridian Time, and then start breaking away these Berlin created colonial districts. To quote Jose, but that's just my little piece. I agree with her on the surface level. Like, yeah, of course, don't waste your time, blah blah blah. And as the brother said, leave some memories, leave some life insurance, leave some property if you can for those who who are there. But I don't think in my opinion, I don't think we should kid ourselves that time makes it. Like, there's no clock. Nature doesn't create, clocks for us.
Let's hear from the astrophysicists on the panel. Oni, is there time? Is there such a thing as time, and should we waste it or not?
Oh, I mean, as far as time, I mean, I could see some argument for time not existing per se. I mean, because there is that relativity thing where it's technically space time is connected, or space time is one, and
space time is one. Yeah,
realistically, time is affected by acceleration, and so the like the rate of time in a sense, or the rate of time in a sense is impacted by what planet you're on. And like I guess technically, if you were not on a planet, then you would not experience time. But of course, you wouldn't experience anything, right? But so like you'd be frozen in time technically. So so it is kind of relative, but I think the lady also pointed out that we're on Earth, and because we're on Earth, we're definitely going to experience that sort of thing. I would say though, what I was thinking about today, because I wanted to find some pictures from when I was in Ghana the other day. And I'm scrolling through and I noticed that I had some pictures of my family members and they all looked incredibly different. And it dawned on me that all of us as human beings are slowly dying, like each and every one of us are
Every day.
Yeah, every day we're just slowly dying to the point where, I mean, obviously some of us die before we
Dying
die.
or living, or are they the same thing?
Exactly. But like, I mean, I would say for the young, maybe they're, just coming into whatever, but for people of my generation and above, obviously, like we're heading to a grave. So it is, I think, very important for us to, connect with our loved ones and, keep in contact with other people, because I find that, particularly me, I would say, I admit for me, that, I don't want to say I'm living selfishly. I mean, I'm not exactly. But there is, we do, as the lady was saying about the cyclical life that we're living, like we do kind of fall into these patterns that kind of, or like these circles that kind of exclude other people, or even long-term plans or what have you. And the reality is that a lot of the people that we grew up with are going to be gone if we're not gone first. And we have to like use the time we have right now. But as far as the astrophysics thing, yeah, I would say time exists, obviously. But I mean, there is that idea too, that technically, like, I think time would go faster on Jupiter, I think, but slower on the moon.
Finally, Mr. Untouchable. Is time real to begin with? And
Come on, man. Come on. I'm not. I'm gonna defer to the soldier, my soldier on this one. My brother who's a soldier on this one. On a practical level, I could delve into the metaphysicians on the panel, because they like to get into the metaphysical at 1 o'clock in the morning about time. But I just think that an 80-year-old body is an 80-year-old body, regardless if we had like clocks or not. But I would suggest that time is an extremely valuable resource, and I think that it should be managed very well, very very well. In particular, have to do with us. We have the philosophy where we want to die early and leave a pretty corpse, and that's an unfortunate thing with us, But I would say that time should be managed very well, and even down to the seconds, if you are very wise. But I would say even down to the hours, if you're trying to achieve a particular goal or outcome, and even into years, because some goals, have a years time limit on it, and little by little, if you have a particular goal, whether if it's a small one or a grand one, you should structure, manage your time into those fragments, either it's by the hours or the seconds, or even the years and months, and whatever it is, you just take continuous bites at that apple until you achieve that particular thing that you may have in mind. And I also agree with my soldier on the panel who says that you should spend your time wisely with your family, and not necessarily enriching the pockets of others, but enriching the lives of the people who you really care about and love. And I would stop there with that rant. But that's where I am with that.
yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say to that about time is, with time as we understand it, there's this uncertainty. And like Oni said, like most of the people you knew as a kid, they're gone. and if they ain't gone, you're gone. You know what I mean? And so the uncertainty is the thing that really holds me the most, which is we're all here talking, knock on wood, we're all here talking, but you don't know what next week, you don't even know what tomorrow will bring. And while you're here, man, make the best of it in all aspects. We have a situation as African people, try to make the best and putting in some efforts towards that. You know what I mean? So that the youth, the ones who will outlive us will have a opportunity and the interest to do something. Spend time with your families. In fact, to me, to be honest, all those things are one and the same from an African-centered perspective. Use your time to build your family, build your relationships, your health, your wealth, etc. And that's just how I look at it. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight. I want to thank you guys on the panel: Oni, Gastam, D-Web, Jay, Jose, and Mr. Untouchable. I want to thank everyone who was in the chat tonight as well. Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Janelle, Coach Pete, KW Don 7, Marcus McGee, and others who may have passed through, whose name is Achieve Mindset, whose names I might not remember right now. D-Web, what's going on with you? What's new?
Nothing much, man. I'm doing the usual, man. I'm working my ass off to take care of these babies. Outside of that, I'm planning on doing a relaunch of the podcast come towards the end of summer, like end of July, early August is what I'm shooting for. Currently, I want to do a little changes up and kind of come back fresh for you guys. As I'm kind of transitioning careers and things like that. So that's my plan so far. If anything changes, I'll definitely let you know. But that's what I'm planning for right now, brother.
All right, Oni, tomorrow you have The Enemy is Within. Anything juicy you could share with us right now, real quick?
Oh, damn, you're right. I should have done a freaking flyer. I'm about to make a flyer. I don't know, because I wasn't sure. I was gonna bring up something. There was something juicy, but then I was like, I can't put that on a flyer. Let me actually double check what it might have been. Circle back.
All right. Cool. In the meantime, Gassim Up and Jay, I was on your show. I was on your platform last night. Good platform. And I've been listening to some of your more recent live streams, actually. I've been listening to the playback. Just let everyone know, you guys are on Friday nights. What's the name of your show exactly? And what can we look forward to upcoming?
So yeah, we typically have it Friday. Depending on the Friday, it might be 4 or 8 in the evening. So either 4 like in the afternoon or 8 in the evening because of the time difference. Right, going back to that concept of time. But Jose's in Europe, so they're a few hours ahead. So it's not always fair for them to be on our side. You know, sometimes hosted earlier. So I think next week episode will be earlier. Will be at 4 instead of last week's time, which was at 8:30. But yeah, no, the topics are a lot. You know, the shows is the Black Pentagrammers, but the topics are just looking at the occult and the unseen, things that are hidden, the metaphysical things that are hidden within our daily existence. So the week before the last episode, we looked at cities and how most of the the European cities are built on burial grounds, and so that's kind of occultic to use the energy of the dead. Then we tie that in with industrialism being a form of sacrifice, or using sacrifice in order to get that technology. So just continuing those type of things. I don't know if Jose wants to add anything.
Yeah, Jay, did you want to add something?
Yes. The Black Pentagram is where all comes from and where all arrives. Your words end up in my Black Pentagram, and that's the blackness when I close my eyes, and that's where my words come from,
Mhm.
and that on itself is already the occult. Behind the occult, when I go to church, that's where I come from. That's where my prayers come from. When I go to a witch doctor, that's where my questions come from. And when I go to my work, that's where my solutions come from. Eventually everything revolves around the black star, the black pentagram.
Yeah, I wanna in a friendly way, I want to talk to you guys about like the branding and stuff for your show, like, because I didn't know the name of the show. It's like the titles of the videos are all like gassed them up, and Joe say it. So yeah, I wanted to talk to y'all about that. Jay, what time is it where you are right now? Is Jay still there?
He's trying to figure out what time you're talking. Time don't
Oh,
exist.
sorry. Yeah, that time doesn't exist, but it's a beautiful morning in the Netherlands, and it's what is it? 7:40.
7:43.
Oh man, so you've been up here all night with us, man. I appreciate that. You know, I appreciate that.
Well, I'm my system is a bit shook up, right? I'm the past 2 days I'm sleeping 2 hours,
All right.
and awake 4 hours, and then I sleep another hour, and then yeah. Luckily it's
You hear
weekend.
that jet lag?
Yeah.
Luckily it's a weekend, so I can just lay down when my eyes get heavy, but yeah.
Yeah, Kofi must be in the Netherlands right now as well. This guy just showed up and said greetings at this hour of the show. Mr. Untouchable, what's going on with you? Anything to report?
Yeah. I mean, I just trying to get through the CCNA exam, and the next thing is the securities exam for this computer stuff, man. It's just worries, man. But just trying to get through it. But Kofi, remember, hit the like button. You know what I mean? Remember, hit the like button. You late, but you can still hit the like button.
Yeah. You're late, but hit the like button. I appreciate that. Oni, did you figure it out?
Oh yeah, I realized. So I think the probably two bigger ones is Du Bois, the connection between Du Bois and Nazism, I guess, or Du Bois like praising the Nazi system,
Right.
and then of course Wodemaya talking about
with Musk, right?
Yeah, with Musk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could put that in the title, but I might.
Wait, what did he do? What did Wodemaya do?
He didn't really do nothing. He just said he says, "Yo, Elon Musk, my name is Wodemaya, Africa's most influential YouTuber. Can we collaborate on how to convince more Africans to use more sustainable cars like Tesla? Patiently waiting for your response." So it's not like the worst thing, but
Can I puke?
What do you say?
Can I puke?
It's
I
kind
mean,
of
yeah, the puke bucket's in the corner, right? But yeah, I mean, like, it is kind of like, that's the thing. I tell you, like, I'm going to talk, like, we always do this. Like, this is how it is. We big up somebody.
When is that? Sorry to interrupt you. When is that?
When is what?
Your show?
Oh, that's tomorrow in like 2 hours. No, I'm joking. At 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time that is for you, but
just add 6, so that's what.
What, 5 p.m. or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 5.
Yeah. But yeah. But I mean, it's just like, but it's not like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I expect this at some point. Like I expect this from pretty much every influencer.
Yeah, Dubois and Nazism sounds interesting. I believe the whole world was a Nazi fan in those days.
Yeah, but Dubois, like that's the thing. So, but that, I'm trying not to do that because I'm trying to, attract this socialist lady, but.
Don't do it. You need to keep her, man. You need to attract her, so don't do it. You get her first, then you make the show. No, you get her first, then you make the show.
This man cupcaking and socialism now. Okay. Well, I thank all you guys. I'll be there tomorrow in the live stream for Oni's show. Thank all you guys for coming through. We'll do it again next week. I think this week I might read a paper on Herzl in Africa, actually. So inspired by Jay and Gas Them Up and Mr. Untouchable's prom from last week. So I think you'll see that on Tuesday, Herzl in Africa. And next week, Saturday, Shoot the Breeze. I thank Mr. Untouchable for all the prompts and Kevin Carre and others who posted prompts tonight. Guys, I'll see you guys during the week.
All right. Wish you all the best.
All right, man. You guys be good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You
All
guys
right,
be
peace
good.
out, man. Good talk to y'all, brother.
Peace. Good talking to you, Webb. Take care, Mr. Untouchable. Oni, we'll talk. You guys be good tonight. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.